towards the City of Cape Town Bridge.
Yeah, through the City of Cape Town Bridge, the fine cars will make their way towards turn one. Holzhoek now still is going to be Marius Fourie that leads away in the Jetta. But now up into second position is Yolinda Fourie in her Jetta and Natasha Tischendorf in the 12th position now. The top three as they make it through Holzhoek, and then already going towards Castrol now as well for those Jettas, the turn two section. And then out of turn two, they'll make their way through that kink and onto, of course, the man.
Right, so we do apologize for the cameras. We're trying to get that one sorted out. There's a problem down at the production studio. And we're going to get that one sorted out, hopefully. But now have a look. The fine cars are now being caught by the two leaders in Damstip, and they're going to keep out the way because Ernest Page and Carl Halleck are going hell for leather. We've got a yellow flag, Byron. It looks like Appelgrein might be in trouble there in Holzhoek.
That is indeed Gunther Appelgrein in the E36 BMW. I think he was running in what was 15th position and second last place. Roger Lewis would have made his way past. Jake Wallage will be the next man in the Jaguar. But 5 laps left to go, Frankie. Yellow flags will be waving in Holzhoek section, so no passing in that section. As the supercars, Frankie, through Fastron make their way past the fine cars and the top three of the fine cars.
Well, they were held up slightly, the top two, because now Moffat, that's in third position, has now caught up to Page and Halleck as they work their way into turn number one. And Moffat is the quickest man out there with a 125.259. So the three front runners in class and overall are working their way out of holes. As yeah, we did mention Appelgrein had a problem there in holes, but now into Castrol corner. First, second and third of the supercars. Moffat had a go there at Halleck and dived in very deep and lost that second spot to Halleck once again. Through the kink they race towards a turn three Damstip.
Yeah, Damstip, yes, they're making their way through now, and that was Marius Fourie's Jetta that currently leads the fine car section. He just has to keep his line, he just has to let them go past. He's got a great advantage over Yolinda Fourie. If I look at it, it's about 6.9 seconds between himself and his fellow Jetta. Natasha Tischendorf holding that third place still in the Jetta 285, and then Arnold Lambert in his Ford Anglia 1.5 litre in fourth place in class. Down the straight they run now. That's the top supercars, followed by the top fine car towards Fastron corner, turn 5.
Well, it's a hell of a fight up front here between first, second and third in the supercars. Page, Halleck and Moffat. Out of Fastron they come through turn 5A, under the City of Cape Town Bridge, down the main straight, the Porsche Club straight. Racing down towards turn 1, which is Holzhoek, and here comes Moffat. Moffat has a lunge up on the inside of Halleck. Halleck's got that line covered. Wow, it's a massive, massive fight here for the overall lead between Page, Halleck and Moffat. Out of holes, up to Jabez straight they go towards turn 2 Castrol.
3 laps left to go, and the leader of the fine cars, turn 2, just happened something there, Frankie, the fine cars.
Yeah, that was Moffat that got himself slightly out of shape, and he's lost a bit of ground now to Halleck, but still in a very comfortable third spot as they race through the kink towards Damps.
Yeah, they still are ahead now. Marius Fourie basically on his own, going through the kink and towards Damps Dip now, looking for the other fine cars. It's going to be Yolinda Fourie going through Castrol at the moment, and she'll have Shane Boscombe that will be coming of course, right behind her. Then a yellow flag, though, is in turn 5, Fastron corner. Somebody has gone off the circuit. I see coming down the straight here, it will be Roger Lewis in his MGA 1.6 litre. So we'll try and find out for you who has gone farming or beaching in the turn 5 Fastron section.
Right, so the leading supercars, here they come through turn 5A. Towards the City of Cape Town Bridge on the Porsche Club straight. And it is absolutely nose to tail. Halleck has a lunge up on the inside of Ernest Page. Page slams the door closed in his face as they work their way out of turn number 1, out of holes. Working their way up the Gilbert Straight towards Castrol Corner. And I'll tell you this for nothing, that Ernest Page has got his hands full with that 31 machine of Carl Halleck. Halleck is having a go again. Halleck is having a go again through the kink towards turn 3, Damstep.
Only a lap and a bit left to go. There's, of course, the cars in turn 5. Fastron corner is on the outside, on the exit of the corner. We'll try and pick it up for you. As I said, we're listening on the radio as we speak. But yes, a lap and a bit to go. The leader of the fine cars goes through the kink and then towards the turn 3 Damstep corner. Of course, it is the Landberg corner that is that kink little section. And now it's on the Tygerberg Straight for the leader.
Right, down into Pertamina Fostron we go. When they cross the line, they'll have one more lap. That is first and second in the supercars. Here they come. And Halleck is still pressurizing Ernest Page through turn 5A, under the set of Cape Town Bridge, racing down the Porsche Club Straight towards a turn 1. Holzhoek, he closes. The line is covered neatly into holes by Ernest Page, and Ernie will know that he's had a race on his hands. This is one of the best drives I've seen Halleck do in quite some time as they work their way up the Gilbert Straight towards turn 2, Castrol Corner.
Leader of the fine cars comes across the line. That's Marius Fourie. That will start his final lap in that 313 VW Jetta. Yolanda Fourie is a little bit further back in that second position then. Comes across the line, not quite yet, but that will be second place, second of the Jettas. And then Arnold Lambert has moved up now into third place in the Ford Anglia in the class. Only one more lap left to go in the first race of the day.
Right, those are the two supercars, P1 and 2, you see running down the back straight towards the Killarney Straight, towards Pertamina Fostron, and Halleck wants through. This is the flag lap. Halleck wants through. It's defensive mode here by Ernest Page as they work their way out of Pertamina Fostron through turn 5A and towards the checkered flag they come. The flag is out and it's going to be Halleck lunges up on the inside, but Page is going to get him. Page gets him by a car length across the line. There was 0.111 seconds between Page and Halleck.
Marius Fourie barrels down the Killarney Straight and into Fastron Corner as he will open up out there through turn 5A and then on the Porsche Straight for the line to complete his 8th and final lap, just behind one of the supercars over here. I think that will be Shane Boscombe that he'll be coming up behind. Natasha Tischendorf was the one who was parked in her Jetta at the exit of turn 5, is out of the race. Marius Fourie crosses the line. A lap down will be Roger Lewis in the MGA that will finish 13th overall. And Yuri Swart Senior, he's going through now there, Frankie, of the supercars, but we wait for the second and third place finishes over here of the fine cars. The Jetta there of Yolanda Fourie, and then the third place of Arnold Lambert, who goes down the Killarney Straight right at this moment.
Well, Shane Boscombe finished in third with the retirement of Andrew Moffat in the supercars. A returning Nazreen Schloss comes home in P4. And PB's there for Page, Halleck, and for Nazreen on that last lap. And then in P5 was Yuri Swart Senior, followed by ex-biker Robin de Vos. And Sean Cope crosses the line now. Well done, Shawnee. Your first time out in a supercar. And Sean finishes in P7. Well done there to Sean. Followed in the supercars by Bradley Fenner. Well, Fenner was one lap down. No, there Fenner crosses the line now. Fenner just crossed the line now in 8th overall.
Yeah, just back to the fine cars, Frankie. Jake Wallage in the Jaguar finished 12th position. That was ahead of Roger Lewis, but also a lap down. It's 2 laps down for Roger Lewis, and then Arnold Lambert, Yolanda Fourie, Marius Fourie doing a lap down in their positions. Of course, the Fine Cars caught them very quickly, but their own private battle wasn't a very close one because you had Marius Fourie winning by a decent margin over Yolanda Fourie and Arnold Lambert, as I say, there as well. Well, we move from the supercars there. Of course, the Cultron Supercars and Fine Cars to the Battech Super Twin Cup 650s and Super Sport 300 motorcycles, the first of the motorcycle races for the day. Well, Jordan, 9-lap race we now await, and not the biggest field out there, 13 bikes in all.
Yeah, Byron, that is correct. But you know what we all say, you don't need to have a big field to have good action. But I think there will be enough riders out here today to give us a good show with the likes of Jamie Hoare, Braden Hutchings. Lance Jonas, of course, has been very quick in the last few rounds. He's really getting grips to that MT-07 of his. Adrian Solomon has split the top top 5 between Abdul Isak and Lance Jonas in the 600s. Reynard Burnett, another one of the 600s, now also in 6th place. Abigail Bosson and Max Munton fighting it out in the Supersport 300s class. That's 7th and 8th qualified respectively. Raymond Alexander sitting in 9th place, followed there by Mitch Robertson in 10th. Alme Mostert, Peter Hill and Zante Otto out once again. It's the first time we've seen her on a bike in a little while after that monstrous accident she had last year. But she's all healed up, and I know she's been doing her practicing during the week, and I'm sure she's ready to go, and we'll see some good things from her.
I think we will there, Jordan. 2 ladies amongst the thorns there, 2 roses amongst the thorns. 3, actually, my apologies, you're quite right there. My mathematics is not very good this early in the morning, but yes, Braden Hutchings on that HSC Kawasaki. The ER650 will lead them away. Jamie Hall, that's going to be a close battle. Watch out, like you say, Jordan, for Lance Jonas. Can always spring a surprise, but Adrian Solomon has been one good find, I can say, in the 300 class, the Super Sport 300s. Abdul Isak, of course, behind him there. Abigail Bosson, who's had some international experience over the last year or so. Always going to be looking for a good result, as she's now ahead of that KTM 390 Duke. That's also the 300 class, and that's being run by Max Munton. Mad Max Munton is always a star on the short circuit scene.
Yep, absolutely, and it's a little while since we've seen any short circuits, so I think these guys next week, next short circuit, which is awesome.
Will be on the half main, and it will be not the full day event or an endurance. It's going to be a half day event, but it will be, of course, run alongside. After that will be the rallycross. So lots of fun next weekend as far as motorsport is concerned.
I mean, this whole month we've got a lot to unpack. We've got the Extreme Festival coming near the end, or near the midway through the month. So there is definitely a lot to look out for. And now they say come spring on Monday morning. No, tomorrow actually is spring, the 1st of September. But I don't have good sight that the weather's going to clear.
But yes, we will use that positivity, Jordan, because we need that positivity right now after this long, cold and winter that we've had. And the sun is out today. It's a pretty day out there, I have to say. There's a bit of a lull on the circuit because we had a bit of cleanup from our crew at Castro Corner.
Yep, but it should still be for an exciting day today. I mean, I can't get enough of this weather. They're waking up this morning and you could feel the warm air outside, and that gets you going. And I'm sure all these riders and drivers are going to be super comfortable with nice warm tires, warm brakes, and they're going to be super excited for the day.
Welcome to Lime Property Management, where the efficient management of your community scheme is at the heart of everything we do. Our dedicated team provides superior property management services, ensuring that your property is in good hands and that your investments grow. With Lime Property Management, experience vibrant solutions, transparent communication, and a squeeze of innovation in every interaction. Call us today or visit lime.cape town and let's cultivate your community scheme's future together. Lime Property Management, leading, innovative, motivated, energetic.
club in the world to have a clubhouse at an international racetrack. We are proud sponsors of Killarney and the Porsche Club Straight. Our passionate club members and their families regularly attend our race meetings. If you own a Porsche, come and visit us at the Porsche Club and we will let you know what fantastic events we have on offer. The Porsche Club, the best car club in Cape Town.
Right, that was Porsche Club, and of course Line Property Management, which is a 2024 sponsor. But together with them, we've got King Tony Tools that sponsor the subway. We've got Pertamina Fostron that is on board. We have got the Porsche Club for the main straight. We've got Castrol. We've got the City of Cape Town, that's the bridge. And then of course Smile 90.4 FM, the official media partner to the Western Province Motor Club, as well as all the class sponsors, which we'll go through later. So big thanks to everybody. Turn 1, known as Hole's Hook, that is named after one of the founders, Mr. Edgar Hole. Turn 2 is called a Castrol. The straight between Holes and Castrol is known as the Joubert Straight. Then we go through the Kink. Then we're going to turn 3, which is called Damstip. Then between Damstip and turn 4, which is known as Saddle Sweep, you've got the Tigerberg Straight. Then as you exit the double right-hander Saddle Sweep, you go down the Killarney Straight, the back straight, which is called the Killarney Straight, going over the King Tony Tools Bridge. And then you go all the way down into turn 5, which is Pertamina Fostron. As you exit that, you go through turn 5A. It's a left-handed kink. The marshals refer to it as turn 5A. Onto the Porsche Club Straight, under the City of Cape Town Bridge, and that is one lap of Killarney with all the corners and the sponsors' names. And a big thanks to everyone.
Catch me howling at the moon.
So the whistle blows and the track is live. Almost live as we wait for the green light at the end of pit lane to come on.
Yeah, we've had an extended pause in the proceedings, Jordan, because of the cleanup that was needed after that very first race. We had a few offs. Good job for Crane in his E36 BMW. Hopefully that car will be all right for race 2. We had Natasha Tischendorf parked on the exit of turn 5, but the bikes are ready to go out. Like I say, the 650cc Super Twin Cup, the 300s, as well as Super Sports that will make their way out for the first time today. The Bat Tech, their sponsor. And the green light is on in the pit lane, and away we go for what should be 13 of them out there. Hopefully all 13 of them will get out there. But Braden Hutchings will be the man on pole position and sharing that front row with Jamie Hall and the Yamaha of Lance Jonas.
Yeah, so you see some good names out there today with the likes of Braden Hutchings, as you said, with that HSC racing outfit. Very synonymous being at the front of the field, so I'm sure he's going to want to prove that Hutchings name as always. As well as the likes of Jamie Hall. We know he likes to do double duty, riding 2 different bikes in one day. He was just in PE not that long ago and did very well up there. So I'm sure he's got that practice under his belt, and now he's back on his home circuit just to wait to see what he can do.
Oh, look at the fantastic greenery we have, Jordan. The rain has been plenty in Cape Town over the winter. And it's beautiful, beautiful to see them go through Saddle Sweep there. Turn 4, the double apex right-hander onto the Killarney straight over the King Tony Tools tunnel. And then they rocket it down towards the turn 5 section. Fastron, of course, in the past known as Cape Town Corner, but proudly known as Fastron, as the bikes will make their way up to the grid now. And the 13 of them will get ready for a 9-lap race. Actually all the bike races are a 9-lapper, and then you'll have most of the races in 8 laps, and then the odd 10-lap race. No endurance races today, or what you could call endurance, the longer races. But yeah, we come now, so watch out for them.
No, but you're completely right, and we said that spring is around the corner, and it seems it's already come. We don't have any mud or anything sitting around no longer. You can see the green between the weeds, if you will. But you got to be careful, because that stuff can be very slippery, so you don't want to make your way out onto the grass. But we hear the bikes lining up, they're revving up. Everyone's getting their positions ready. There's a hand up for the 73, that's Zante Otto. I believe it looks like she had a problem. She's looking around the side of the bike. I think they're going to tell her to move off. The 5-second board is up. We run out of the way. The lights are on, and the lights are off, and away they go to start the first of the bike racing for today. Screaming 600s that Jamie Hall ducks there behind Brandon Hutchings into Holzhoek, and he dives up the inside. Will he make it stick? It's very close, nail-bitingly close, as Jamie Hall takes the lead.
Out of turn 1, Holzhoek, they'll run onto the Joubert straight. What a wonderful move there from Jamie Hall, and he was moving around a lot behind Brandon Hutchings, but a little bit of movement down there. I think Lance Jonas lost out of place. And what a one for a pit lane starter. And that number 14 is Max Munton. And Max Munton on the KTM Duke, the 390, as they make their way through Lundstem and then into that Damps Dip section, turn 3, onto the Tygerberg Straight, and charge it up for the first time at racing speed to Super Saddle Sweep.
I just saw Jamie Hall looking over his shoulder there just to see how far ahead he is already after this first lap. And it's a considerable margin from him to Braden Hutchings, and I'm sure we're going to see what the time is looking like between the two as they cross the line after their first running lap. But now we watch them go down the Killarney Straight and into Fastron. And Braden Hutchings is getting swarmed there a little bit. Here comes Lance Jonas as well as Adrian Solomon a little bit further behind. And just on the back of that grid, there is Abdul Isak as well. Lovely to see him a bit closer up in the front of the field.
Adrian Solomon in 4th place overall on that 300, the leading 300. Jamie Hall crosses the line. Braden Hutchings will be a second off of him. Abdul Isak coming up nicely into 2nd placing and jumping. Lance Jonas at the start. Lance Jonas now in 4th position. Adrian Solomon leading the 300s as they go into the Holes Hook turn 1 section. You will see not a stiff breeze going through there as the leader now dips his knee into Castrol Corner turn 2. It's behind him though. That is the close battle between Hutchings, Isak and Jonas. And following suit will be Solomon and Burnett. Looking a little bit further back, Raymond Alexander in 2nd in class, 7th overall for the 300s. Abigail Bosson leading Mitch Robinson for the battle for a 3rd and 4th in class, Jordan.
Yep, and I'm just looking out now and seeing how quick these riders are going. After this only being the first running lap of the circuit, we'll see what it's like after the 2nd running lap. That's a full running lap as opposed to the standing start they do on lap 1. But you can see the speeds are up and animal ready as they make their way down the Killarney straight. There's 4 bikes there in the mid-pack between 2nd, 3rd, 4th and 5th. And Adrian Solomon is right at the back of that train as they make their way into Fostron. But we'll see who makes it out there. And I believe that is Lance Jonas, who's just pipped Abdul Isak.
Yeah, it is. You are quite right there, Jordan. Quite nicely done as well. Smoothly done. He sets his sights now. All right, Braden. Okay, so he'll set his sights now on the likes of Abdul Isak and of course, Jamie Hall, who's getting away. Adrian Solomon, look there, a fastest lap, Jordan. A 1:26.383 as they go into turn 1, Holes Hook now. And things are really hotting up here. We even had Zante Otto put a 29.7 in to put a faster sector in. She's in 9th, thankfully, getting that bike going.
Yeah, and if you think about it, just talking on Adrian Solomon as he is in the back of this pack as we watch them go through Castrol Corner and exit Castrol Corner now towards Landstem Kink and then into Dam Stip. Adrian Solomon is in the most prime position at the moment. He can sit behind those 3 600s and have a massive slipstream and tow down the Killarney straight and down the Porsche straight. And all he has to do is sit and wait until the right opportunity where you can dive up all of them at once.
He's a very smart rider, is Solomon there, Jordan, and he's got a lot of experience. You can see he's only 4/10 of a second off of Jonas. They're going now through onto the Killarney straight now. The leader, who is still Jamie Hall, the man who started in 2nd position, was 1.8 seconds ahead of Abdul Isak at the end of the last lap. But Isak is under pressure here. Braden Hutchings is on the comeback trail. They're coming out of Fostron now through turn 5A and onto the Porsche straight to go and start another lap.
And we watch there goes Jamie Hall, still in the lead by, we'll see the gap as they cross the line. It's about 1 second between himself and Abdul Isak. Abdul Isak up into 2nd place. A brilliant performance so far from him. He just set the fastest lap time of a 26.165, or 1:05 rather, as we watch now. That's Abigail Bosson, followed there by Raymond Alexander on that 11 bike, and Zante Otto in that group of 3.
Yeah, Raymond Alexander was 2nd in class for a little while there, Jordan, and then he lost out to Abigail Bosson, who's now in the 2nd place. Zante Otto closing up the gap. She's on a 650, remember, as well, 9th overall as the leaders make their way through turn 3. Damps dip now. It's still Jamie Hall that leads by only a second. Abdul Isak closed up the gap with that fastest lap the last time. Remember, 1:26.105, because he can feel snapping at his heels Braden Hutchings.
And I also think right now these are the perfect conditions. It's still morning temperature. It's a little bit cooler for the bike, so the engines are going to be right up in their peak performance, as well as those bat tires are going to be nice and warm on the slightly warming circuit as we watch them go into Pertamina Fostron. The group is just getting bigger and bigger. But now, let's not leave out Reynard Burnett, who's just a little bit behind Adrian Solomon, as that group of 4 between 2nd and 5th place battles it out. Raymond Burnett can just sit there and wait for his own opportunity to strike on the back of that quad.
Oh, down the straight they go now, Jordan. It is the fastest lap for our leader as they charge up to turn 1. Holes Hook, 1:25.940, and still very close now, but look at this battle coming across the line now. Zante Otto is piercing through, got past Raymond Alexander now, and is going to set her sights on the fellow lass that is Abigail. Now, Abigail's actually lost out, my apologies. And it's that Joining them at the back there, I see Elmer Mosters a little further back, 11 seconds down the road, but Abigail Bosson is now at the tail end of that 3 group and in 3rd place in class.
But now we watch through Dam's Dip they go. Here come the leaders, and Reynard Burnett, I said don't leave him out, but here he comes. The battle between Adrian Solomon and Lance Jonas is still heating up, and this is going to be a 3-way battle for them as Reynard Burnett is right on their heels as they make their way through Sorrel Sweep. And that little group of 2 between Abdul Isak and Braden Hutchings has bunched together, and they'll battle it out down to Fostron.
And it's about half distance now, Jordan, as they go down the Killarney straight and towards Fostron corner. The movements are going to be made here. Still 4.5 laps left to go. And 2nd place and 3rd place, Abdul Isak, Braden Hutchings. The last time, only 0.2 of a second between them. And still, at the moment, it is status quo as they make it to the line. Jamie Hall on bike number 65 crosses the line, fastest lap for 1:25.220. He is much quicker than Abdul Isak and Braden Hutchings, who now 0.3 between the 2 of them, and just 1/10 of a second faster across the line. Jordan, Abdul Isak was from Braden Hutchings into turn 1 now.
They say Noah said 2 by 2, but this is 1 by 2 by 3 as they make their way on to start another lap. But now we watch coming into 1, that's Zante Otto peeling away from Abigail Boston and Raymond Alexander as their gaps grow as well. Coming across the line now to 1, there's a big group of 3 as well. But we look to Dam's Dip once again. Jamie Hall still out, as you said, with that 1:25.220. He jumped a second on the previous best lap of Abdul Isak as they make their way towards Sorrel Sweep, or down the Tygerberg straight now through Sorrel Sweep. You can see that lovely processed gravel on the outside there. That's not where you want to be, but look at them go through. Look at the speed putting their knee down. There's 4th, 5th, and 6th. That is Lance Jonas, Reynard Burnett, and Adrian Solomon. And I said don't leave Burnett out. He's made his way past Solomon, but this is the perfect opportunity for either of them to jump Lance Jonas.
Burnett, a dark horse in this race there, Jordan. They are in Fostron now. The battle rages on. It will be our leader, Jamie Hall. Last time around, fastest lap. He will still hold the advantage. Will it be over 2 seconds now? It was 1.8 seconds. He crosses the line. When they cross the line behind him, it is 2.1 seconds. Abdul Isak is 1/10 of a second between himself and Braden Hutchings. They are all trading fastest sector times and heading through Holshoek now and onto the Joubert Straight. And to start, of course, they started another lap. It's 3 laps left to go, including the one they are currently on. Into Castrol they go, Jordan.
And as I said, we talked about the dark horse. There comes Reynard Burnett on that Subsidium IT ER6. He's jumped both Lance Jonas and Adrian Solomon as he just waited in the background, and he got through them down the Porsche straight. But now we watch as they go through Dam's Dip. There's 1st, 2nd, 3rd, Jamie Hall, Abdul Isak, Braden Hutchings, Reynard Burnett sitting in that 4th place on the number 54 bike, Lance Jonas and Adrian Solomon rounding out that top 6.
Through Sorrel Sweep they go. It's 2 and a bit laps left, and this whole 5-way battle is still raging on. Lance Jonas is now 5th position. They go over the King Tony Tools tunnel. They are now on the Killarney straight, or the back straight, whichever way you want to put it. Then into turn 5, Fostron corner. When they cross the line, it will be 2 more laps left to go, but Abdul Isak and Braden Hutchings are pushing incredibly hard here. They're onto the rumble strips. They'll make it towards the city of Cape Town and Castrol Bridge. And now, let's see if Braden Hutchings can come out of the slipstream and into 2nd position as they go across. Braden Hutchings is up, and a fastest lap of a 1:25.217 and 1.7 seconds between himself and Jamie Hall. It's a bit of a tough ask though, Jordan, for him to catch.
No, but we see that little pair there of Braden Hutchings and Abdul Isak, but we look a little bit further back and we see that pair of Lance Jonas and Adrian Solomon. There we see 1st, 2nd, 3rd, 4th. There's Reynard Burnett sitting on his own. A little bit squirrely, gets Jonas on the rear brake as they make their way into Castrol corner. And Adrian Solomon's going to try and go around the outside. That 300 class Kawasaki 400 can get around the corners a little bit faster. but the power of that 650 or that MT-07 of Lance Jonas really shows its grunt as they make their way through Dam's Dip. But now we watch Lance Jonas is not going to want to let this kid pass, but they're going to go side by side down the Tygerberg straight. This is going to be perfect position for Adrian Solomon, but it's just not enough due to that 600's power down the straight.
A lot of experience under that helmet there of Lance Jonas. Down the back straight, though, the leaders go now. That, of course, is the Killarney straight, to be correct. And into Fastron we make it. Number turn 5. Jamie Hall, 1.7 seconds between himself and Braden Hutchings the last time around, but fastest sector times over the last lap from Braden Hutchings as they make their way now to the line to start lap last, of course. They now are never lap. And it is going to be Jamie Hall across the line, then followed by 1.3 seconds later, Braden Hutchings, Abdul Isak in third position. They go into Hall's Hook now for the 9th time in this race. They've started to leave behind the likes of Reinhard Burnett, Lance Jonas, Adrian Solomon, Zante Otto still up in 7th.
I do believe they are catching Jamie Hall ever so slightly. May this be Jamie getting a little bit tired? Is he letting off and wanting to let that last lap or the last 4 corners? As we watch, look how close Braden Hutchings gotten all of a sudden as they make their way through Lundstem and into Dam's Dip. But we'll stay on them as we watch them complete this final lap. This is going to be nail-biting, and I'm running out of nails, Byron.
All right, let's see them go around onto the Tygerberg straight now. They are nose to tail with each other through Sarl Sweep. He's going to have to make his move, Jordan, on the Killarney straight towards Fastron. We'll watch them now onto that Killarney straight. Here we go. Braden Hutchings is in the slipstream of Jamie Hall, getting a magnificent tow. He will over the King Tony Tools tunnel. He will dive onto the inside into Fastron. They will be side by side. No, they won't be side by side because we saw Jamie Hall go defensive, but he goes out wide on the exit, and it's going to be a dead heat to the line between these two legends as we make them go to the line. I think Jamie Hall will just pip him, Jordan. Just.
And he does exactly so. Braden Hutchings just not enough to get by. Abdul Isak comes a lovely 3rd place. He brings that home. Rhino Burnett from a little bit further down in the midfield to 4th overall. Lance Jonas just beating out Adrian Solomon on that Pool Kings 400. And now we wait for the rest of the grid. Here comes Zante Otto back again for the first time in a long time. She takes 7th overall. And that is that'll be 6th in class. Abigail Boston coming home in 2nd in class. A brilliant result from her. Raymond Alexander a little bit further back, coming home in 9th and 4th overall in class. Sorry, 3rd overall in class. Now we just wait for the likes of Max Munton, Almi Mostert and Peter Hill, as well as Mitch Robertson to cross the line. All just pedaling at the back of the field. 10th place overall for Max Munton and 4th in class after starting from the pit lane. So I'm sure that race 1 wasn't how we wanted it to go, but getting the laps in is also important as we see Almi Mostert come across the line on her Samurai Racing SV650 and finishing it off for the Battech Super Twin Cup 650s and Super Sport 300s is Peter Hill and Mitch Robertson.
Yeah, a 1:24.604 on that final lap for Braden Hutchings, 0.2 of a second. And as Braden would say, if we had to speak to him right now, he would have said to us, 1 more lap, I would have had him. And we always want that last extra little lap, but it's only 9 laps. But I'm taking nothing away from Jamie Hall over here. A magnificent start and magnificent maintenance of that gap. And of course, that was the Battech Super Twin Cup 650 and 300 Super Sport motorcycles for their first race of the day. Formula Libres with no sponsor at the moment, coming up next. So if you want to get yourself involved in any sort of motorsport, single seaters here in Cape Town, that's something to look at. Soul Formula Swift. That is a Class C runner in Hayden Elwood. It's always good to see Hayden out there. He's not always had the best of luck in that 7-Up liveried machine of his. Of course, reminiscent of the 1991 Jordan that many years ago gave a debut to a young German named Michael Schumacher. Talking about Formula 1, we have Formula 1 in Monza, Italian Grand Prix. That's only, of course, later on qualifying, and tomorrow we are now here, our very own home of racing, Killarney.
I was just about to say the same thing. I said, this is our very own Temple of Speed, as you just said. And now we get 2 days of racing in a row today with live action racing from us and international racing tomorrow.
But also want to mention Jordan is going to be racing tonight as well in Worcester. So if you are a stock car racing enthusiast, it's recommended to make your way out to the countryside and see how those folks from many parts of the country show everybody how it's done. It's a national championship, so yes, that is a bit later on, but if you are staying around here with us, we go to around about 5 in the afternoon afterwards. DJ Boyson, pole position for the man with the VW Reynard. Doesn't have much else to play with today, unfortunately. No Byron Mitchell. There's no Storm Lanphier, unfortunately, but he's the only Reynard out there, the only Class S car. Joshua Smith will be pole position in the Raymer 2 for the Formula V section. And Hayden Elwood, like I said earlier on, the sole car as far as C is concerned.
I'm just having a look now, and the first time we've seen this name in a little while. Andre Lariche is out, but he's in a different outfit today. That's the 77 Liquimolli car. He was in a black Formula V last time out, wasn't he not?
That is indeed correct. As far as that is concerned, Jordan, I know those colours are usually run by Cyril Somerville. And the red, white and blue, but Liquimolli colours there. And then the 96 out there of Ricky Anderson looking great in that black and pink.
A little bit of insight from Ricky Anderson's side. I had a chat with him during the week, and he said he has been working on that motor himself, and he's been putting his hard blood, sweat and tears into that vehicle, and he's waiting for the results to come and show a bit. But once again, Byron, the lights are out, and away they go. You can listen to those V's screaming as they make their way to Holshoek.
And a difficult start there for Joshua Smith. He's actually trundling to a halt. And can he keep it going? Can he get that car? I think what happens is he cannot find a gear. He's revving that car quite a bit.
It's very possible that there's actually no gears on that car, because it seemed like he was just revving it up. So maybe there's either a clutch problem or something of the sorts. But we look now to the front end of the field, and DJ Boyson is getting hounded already by Hayden Elwood, which won't last very long at all.
I saw a bit of smoke with Hayden Elwood. I think I saw a bit of smoke there, Jordan. They go through Damp Stip right now, turn 3. There's a little bit of smoke there coming from that Swift. And that's quite a bit of smoke. The marshals will alert the officials about that and tell the race control that car is smoking. They'll have to keep an eye out on that. That's quite a bit of smoke coming out of the back of that machine. And you might have to see him either parking it or bringing it into the pit lane.
Are we sure that's not a little bit of 7-Up spray to try and confuse the rest of the field? But yeah, that's not a sight we want to see, or anyone wants to see, because that can of course be a bit of a danger to the vehicles behind as we watch the rest of the grid go through. And there goes the likes of Donovan Ramsey, as well as Andre Lariche and Kelly Fletcher. Oh no, I lie, sorry, Richard Carr and Kelly Fletcher, as well as Andre Lariche, as they make their way down the Porsche straight once again. They have to go past that yellow flag, but I see a move there made by Andre Lariche, which probably will not be legal, as he jumps both cars. And there is the 7-Up car outside Holshoek. So maybe a little bit of something under those tires that he was squirting out. But there we see Kelly Fletcher
down out there somewhere. Sorry, Jordan. And it looked at one point to actually have stopped, so maybe a bit of oil was burning there. But yeah, no, he lost the back end of that car And luckily he's got going again, so whether we'll be continuing in this race or coming into the pits is for everybody to see here. I do not see that Swift coming. It goes into saddle sweep now on his lonesome already for DJ Boyson. Then we have the likes, of course, there of Andre Lariche, Kelly Fletcher, and Richard Carr all together. The closest battle on the circuit at the moment with 9 laps, including this one left to go.
And I know that this is going to be one to watch as Carr already tries to make a move on the inside of Fletcher. We watch there. There goes second, third, second, third, and fourth into. But look at that. There goes Carr on the inside of Lariche as well. Lariche goes a little bit wide in that Super V. The only other car with a spoiler on the field. And this is going to be very tight coming down the Porsche straight. We'll see the slipstream come to effect as they make their way down across the line to start another lap, and it's side by side into Holes Hook. Kelly Fletcher's going to be watching from the backside of those two Vs, and she's going to be waiting for the opportunity to pounce.
Yeah, the Super V, as opposed to the standard V, has fuel injection and wings. A step up, of course, is a 1600 engine compared to the 1400 twin Weber carb fed engine. Oh, and going quite wide in Castrol Corner now. On the inside will be Richard Carr, who just keeps it ahead there, but he's snaking around there behind. Kelly Fletcher is Andre Lariche, and now has lost that second position to Richard Carr, and a third position to Kelly Fletcher. So 2 places in the space of a few corners coming up the Tygerberg Straight now and into saddle sweep turn 4.
Yeah, but he did dive up the inside of Kelly Fletcher going through Dam's Dip, but they make their way through saddle sweep and the greenery and all the way down the Killarney Straight. We see there DJ Boyson. He is already 30 seconds, oh no, sorry, not 30 seconds, close to 10 seconds out front. But here you can hear those screaming Vs make their way into Fostron, and Lariche is going to want to sit on the backside of Carr for as long as possible. We know he can draft down the Killarney, Joubert, and Porsche Straight because of the spoiler. And Carr had it looked like a bit of an issue because he moved to the left-hand side of the circuit, but I think he just moved out of the way because he knew that Lariche would be faster in a straight line as they make their way to Holes Hook once again.
I'm absolutely glad to say, Jordan, that the Swift, that, of course, is Ricky Anderson in turn 2, Castrol Corner, has spun it, but he's gotten it going again, and he's making his way through Lundstem now as this little battle between Andre Lariche, Richard Carr, and Kelly Fletcher, who's just trying to hang on there, maintains its way through that particular corner and then through Lundstem. I just wanted to say that Hayden Elwood is circulating again, and the smoke seems to have stopped here, so that is good news for Hayden Elwood, who's currently in 5th position at this time. We go now onto the Killarney Straight and to Fastron Corner, Jordan.
And maybe that spin was what the car needed to stop the smoking, but not what Hayden Elwood needed. But he, I'm sure, will get back up to pace very shortly as we watch DJ Boyson come down the Porsche Straight once again. He is on his lonesome, so he'll just continue running those laps in that Class S car. But we jump now. There's Ricky Anderson pedaling around once again. I feel like I've put a little bit of a commentator's curse on him, pointing him out at the start of the race. So I'm sorry, Ricky, for that. Don't come looking for me after your race. But he'll come underneath the City of Cape Town bridge to start another lap. And followed there are the leaders on the leaders on the first running lap. Oh, no. Sorry, I'm getting confused. The leaders on the racing lap coming to lap Ricky Anderson at the moment.
Yep, they'll make their way through turn 1 now as we go to turn 2, Castrol Corner. That is on Richard Carr that makes his way now through into Castrol. And a slow-moving Super V there of Andre Lariche, who is out of the race, sadly, after having campaigned for 2nd place in the race overall. And the lead, of course, of the V-Class is trundling at low speed through Castrol Corner. And 7.6 is still smoking. It's being announced over the radio to us. So Hayden Elwood might have to come into the pit shortly over here as well and curtail his first race of the day.
Yep, that is true. It seems that he's just running around with enough.
Anderson, very slow.
But now we see Ricky Anderson going very slowly down Tygerberg Straight.
Picking up pace again.
He is picking up pace, so there must be a little bit of an issue for that car. You don't want to get in the way of any of the other front runners coming through as Donovan Ramsey makes his way past him.
White flags will be waving here. Jordan, of course, slow-moving vehicle or vehicles on circuits. And that now means Kelly Fletcher comes up into third place past Lariche. Hayden Elwood, the smoking Hayden Elwood, is up into fourth position. Donovan Ramsey will make his way up into fifth position. Ricky Anderson, of course, slowing down. No Joshua Smith, unfortunately. Seemingly transmission issues. But trying to get back to the pits there in that Liqui Moly car, Jordan, on the Killarney straight, is still our man, Andre Lariche.
Yeah, it seems we've got a few peddlers just trundling around the track at the moment. I believe Ricky Anderson got out of the way and got that car up and running again. I didn't see him come down the Killarney straight, but Lariche is still trundling. So there is that white flag, but here comes DJ Boyson down the Porsche straight once again to start another lap, and that's 4 laps to go. He's running with a 1:18.972 at this current moment in time. Obviously, the other Formula Vs cannot come close to that due to the nature of the builds of both cars. They're completely different.
Well, we now have 4 laps left to go in what was initially a 10-lap race. Still is a 10-lap race, but Kelly Fletcher will make her way out of Fastron through Turn 5A, underneath the city of Cape Town, Castron Lime Property Management Bridge, and start another lap. But look at how Hayden Elwood has closed up the gap to her and is now on the inside into Hole's Hook. I don't think Kelly Fletcher's having the best time out there, if you ask me, because she's got the man who was formerly smoking. Doesn't look like it at the moment, Hayden Elwood. Charging up now towards Castro Corner. The leader goes down the Killarney straight into Fastron Corner. Coming across the line now will be Donovan Ramsey. And Donovan Ramsey will make his way into Hole's Hook for yet another occasion. That will be fifth position as DJ Boyson comes across the line now as our leader. So I think I jumped the gun there just a little bit. 3 laps left to go on the timing screens, and it's nice to see the wind has settled just a little bit there. Jordan, is always a telltale sign when those flags are rippling at Hole's Hook.
Yeah, in fact, the wind has settled, but for once in a blue moon, I kind of want the wind because I'm already getting hot and sweaty in this commentary box as the sun is coming a little bit higher in the sky and bolting down on our circuit here. But there goes DJ Boyson through Dam's Dip, making his way through the back markers as he does. A 36.5 second gap to the next closest car of Richard Carr. Oh, as a big snap, a very, very big snap, and I believe that is Carr, who I was just speaking of, making his way through Hole's Hook. And that was a bit of a scary moment, but he held that under control very well, as just further behind him as they make their way down the Joubert Straight is Hayden Elwood, followed there by Kelly Fletcher.
Yeah, that bit of a tank slapper, you could say, over there for a Formula Libre car for Richard Carr, and that's going to allow this man on screen right now, going out of Castrol and towards Lundstem, it's going to allow him to close up the gap to Richard Carr and challenge for second place. A 1:18.303 for our leader going into Hole's Hook now. That is DJ Boyson, who is a country mile ahead of Richard Carr at the moment. Richard Carr hasn't even, I think, made it towards Fastron Corner yet. He will make his way now down towards Turn 5. As he does now, and we'll see what the gap will be between himself, even though he's not having the happiest time turning into corners at the moment there. Jordan looks like it. He had a bit of a moment, like we said a lap ago, through Hole's Hook.
Yeah, so maybe the car isn't completely to his liking, but you know, it's still very different.
43 seconds.
It's definitely very different as compared to what the conditions they usually run in, so the setup has to be different as we see Hayden Elwood come into frame and exit frame, as well as Kelly Fletcher. Kelly, I don't think, is gaining much on Hayden, but these two cars are in 2 different classes, so the speeds are a little different. A 25.6 last time out for Hayden Elwood and a 26.1 for Kelly Fletcher, so 5 tenths. It's very close, but not close enough for Kelly Fletcher, as I'm sure she'd be wanting.
Yeah, so one more lap left to go as far as things are concerned. Kelly Fletcher keeps in sight the Hayden Elwood Swift, but a fastest lap again here, 1:17.794 from our leader, the man you see on screen right now, charging up to Castrol Corner, turn 2, DJ Boyson. Over 43-second gap between himself and Richard Carr. Remember, two very different classes over here, wings and slicks against no wings and semis.
Yeah, and I believe at this rate, as we watch DJ Boyson go through Dam's Dip for the final time, but not the final time today, I'm sure because he's got no competition, the only competition is himself, so he's trying to set better and better lap times every lap. So we'll see what it looks like at the end of this race. One more corner to go for him as we watch the rest of the field make their way through. Richard Carr has just come across the line, and he'll go through Hall's Hook for the final time as well as the rest of the field.
Well, our leader now, the winner, it will be the man in the Reynard, the 2-litre former VW car. Here he comes. It's DJ Boyson will win the first Formula Libre race of the day. And he'll do so by quite a bit because we have cars still coming around. Where is Richard Carr at this present moment in time? I see a red machine. I think that is Donovan. Is that Donovan Ramsey coming through? Yes, Donovan Ramsey is going to be finishing a lap down. Ricky Anderson, rather. Richard Anderson will also finish a lap down in this race. And down the back straight now, Jordan, I do see the victor elect, you could say, if you could put it like that, of Richard Carr coming down the straight.
So he will make his way around Fastron for the final time in this race, with Ricky Anderson just a little bit ways ahead. Not the best luck today for Ricky, but I'm sure he'll come back fighting in race 2 as they cross the line. Richard Carr will take first place in Class V. As we wait for Hayden Elwood, he comes across the line in Class C after not only a spin, as well as some smoking issues. He manages to get third overall and first in class. Kelly Fletcher finishes out in second place in class and fourth overall.
Well, Kelly Fletcher, that will also be, Jordan, that will be second in class for Kelly Fletcher because Richard Carr gets that first position, and then Smoking Joe Hayden Elwood in third position. And I'm actually very pleased to see that he made it to the end of the race despite the smoking machine of his there.
Do you not think it would be better to change it from a 7-Up logo to a tobacco brand logo with all that smoking? Even though we know that's not allowed, 7-Up will have to do. But great comeback performance. And I'm sure they'll have a look under the hood of that car for race 2.
So we move on now, of course, to our fourth race of the morning. Once we've had our fourth race of the morning, then we have 3 qualifying sessions that will commence. So it will be the MGA Racing Clubman's Classic and Breakfast Run motorcycles that will be up next. And then it will be qualifying for Thermofires, Clubman Saloons, the Libre Sports and GT cars, and the API Property Group GTI Challenge. So stay with us. It's Byron Height, Frankie Yennis, Jordan Huben, and Gary Fleming with you today here. Remember, we are on 108 FM on your car stereo, or if you can get any radio frequency, you can get us on your phone as well. But we are online on IMUSAT YouTube. And then all of those who have made it here today to Killarney, welcome to this beautiful Killarney day. We can see you all on the hill there, and we can see you in the stands.
Welcome to Lime Property Management, where the efficient management of your community scheme is at the heart of everything we do. Our dedicated team provides superior property management services, ensuring that your property is in good hands and that your investments grow. With Lime Property Management, experience vibrant solutions, transparent communication, and a squeeze of innovation in every interaction. Call us today or visit lime.cape town and let's cultivate your community scheme's future together. Lime Property Management, leading, innovative, motivated, energetic.
Killarney. In fact, it's the only Porsche club in the world to have a clubhouse at an international racetrack. We are proud sponsors of Killarney and the Porsche Club Straight. Our passionate club members and their families regularly attend our race meetings. If you own a Porsche, come and visit us at the Porsche Club and we will let you know what fantastic events we have on offer. The Porsche Club, the best car club in Cape Town.
they won't shoot me down soon. They sing on a sleepless night. Try to catch me howling at the moon.
The MGA Racing Clubman Classic and Breakfast Run motorcycles. Sorry, Gary. So Hilton Redlingace on the ZX7. He'll be on pole position with Alistair Hyatt alongside him on the ZX10. And then the Suzuki of Jamie Hall will be in third position, front row of the grid. So double duty, as Jordan mentioned, of course, as well. A very brave man. Wins race 1 on the 650, and now finds himself on a 750.
Yep, in another race 1 again. So he will be riding 4 times today, and I'm sure he's going to want to win all 4 times. And it's not unlike him. He's done it before, and I'm sure he can do it again. But he does have the likes of Hilton Redlingace on his case, and we know Hilton Redlingace is extremely quick. He's just had a little bit of unluckiness in the last few rounds. I think he had the bike go out under him the last time around in those terrible conditions. But we're back once again, and it is Hilton Redlingace on that ZX7R from 888 Motorcycles on pole position. Then Alistair Hyatt, as you said, on that 22, a ZX10 in second. Jamie Hall in third place, starting still on the first row of the grid. Then we move to Willem Lowe, Chad Thompson and Levon Sobotka on the second row of the grid. Ryan Smuts, Sharif Reynolds on that beautiful Ducati, and Juan Momberg on the third row of the grid. Derek Hendricks, Willem Morris, William Morris, sorry, not Willem, William Morris, or Maurice. He's going to have to come and correct me on that. Maurice, Kritzinger and Waddington on the fourth row of the grid, and rounding out the field is Wayne Gress on the 95 in 14th. He'll start at the back of the grid on that ZX10R for Tony's Motor Spares.
Always a good to look out as well, Jordan. I can see that number 95 there of Wayne Gress getting into position now. That's the Quacker that he is on. But I was going to be talking about Sharif Reynolds here on the Ducati 996. Always lovely to see the Italian machines out there. That's the number 7 that you'll see there, and he's got some bright yellow on. So very easy to see that man and machine. And he'll be starting in what is 8th position. Classic bikes as well. That will be 3rd in the classic class, whilst Jamie Hall will be 2nd. Hilton Redlingace on that classic Quacker. You can see the older shape of that bike. I love those rounded fairings at the front and everything of the older bikes. You know, when you look back in the past at professional bike racing. But we are ready to go racing here. The revs will be rising. We'll have Phil Herald, the man who usually drives the safety car as well, doing the 5-second board, a very experienced man. The revs are rising already, 5 seconds to go. Watch the lights, and we are racing. As a good start there from Hilton Redlingace, a good start from Hyatt. They will challenge each other into turn 1. Holes hook now. Well, they all get through. They're all just coming a little bit up there. The 4th place man a little bit further back, but it looks like they all well and truly safely through.
Byron, I saw no Jamie Hall on that S-Rad on the 3rd spot on the grid, so he didn't make it out. I definitely saw him leave the pits, but I think he may have come back in because I don't see him. There's parts flying off. That looks like... I don't want to jump and assume what it may be, but it could be a hand guard on... hopefully it's not a brake or clutch lever, because that would be a bit of a problem. But I think it's a hand guard on the handlebars, which shouldn't be too bad of a thing. But we watch them go down the Tygerberg straight now, and 2 Sorrel sweep for the first time in this race. They'll make their way down the Killarney straight, using all of that throttle that they can. It's still very close together. I'm sure the grid will split up as the race carries on. But there goes Hilton Redlingace on that ZX7R, leading out.
Down the Killarney straight, they then run into Fastron corner. It's a 9-lap race that has just commenced. Hilton Redlinga's got a great start. Alistair Hyatt did not get a bad start either. Two separate classes, Classics versus Clubmans. They cross the line now underneath that City of Cape Town bridge, charging down the Porsche straight. 3.2 seconds between Redlinga's and Hyatt. Here they go now. Wayne Gress, great start from Wayne Gress. He came all the way from the back and shot right through up into 4th position. He's behind Chad Thompson. That is going to be the top 3, Hyatt, Thompson and Gress in the Clubman's class through Holes Hook and now towards that Castro Corner section. Now it looks like a non-starter, like you say there, Jordan, for Jamie Hall. Only 13 bikes left in this race.
It looks like my commentator's cursing is going a little bit too accurately. So hopefully you'll see Jamie out for race 2. But we watch as they go through Dam Stip. There's your leader, Hilton Redlinga, followed there by Alistair Hyatt. A little bit ways away, there's a group of 3, a group of 2, and another group of 2. That's Chad Thompson, Wayne Gress, Juan Momberg, Sharif Reynolds, Willem Lowe, and Derek Hendricks. As they make their way around the circuit, look at that squabble going on there. That group of 3 is Chad Thompson, Wayne Gress, and Juan Momberg. They're going to be battling it out into Fostron as we watch now. Look at them going side by side right up against the scrutineering side of the track and straight. Oh. That was a bit of a hairy moment there. We'll just have to wait and see who that is. It's a little bit far away on the circuit.
Luckily he's back on, Jordan, so not too much of a problem there. Down the straight as we go to start another lap. Hilton Redlinga, so 1:18.805, fastest lap of the race. Sharif Reynolds is now a little bit down, or he's just come around there, and that's on the Ducati. You'll watch out for him. He just goes through Holes Hook now with that bright red Ducati and the yellow bright leathers, but now into Castro Corner again, Jordan. You can see the gaggle that's collecting behind the leaders here. Wayne Gress, Juan Momberg, Willem Lowe, Sharif Reynolds, Greg Waddington coming up very nicely there as well.
Yep, that was a scary moment in turn 5 per Tamina Fostron, but everyone collected themselves and carried on as we watch there going through Dam Stip. Once again, the gaggle is still together, and they probably will be for a little while. I'm not sure they're going to want to give up any positions to one another. But Hilton Redlinga through Fostron, Alistair Hyatt sitting just a little bit further behind. It's about 5.5 seconds adrift is Alistair Hyatt to Hilton Redlinga. But now we watch, coming across the line comes Hilton, but into Fostron we watch them go. Leading out Chad Thompson, Wayne Gress, Juan Momberg, Willem Lowe, Sharif Reynolds, all in this gaggle. We watch them exit Fostron through the king. There's a little bit of a damp patch on the inside there by the new pits, but down the main straight, down the Killarney, the Porsche straight, sorry, as they go all together, almost 4 wide, if you will, as they make their way into Holes Hook.
Yeah, Sharif Reynolds dropping a position there in the classic bike class. They go through Holes Hook now, and that is where the battle is happening. Chad Thompson, Wayne Gress, who came up from the back, Greg Waddington, Juan Momberg, Willem Lowe, also a bit of a dark horse in that group at this time as well. They've left the likes of Severn Lobotka and Derek Hendricks behind, going now into that section through Lundstem and then into turn 3, which is, of course, the traditional name now, Dam Stip.
That is exactly right. Now we watch them go through Dam Stip now, and look at all that greenery on the outside of the circuit. It's lovely seeing how bright the circuit can come to life on such a beautiful day. And these guys are giving us all the action as we watch them go through Sorrel Sweep now and on to the Killarney Straight once again. That group of 3 has now moved to a group of 4, with the likes of Wayne Gress, Greg Waddington, Juan Momberg, and Willem Lowe. We'll see them come together. Someone's on the inside there. That would be Willem Lowe diving up the inside, but it's not going to be enough. As we watch them go 1, 2, 3, 4 through Fostron and out through 5A and onto the Porsche Straight once again.
Down as 4 laps have been completed, 5 laps are left to go, and the 5th last lap has just been completed. Look at this gaggle coming up now towards the line, or out after the line I should rather say, and it's nose to tail between all of them there. And you can see William Morris going across the line now as well. Right after that, Sharif Reynolds, Derek Hendricks, Ryan Smuts. We have Kritzinger in that group as well. Look at how of them going into Castro Corner now there, Jordan.
Look at that bike go around the outside. That is Waddington making his way around the outside of Gress through Castrol, and Gress is dropping a little bit, not the place he wants to be, as he almost gets dived up the inside of Dam's Dip by Juan Momberg. They'll make their way through now into Sorrel Sweep once again as the leaders make their way across the line to start another lap. We watch the rest of the grid go down the Killarney straight to Fostron. And I may have got the grid mixed up, but we'll watch there through Fostron. That is the likes of Waddington, Gress, Momberg, Sobotka, and Lowe all making their way through with a little bit of a gappage in between the rest of them.
Yeah, we watch now the likes of Chad Thompson coming out of Fastron corner. Oh, he's actually gone across the line now. I think we're more talking about the likes now of Gress. Comes across the line. Momberg will actually get ahead of him. Laverne Sobotka came up out of nowhere there, Jordan. And Wayne Gress now finds himself in 7th position, just ahead of Willem Lowe by 7/10 of a second. Sharif Reynolds having a struggle at the moment. They go through Holes Hook at the moment, and he's going down the field. 2 places dropped from his initial starting position.
I was a little bit confused with the order due to the fact that Willem Lowe's bike's no longer bright green. He's gone for the all-black outfit. That's why I was looking out for his bike and it wasn't there. But he is, in fact, there, sitting in 8th place. And he's just moved up another position on Wayne Gress. And I think Wayne is struggling a little bit. He was having a very good performance out this front, but maybe something spooked him a little bit. But we look now. But now we watch the leader. That is Hilton Redlingace, very, very far ahead now. 10 seconds to Hyatt as he makes his way into Castrol corner on his own.
Yeah, 10.8 seconds, Jordan, to be exact over there. So on his own, some lonesome at this time. And now you'll only see the likes of Alistair Hyatt coming into Castrol corner with now what is 3 laps left to go, including this very one that they are on. Greg Waddington in 3rd position coming through, and then Chad Thompson very close. You can see it over here now between the two of them. It was 1.1 seconds when they crossed the line, but that could close as Sobotka comes through the section now. Juan Momberg, who was up a little bit, has come down just a little bit more again.
That is correct, and there we see Momberg, Lowe, and Gress make their way through now into Castrol and out of Castrol, and a little bit further behind we still see the likes of Sharif Reynolds battling it out with Derek Hendricks, Ryan Smuts, William Morris, and Francois Kritzinger at the end of the field. But now we watch the leader makes his way into 1. There he goes. That is Hilton Redlingace. We've got 2 laps to go as of this lap. And he's just holding out a 17.655 for our leader, Hilton Redlingace. And he is just pelting ahead so quickly that he is catching back markers.
Yeah, that's going to be Francois Kritzinger in 13th position on the 750 Suzuki. Right after that, it's going to be Willem Morris on the Suzuki GSXR K6. But that is, of course, the top 4 going through. Alistair Hyatt, Greg Waddington, Chad Thompson. Now we have Laverne Sobotka coming across the line, battling it out with Wayne Gress. Actually, no, that was Wayne Gress coming up ahead of Juan Momberg and staying in 9th position. Sharif Reynolds on that number 7 Ducati. But now it is going to be only a lap and a bit left for those going through the Holes Hook section. The leader is into Fastron corner now, just coming off the Killarney straight. Yeah, he just got past Kritzinger, and he'll charge down on the Porsche straight now to start his final lap of this first MGA Racing Clubman Classic and Breakfast Run Motorcycle Club class.
That is correct. An absolutely dominant performance so far as he starts his last lap, goes through Holes Hook, and I'm sure he'll be quite happy with that performance so far. Alistair Hyatt makes his way across the line to start his final lap, but we look to Fastron once again, and we watch there for the likes of Greg Waddington and Shandon Thompson. Oh, sorry, no, Chad Thompson. There's too many Thompsons in this field. Chad Thompson, rather. He is a little bit of ways behind, and we see the gap. It's 1.6 seconds is the difference between Waddington and Thompson as they make their way through Holzhoek. And we watch the rest of the field come through. Here comes Sobotka, followed there by Lowe and Gress crossing the line in that group of three. And Momberg also crossing the line as they make their way into Holzhoek.
Leader Hilton Redlinghuysen is going down the Killarney straight over the Tony Tools tunnel, King Tony Tools tunnel, into Fastron corner. You can see the boards on the left-hand side of the screen. And it has been a scintillating performance by Hilton Redlinghuysen, who charges home across the line now to take his first victory of the day. And that's on the number 87 machine. We wait quite a bit now for our next bunch, because we will wait for Alistair Hyatt, who's coming down the straight now. Greg Waddington will be with him, but not close enough to make any sort of a move. Francois Christinger also crosses the line, a lap down now, but Alistair Hyatt crosses the line in second.
That's right, Alistair coming out of nowhere, starting in second position on the front row of the grid, pulling it all the way to the end, taking second position. Now we watch, there comes Greg Waddington, and a little bit behind. It was 1.9 second was the gap between Chad Thompson and Greg Waddington to the line. That is third and fourth respectively. And now we wait a little bit longer as this group of three comes to the line. A battle throughout the whole day. And here comes Wayne Gress from the third in the grid, or third in the group, sorry. A lap ago, he takes first in that little battle, fifth overall. Laverne Sobotka comes home sixth. Willem Lowe in seventh. Juan Momberg, Sharif Reynolds, Derek Hendricks, 8th, 9th, and 10th respectively. And Ryan Smut fills out that 11th position in that little group. And we just wait for the likes of William Morris to come across the line to finish off the MGA Racing Clubman Classic and Breakfast Run motorcycles for the first time today. Brilliant, brilliant stuff. Good action throughout the entire field.
All right, people, we're now heading into 3 qualifying sessions. And the first qualifying session is the Thermofires Clubman Saloon cars. The second qualifying session will be the Libre Sports and GT cars. And then the third qualifying session, that will be the API Property GTI Challenge. And after that, we will commence with the racing once again, which will start with the Caltron Formula Supercars and Caltron Fine Cars. So for now, 3 qualifying sessions. First, Thermofires Clubmans, then Libre Sports and GT cars, and then API Property GTI Challenge.
morning and welcome to the Power Series here at Killarney. I'm joined by Simone. My name is Dennis Page, and Simone, today the sun is back.
It is back. For all those TikToks that I have seen, everybody complaining about how cold Cape Town is and the allegations of snow on Table Mountain,
Yeah, allegations.
it's gone.
Those are false allegations.
I'm sure it's the same video I see every winter of people claiming.
I know.
But the sun is out. Killarney has brought the sun out today. So honestly, it's going to be a fantastic day.
Yeah, and it already has been. The racing has already started this morning. The qualifying is out at the moment, and on your screen you can see the Clubman's guys out there right now doing what they do best. Leading us off is Shane de Toy, followed closely by Jaco Lambert, Alex Johnson in that Audi over there in third place, and Steven Heidenreich very fast in that Class A Clubman's car. Clubman's, of course, one of the favorites here at the racetrack. I think a lot of people come here to see the Clubman's, isn't it?
Absolutely. Always so exciting to see all of the different dynamics with these guys. There's so much excitement going on between all of these series today. I felt like I missed out quite a bit because I was not at the last race. Unfortunately, the winter flu, the Cape Town flu got me down. But there's been so many changes. I heard this morning the GTI side, Marco Bussi got a new car. Shane Williams, he got a new car. Marco's sporting a very nice coloured car. It is pink, so he was full on August Women's Month vibes.
It is Women's Month. Lest we forget, it is still Women's Month. One more day left, ladies. So it's still your time for the rest of today. Shane Williams, as we know, went overseas to go race. A very, very fast driver from the Williams clan. John Williams, of course, his brother and his dad very involved with rallying. His late father, of course, very, very involved with motorsport. All the brothers. And then the Boosies have always just been fast.
Yes.
I mean,
so he went for another Class A car, whereas Shane has gone from a Class B one that he sold to a Class A.
Is he Class A now?
See, he's in Class A now.
You've been gone. You're knowing the inside scoop.
I've been gone, but I ran over there earlier this morning and got some inside scoop. You've got to, because things change so quickly here.
They really do.
And I mean, speaking of changes, if I can preempt what happened to you in the last 24 hours, please.
Yeah, so let's talk about the good news first. We just we qualified pole and won our first race in Formula Supercar, but I'm also racing in the Progress Precision Engineering BMW Triple CT Racing Series, and that is the brand new BMW series that started, and we qualified yesterday in Class E. Very good qualifying, and then the engine blew. It happened.
Even our cameraman sitting there going, no, come on.
And this is an engine that's been running seamlessly for years and years with lots and lots of abuse. But you know, these things happen, and it's one of those things. And so last night I went home, ready to call it a day for that car. And then Marco Retta from Progress Precision Engineering got hold of me and said, there's a spare car, I can use that spare car.
Huge shout out there, huge shout out.
Thank
you for getting him back on the track.
Near the toy, Marco Retta preparing that car, and we're trying to get the numbers up, we're trying to get the gears going. It's such a popular class. There were 22 entries for a class that's never run before. It was started to be talked about on the Saturday by the community, but guys like Anwar Levy, guys like one of the single-seater guys, his name slipped my mind now. All of these guys were talking about this. Dexter Bruce, the BMW Car Club guys were talking about this. And Ashfaq Dawood, of course. And these guys were all talking about this event. And then by the Tuesday, the event was basically signed off and ready to go. Something like that has never happened before. It's never happened so fast. I think it's going to be a popular series. I think a lot of talent is going to come into that series, and it's going to be a springboard for guys, or a place for guys like me to go to, maybe going to retirement and go race there.
Well, just to touch on the word community that you used there, this really is a real community, because look what happened to you. And 1, 2, 3, like, nah, we got another car for you. Just get in and drive today, please. We just want you on the track.
My lower lip was shaking a little bit last night, I'm not going to lie.
This really is a community of friends and family at Killarney. And I mean, we were just speaking earlier. You come into Killarney and you start racing, and just, you know, you'll very soon see how everybody is just so together, willing to help each other out. Something breaks on your car, don't worry, someone 5 cars down has a part for you or something to put in.
Brad, we're having some brake issues on the supercar, and Brad offered me his calipers. He said, just take them off. So shout out to Brad Fenner. Brad Fenner is, and don't take this the wrong way, but he's one of the whitest guys I know. But this guy's got contacts all over the Cape Flats, and he's the guy we call if we need parts from Mitchell's Plain. Like, Brad, hey man, we need this. So Brad, thank you, Brad, for doing what you do. We appreciate it, brother. And then, as you said about community earlier on, it really is, because when I came here the first time, you kind of get, and for the new guys out there, you kind of get the sense that you're looking from the outside in. But once you stay here for a while, you become part of the furniture. Yeah. So it's one of those things. And speaking of furniture, let's look at those results. Gemma Olin gets a 29.9 to qualify first in class. Gemma and I had some coaching together the other day, so I'm quite proud of that. Class X is pumping at the moment. Kai van Zyl gets class F. Steven Heidenrich gets class A ahead of Alex Johnson and Jaco Lambert B. Gary Smith gets class C, and Ruan Gous gets class E. Nice. So Zaire Phillips is back. Lee Fielding's in there as well. This is going to be mega. There's so many cars in Clubman's at the moment.
Yeah,
as the sports and GT guys come through, come through, and there's some.
Look at those sexy cars. Look at these colors. I feel like all the colors are just brighter because the sun is shining. Is it just me?
That car just looks
absolutely
mega.
Gorgeous.
GT Club sport cars always looking cool, and I got to say that there's some prizes up for grabs for the guys in sports and GT, and they are going to be chasing down those prizes. But we've got our first guest sitting pretty over here and going to be joining us very soon. We got Frankie, the commentator that I think knows everything that's going on here.
If you want to know anything, this is the guy.
Yeah,
if you're walking through Killarney and you want to know something and you see him,
we just ask the questions as we see the Origin Oils Clubman's car there of Heidenrich that qualified on pole there. Very well done to him. And he's still fumbling with his sheets here. I'm trying to see what he's looking at. You don't need to learn the names there. You know the names.
Yeah, you know everything off by heart here.
Exactly.
It's on.
It's on, yeah. Just talk into it. It'll kick on.
Hello, everyone.
Hello.
How's it, guys?
Welcome. The sun is shining. Look
Cheers
at
for a change, eh?
For a change.
Yeah, I'll just introduce this a little bit further. You're a bit loud.
I forgot what Killarney.
There we go. Maybe it's me.
I forgot what Killarney looked like in the
sunlight. I know, right? But we're so lucky to have sunshine today.
Yeah.
Because as cool as it is to watch racing in the rain, I love it. I just don't like it driving myself as much sometimes. But this brings the spectators here, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Oh yes, for sure. And you know, today just looking at the entries, it's awesome, and the weather's right, the wind is fine, everything's good. And how's the BMW series? How quickly that thing just shot off like a rocket ship.
Progress Precision Engineering, baby.
Heck yeah. BMW Car Club of Cape Town.
Triple
Lovely stuff,
CTs are we calling it. The cool kids are saying it, triple CT.
And correct me if I'm wrong, we had a small little, I want to say small, accident yesterday in the qualifying. But everything seems to be okay.
In turn 3 had a big off going into the tires yesterday. He's okay. He was looked at just for precautions, but he's okay. I think he'll be feeling it a little bit today. Okay. His cars are very much worse for wear, and it was his personal best that he just set in that car. And then unfortunately something had gone wrong, so Joseph Hendricks unfortunately out.
Oh, that's a pity. That is a big pity.
But having said that, this is unfortunately this is part of the game, and he knows that. We spoke about it last night.
And as you might know or don't, I'm sure you do know, first of all, well done to Supercars for initially having 11 cars out there. Lost Yassine Darman. Clint was saying he had an accident and he actually made contact with a horse.
Yeah, so what's happened now since then is that his teammate...
But thank goodness he's fine.
Yeah, he's fine, and the family's fine, and his teammate had some issues with his car, so we're still going to use that car. They're transporting the body over. So it's one of those things where everybody's jumping together. Brad Fenner offered me his brakes now. Yeah. We're trying to build a class, but like you said, this was a class that was floundering last year, and now we've got 11 entries, and thanks to the Lime Properties guys and all the guys, Carl Hellick as well. Carl Hellick is so involved. Ryan Catt is so involved. These guys are making moves over here to try and grow this back again.
Well, I'll tell you what, and apparently Glenn Phillips should be back again for the next one, Clint was saying. So he says he's looking at 14 cars.
We think so.
For the next time the Supercars
we're going to try.
There.
And I mean, look at that progress. So we've had 6 cars, 8 cars, 11 cars, 14 cars. if we're seeing this progress, then I think we're on a good footing. And then once we got the numbers up, our first point of call was to get the numbers up. Once we got the numbers up, then we're going to start looking at redesigning the bodies. We're going to start looking at different engine options, get the reliability up again, and make the cars a lot more appealing to the public as well, because that's important.
Well, I took a screenshot of that piece that Craig, the chairman, put on the Formula Supercar group about how a supercar handles.
Oh, yeah.
How a supercar
Don't
operates.
tell me about that.
And I read that just before the first supercar race. It's absolutely a thoroughbred racing car.
Yeah.
It is as twitchy and as nervous as it gets. You think that you are now, you can't brake any further, then somebody else goes and passes you and shows you that you can brake further.
That's exactly what happened to me.
And it's noisy, it's hot, it rattles inside there.
Yeah.
And it's just, as the tires heat up, the car's whole performance changes.
Yeah.
And it's a genuine thoroughbred race car.
No, it's fantastic.
I think if you can drive that thing the way you... By the way, well done to you.
No, thank
and
you.
to
I'll
Kyle.
take that handshake.
What a massive dice. He was all over your 6 o'clock, buddy.
Kyle kept me honest there. Kyle kept me honest today. And at one stage, I thought he had me. I honestly thought he had me. I thought, okay, we'll fight later on, but we managed to keep him behind. But yeah, looking forward to the next race.
And while you were fighting, Moffat caught you guys
as
well. Yeah.
Moffat was flying today. I do think that I'm going to have to leave early today because we've got to go racing soon. But I do think they're running a little bit late at the moment. We're waiting for these guys to go out.
Sports and GTs must go qualify, and then after them, GTI Challenge.
Okay, GTI Challenge.
And then it's back to
us. Yeah.
Supercars
So you're good.
and fine cars.
Yeah.
You good?
Yeah, I'm good. I'm fine. So,
Everything's ready. You just got to get in and drive.
Yeah. Anything from your side? Any questions for Frank? He's got all the answers. I've got none of the answers.
Well, I mean, we've got 2 new Can-Ams apparently that are joining us in the classics.
One new Can. There are 2 Can-Ams apparently.
Can-Ams,
what is the deal with classic cars? We're hearing that there's another Can-Am racing today.
Man, I initially heard that, excuse me, that Rudolf de Vos was supposed to be down in Cape Town.
Yes.
I haven't looked at the entry list yet. I'm not sure if he is here. I'd love him to be here, but I don't think he is here.
Okay.
And if that
was my bad. I gave you some bad intel there.
He'd have a go with Franco Donadio. But yeah, I need to check the list.
Okay, yeah, because I haven't seen the 2, but there's been these rumors this whole week about there's going to be a Can-Am dice today. So if that does change, folks, we'll let you know and we'll keep you posted as to what's happening there.
We'll just get final confirmation on that one.
Yeah. Anything else happening of interest from your side that's going on here?
No, well, just obviously looking forward to the BMW race later on. And then, of course, next
Why is that?
weekend,
What is so interesting about the BMW race, do you think?
let me put it to you like this. You guys obviously set the ball in motion a long time ago. After the BMW M Performance Series was here.
The ball got set in motion on that day. There was conversations before that.
What happened was, and I don't know who, I'm not going to take the blame for this. I phoned Dex. And I said, Dex, what the heck? You know, this should be started in Cape Town. That's been going up in Gauteng for years and years and years.
It's the fastest growing series in the country.
And it is so successful. Our guys, it's so well there. Something must happen. It's guaranteed to succeed. And he said to me, man, you know what, there are a few guys having general conversation about it.
Yeah.
And he's going to have a chat to Lance Jonas and Junaid and Faisal and you and everybody else. And then within a matter of 48 hours, it's there. Done deal. Lance Jonas said the V8 Masters are sitting out.
Yeah.
And it is BMW series, and I'm going to tell you, it's here to stay.
Yeah, it's never happened this fast. It has to be. It's never happened this fast before, where a series got started on the Saturday, and then the Tuesday, it's official. The date was set by the Tuesday. It was incredible.
And we were told 15 cars minimum, and in the get-go it was 20 plus cars.
Yeah. Supply and demand, that's what it is.
Supply and demand, exactly.
Tanya was saying to me, I think he spoke to Dex, where he was saying guys are buying cars off the road.
Yeah.
To prepare them for the new
BMW let's talk
series.
about the most popular class that wasn't necessarily going to happen. We have what's called a working group with all the guys in the core guys. It's not the committee yet. The committee hasn't formed yet. They're going to vote that in. But this is the interim committee, so to speak, led by Lance Jonas and the rest of the guys. And one of the things that we agreed on, let's start a Class F. let's give the guys the opportunity to bring a general sort of E36 and come race, and that's one of our biggest classes.
Yeah.
It's going to be exceptionally popular because you can take a rallycross car, you can take a road car, you can take anything car
and this is
come racing.
Cape Town. There are so many BMW E36 lovers out there.
E36 Cup guys. There's
Yes.
2 rallycrosses entered for this one today
and that's what the E36 Cup guys' ethos was initially, was we're going to ride everywhere, and now they can.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then next weekend,
Rallycross next
Saturday
weekend.
afternoon after the short circuit, we've got Rallycross. Yeah,
nice.
That's going to be a good one.
Yeah, that should be lucky. It's going to be very interesting. The Tatso, the All-Tar Challenge will be happening thanks to Junaid and the guys from Traction, and that's also grown in leaps and bounds. And then of course E36 Cup is ever popular.
And then just for the calendar, 21st of September, Extreme Festival National Series.
Oh,
Okay.
yes.
Second last round is here at Killarney. And then from an oval track point of view, on the 28th, we've got the opening round of Cape L drivers on the oval,
CHD. CHD.
Guys, extreme festivals are not to be missed. It is so exciting, fun-filled family day. So much activities. You've got to bring the kids, the dogs, everyone.
Yeah, exactly.
I think we're in for a good calendar. For the month of September.
And it's still the final sort of third of the year, quarter of the year now. We're going to the final quarter of the year. Spring has sprung. This is often an exciting time in motorsport, isn't it? Yeah. Especially the year end, etc.
Heading towards spring and summer, yes, definitely.
Well, Frankie, we're going to let you go. It's almost time to commentate. You say there's still GTI Challenge after this one?
Yeah.
Looks like it.
Sports and GTs are out on track now.
Okay.
And then it's API Property GTI Challenge, and then we start the second half of the program.
Awesome. I look forward to it.
right.
Thanks for being the voice of the sky as always.
Thank you guys.
We'll
Have a
see you
good day
soon.
further. Have a good one
all
out
you do
there.
up there in the tower.
And I want another victory, eh?
Yeah, of course. That's always the plan. Well, there you go, folks. Frankie joining us as usual as we look on our screens now. David Jubei leads us off in what they're calling what do they call that? The Lotari, I think it's called. It's a Ferrari engined Lotus.
A Lotari.
Ferrari, yeah, a Lotari. I don't like the name personally. No, I didn't, and I wouldn't. But that's what they're calling it. As Simon, one of our crew, walks past over there. He's with Half Motorsport and with our crew at the back there with Dexter and the boys. As we see David Joubert lead us off in Class A, and then Class B, we've got Connor Kilbride in Class B. Connor, of course, with the Spirit Racing team. How's it going? Kai van Zyl with the pole in his class as well, as he walks past your camera at the back. Tristan de Nobrega trying to get pole at the moment. It looks like the times haven't come up for all the guys yet, but so far Davi is leading off Class A.
So just to touch on this, because you know I'm a little bit biased, the V8s are not racing today.
They're not racing today.
So I asked, and it was because they were racing
I didn't know
week.
that you were with part of the V8 team. I had no idea. Whatsoever.
Not at all. So a lot of these guys apparently come down from, they're not all in Cape Town, and the decision
Some of them
was
overseas
made.
as well, eh?
Yeah, so the decision was made that they're not going to come down twice in 1 month, which is quite a pity because I missed last week's racing. And there was a massive accident with Jason Ibbotson, of course.
That was a massive shunt.
In the car.
How is our man, your team, that was involved in the incident? Is he okay?
He's fine. He's absolutely fine. The car, I can't say the same. It looked like from the YouTube footage, it looked like the whole front just went poof.
But how bad was the damage in fact?
I think it was quite significant, and I think maybe it's a good thing that they didn't need to be out on the track today, because I don't think they would be.
Sometimes you need some time to, and if you're wondering which accident we're talking about, you can check out that race in our live stream broadcast. You can go back on the IMUSAT channel and YouTube and check it out there and see exactly for yourself exactly what happens. If we've got the replay, if our crew can show that replay, that would be amazing. But if not, then you can check it out on the YouTubes. And let's check. Connor Kilbride does go, in fact, to do a 1:15. Simon Penev does a 22.9 over there. And our man Tristan de Nobrega currently leading us off there in Class D. The breakout time for him is 22 seconds. Gary Kisvetter, I think, has a new car. That's why he's in Class X, and he has invited us to come have a chat with him later on. So Gary Kisvetter will invite us to have a chat with him later on. We'll chat to him later on. Sports and GT looking good. The grid is looking very good. They've got about 5 minutes left of qualifying as the GTI Challenge guys make their way out now. And this, of course, the Brat Pack is going to be interesting. The Brat Pack, of course, is one of those classes that everybody loves to watch. They like bumping. There goes Dani Sandenberg as well from Ekerstad Panel Beaters. Ekerstad Panel Beaters, shout out to the guys at Ekerstad Panel Beaters as well. They will be representing in Class B in their Jetta over there. Lots and lots of entries in GTI Challenge. I think it's going to be pumping in Challenge today, as always.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, the sun is beating down.
Oh, yeah. I'm glad I got this cap on.
I know, I came prepared, and I realized when I left the house, it was the first time I wasn't wearing a hoodie and 5 jackets at the same time. So it's the place to be today. You've got to get down here.
We've got a commentator over here. If we can just get that commentator there and get his attention, I'd love to see if he can come chat to us. Craig, if you wouldn't mind, see if we can get a hold of him there and just chat to us while we keep you guys company over there. WB is still in first place, and I don't think that's going to change. He's quite far ahead at the moment. Connor Kilbride about a second up on Mike Verrier over there. Mike Verrier in that beautifully prepared BMW as well. And the SSB Transport car of Andre Brink in third place over there. Simeon, sorry, I apologize. The 350Z does a 21 at the moment, ahead of Class C. Tristan with a 23 now. Class D suddenly speeding up and hotting up a little bit. Class D now with a time of 23.8 is Tristan de Nobrega. He can only do 20. Somebody's messing with the camera at the back there. That is the chairman of Clubman's.
Always fun and games.
That's the chairman of Clubman's, folks. If you want to boycott Clubman's, then if the camera goes off, then you can blame Clubman's for that. Devin Pillay there in third position in Class D. As we see Rizal Levy coming past, Jean-Henry Vaughan coming past.
We had to go and hunt you
Adriano
down.
Veroli coming past, parking up for GTI Challenge. GTI Challenge hotting up here as we see our man.
We had to send the cameraman to run after you.
I'm running away. That's what I am. I'm camera shy. So
please introduce yourself to the audience over there. They know the voice, but they don't know the face.
They don't know the face now. They unfortunately know the truth. So no, but it's great to be at Killarney. I'm just loving the sunshine over here, and of course the roar of engines.
Yeah.
It's great to have no rain for a bit.
Yes.
So I know I'm a bit of an amateur weatherman, so I'd like to talk about the weather.
Yeah.
But let's talk about the racing.
Let's talk about the racing. Yeah.
You know,
what are you seeing happening as we see the pole position man Darby coming through over here?
Well, I just saw the cars come out to the pits earlier on now, and it's a lovely, lovely sight, and it's a lovely class to have at Killarney. We got now, of course, the extra classes that are competing today, but I think a lot of the folks are talking about what's going to be happening in the GTI Challenge.
Why is that?
As well as the Clubman's class, because we got ourselves a great field for Clubman's today.
Yeah, so tell us about GTI Challenge. We know that there's been some fastest times. Umpi and could have unofficially set the fastest time ever in GTI Challenge history with a 23.9, if I'm not mistaken, possibly 23.7. I don't know. That's all what I've heard. But what have you heard?
Well, no, I just came back from that section now, and I bumped briefly into Yuri Swart Sr., and he's incredibly nervous. I'm telling you, I said it's going to be great racing today. He's going to see his son out there, but it is thick, it is fast, and it always never disappoints as well. When we see them go out there later, I'm going to tell you now, Gary and Frankie go on that one, and they are rubbing their hands together. They're getting ready for that one, eh?
With glee. I got to say, I was listening to your commentary. Thank you so much for making it so exciting. As a commentator, what are you looking for out there?
Well, you put it right there. We're looking for good racing, good excitement, close racing, and what we are wanting to give to everybody is, at home, that sense of excitement. Sometimes when you're watching on a television screen, you know, you're watching what's going on and everything, but you want to try and put that excitement through the screen to them, through the speakers to them, so that they can feel like they are at the race meeting themselves, and maybe next time they will be able to get to a Killarney or so on where you can hear us either on the 108 FM or on the speakers, of course. So it's always conveying that excitement. We get excited out there.
Sorry to interrupt you there. In terms of that close racing, which class or races do you think are going to be the closest? What is that race that we should not miss today?
Oh, of course, the GTI Challenge, as I was mentioning over there. What happens is, you know, you always expect nationals to be the big ones, but yeah, the regionals, we do it just as good, if not better.
GTI Challenge is historically and has always been the local national, so to speak. You've got a lot of national talent here, and we saw that with that invitational pay bar race the last time. Some of our best talent took it to some of the national boys. You've got a field of multiple Polo Cup winners, champions, etc., 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 always coming through. So it's a very much a talented bunch, and all of them seemingly have something to prove. So you have the 2-into-1 scenario quite often, isn't it?
Well, another class I'm also going to highlight, I love this class very much, is the classic cars, the louder classic cars. I love the older cars, and also as well, there is some great racing there as well. You're going to see guys like Franco Donadio going at 10/10ths in the little Chev. He did it in the Escort as well. So you're going to see guys pushing to the max. Nobody told these guys it's only a regional or club meeting. No, we're going full out there. We're giving up each other the entertainment. We're entertaining ourselves, and we're bringing it, like I said, to you as well from ourselves in the commentary box over there. Myself, Jordan Huben, Gary Fleming, and Frankie Ennis.
A big shout out to these guys. They talk non-stop all day long. I don't know if I would be able to do it as much as I love talking, but it is incredible. And I've been up there. I've seen the dynamics, the excitement. Every single corner is being watched at all times. It's incredible. You guys do an amazing job.
And you should see us at the end of the day when we are all, no more energy left, and we have to go lie in the bed, and my wife's got to rub my head or something like that. So
no more words left. No more. You ran out of words at that stage.
But let me tell you one thing: the happiness that we have, we're just waiting for the next one. Then after that, so we go back to work on Monday. A lot of us have normal jobs, and we go back to work on Monday with a big smile on our face.
Indeed, lots of things to smile about. We got Tiny over here. He can join us next.
Tiny,
thanks so much for chatting to us.
Tiny's been doing so much great work as well with Tiny's pit box and everything.
Come on in.
Just was briefly on his live stream now by the GTI Challenge. I see he's been called here, and I'll leave you now. All to Tiny. Have a wonderful day, everybody. Enjoy the racing.
Guys, it's heating up.
Okay,
you need to get in your car, and you need to pack your cooler box, and you need to get down here because the sun is shining in Cape Town.
Big time, Tiny. Welcome. Tiny, I'm going to actually say goodbye soon, but before I do, what's been happening out there? If there's anybody that's on the ground.
Already I was asking him in the week. He sent me a very long voice note, and then this morning there was the first face I saw, and I said, tell me what's going on.
But you guys are like choice or family or something, eh?
Emil has known me since I was about 5 years old.
Don't give all the secrets, nothing.
He has watched me grow up and go through my entire crazy teenage years. So, and he's still around. He still likes me.
Yeah. So what's been happening?
Man, quite a bit has been happening. A lot of car changes, driver changes in vehicles, engine blow-ups, and then not racing one car, then half an hour after got a race car to race again.
Oh, guilty.
Yeah, no, it's been interesting. Hanging around with the challenge guys, we see Shane Williams, international rider, doing a bit in Class B. And all of a sudden selling his car to somebody in PE, and now he's mixing it up with the Class A boys.
Oh,
and,
wow. You mentioned his Class A.
Very interesting, but in very competitive times yesterday.
Did he?
Yeah, I think his quickest time yesterday was up to about a 25.3. So from the start, out of the blocks.
That is quick.
Obviously, they needed to change all the car, because it is Joburg car.
Yeah.
And obviously, the rules are a bit different than our Cape Town rules. So the car has been put onto spec. And obviously a little bit of suspension work and stuff we've done. There's still a lot of work and stuff to do.
Oh, Shane is a talent, but the thing about talents is, speaking of, we got somebody here now. We got Greg Edwards over here. Greg, please.
Please. I'll do it.
You got a lot of characters at the track here, as Chase Herald flies past as well. Lots of characters. But the thing about talent is there's always newer, younger talent. And now you've got that guys like Dario Busi over there, as I was saying, newer, younger talent. You've got guys that are the older generation that were the young hotshot back in the day, who Shane Williams was. And now you got him going up against Umpi Swart, who's the new hotshot and the newest hotshots that are now coming in. And you got this clash of generations that's happening up front in Class A. Brett Roach also mixing it up in Class B, I think it is. So you've got this clash of generations. It's fascinating.
Look, if you look at Oliver Hintenhouse, the car he's racing is the car which used to belong to Marco Busi. I mean, there was 4.5 years of a lot of work and everything, effort going to that car. Marco's got a new car now, which he also acquired from Joburg. Just did an engine rebuild in the car because he hurt the engine at the last practice session. So good to see Marco out there supporting the women for Women's Month in a pink polo.
Nice.
And
pink polo.
As you see, the polos are out on qualifying now, and beautiful conditions. track getting rubbed in a bit more than what it used to be the last last meeting.
I went out at 8 o'clock this morning. There was no rubber on the track, believe me.
Yeah, but you're going like an ice. So
Jesus, man, it was slippery out there.
And Tiny, just like the comparison, the last Power Series, it was raining. It was raining so bad. The races were being stopped, and now they're coming out, and it is a complete change in season in Cape Town, as it does. Is that going to affect anything for these drivers, do you think?
Yeah, look, I think there's a lot of setup. I mean, you can't really. You've got to soften the suspension a little bit during on wet conditions. Tire pressures play a big factor as well. Now that it's dry, it's a whole different ball game. The guys got to start from scratch again.
And braking.
No, look, your braking markers, what you used to, is definitely going to be there. Like I said, with the amount of rain and stuff we had within the circuit, is still very, very tricky. And but yeah, like I said, at least the sun is out. The racing's can be a lot quicker than what it was. And believe me, with 8 or 9 Class A cars in challenge, get ready to rock and roll. It's going to be it's action aplenty.
Well, we can see on your screen, we can see the qualifying results starting to pop up. I need to leave very soon, but I actually want to first wait until this starts populating. And we see there at the moment no times as yet, but look at the names there. Killarney, Hintenhuis, Boosie, Swart, Joubert, Henry Vaughan now with the new Class A car. Ian Cap, Nathan Victor's back. Shane Williams, it looks like Shane Williams in Class B over here. That's what it says here. I'm not sure if that's correct. Mohammed Kalfi in second position in the championship. Just behind, we've got Van Eerden, Ryan Van Eerden leading the Class B championship. Kalfi just behind him. And then Waylon Volske also finding pace over here. I mean, it is action-packed top to bottom, and almost any one of these guys on a good day has won a heat or can win a heat. And that's kind of what you want, isn't it?
Thing is, and something we actually missed as well, is that no Zaka Hendricks today in Class B, and no Mark Fontini. I think Mark Fontini is actually leading Class C, I think it is.
Yes.
Other commitments, unfortunately, this weekend for him not to be here. So doors wide open for Class B. You got Noah Basses there. Golf is there as well.
Yeah, Dylan Van Eerden and
Dylan as well.
Dylan should be now at this stage leading the championship, because he's going up against Fontini, and Fontini and him have been going at it all year. A close championship battle there, but Adriano Ferroli finding his pace, Tristan Joubert finding his pace, Rizal Levy finding his pace in Class C as well. But now the times start popping up, and let's see who's on top. Oh my goodness, Yuri Swart with a 24.5 in pole position so far. Calderna is right behind him. John Henry Vaughan with a new car in third place, Class B. Shane Williams leads off Class B. Shane Williams leads off Class B. No, he must be Class A. There's a mistake there.
And I think he's still trying to get used to that car as well.
There's a mistake
so he's pushing.
There's a mistake there. So Shane Williams is Class A, and then Ryan Van Eerden leads off Class B, and then Class C, Dylan Van Eerden, no surprises there so far, leads off Class C.
Tristan Joubert actually doing one of his best practice times yesterday. Doing a lot of work on things on that car as well, changing the whole suspension of the car now, obviously just prior to the last event. Never ever really racing in the rain as a newcomer, knowing that he's still a newcomer in the class. And as you said, John Henry Vaughan, that's a lot of work there from Chas Herald Racing as well. That's putting that car together for him as well. And but like I said, full. I mean, we haven't seen a very full Class A. Class A category like in a long time, and like I said,
insane. Class A is the place to be now. They've made the cars more reliable now. I think it's the entry point is easier. But as we have 4 minutes left in qualifying, I've got to get going. I've got to get going. Race a car now. So I'm going to say goodbye. But first, a big shout out to my parents upstairs over there.
Oh, was that Mom and Dad?
Yes. William and Mary Page. I'll see you guys later. Enjoy the racing. And do you mind keeping a company? I know you guys just met, but do you mind keeping a company?
I can probably do that. Yeah.
Okay, you are in good hands, folks.
Good luck.
I'll see you soon.
Keep it intact, and we'll check in with you later.
Enjoy the racing. Cheers.
I will scoot over here. Right. So I heard a little bit of a rumor, and I don't know how true it is, that Nian de Toy yesterday did a really like those tires hit the tarmac, and he went, and it was like a one-hit wonder lap. That was really good. Do you know anything about that?
I heard a rumor. I think the time posted or said it was about a 1:11. That is super crazy. I mean, that is superbike times, which that car did. But there's some immense of work and time what went into that car.
Yeah.
And kudos to them. I mean, they came out, they wanted to do what they wanted to do. I think they've achieved that. And I think the race will be a little bit different. You might get in that first, second quick lap, but I mean, to do those kind of laps for 8 laps, it's a little bit taking quite a bit of life out of the motor. So I think you'll do 1 or 2 quick laps and obviously just pace himself. But I can't wait for this BMW class. I mean, that's the overall race meeting for them. I think there's about over 22 cars on the grid. And it's just fantastic to have another Formula at Killarney.
So Tiny, we've spoken today about the BMW class that's been super exciting, the GTI, the Clubmans. What about the other classes, the bikes? Do you know anything that's going on over there?
Well, something what I'm definitely going to be looking at is the classics.
Okay.
We got a visitor from Johannesburg, Rudolf de Vos, who's got a Chevy Can-Am going up against.
Is he racing? I've heard that he might not be racing. I don't know if Frankie was checking the numbers.
I'm not 100% sure. He did qualify yesterday.
Okay, so he is second. In. Then that's okay. He is in. We do have 2 Can-Ams in. Okay.
He qualified second just behind Franco, and I think that's where the action's going to be. Times are very, very close between them, but if you go down the list, you've got a couple of Mustangs there, you've got a RX-7 Mazda, got a couple of Ford Escorts there. So, I mean, just classic, and I think it's just fantastic to have all these large numbers, and the guys are bringing the cars back to the track, and it's, like I said, it's just fantastic, and I think we're just really blessed with the weather we have today.
It's absolutely. I mean, I've rolled up my sleeves, guys. That's how hot it is over here. I'm so grateful I left the house with a cap and sunglasses because it is absolutely much needed. I'm not sure when we need a hand back to our commentators. Are we ready? Okay, we need to get back to the action upstairs there because those guys are ready to chit-chat away. Tiny, thank you so much for joining me here this morning.
Thanks for having me, and guys.
And guys, check it out, Tiny's Pit Box. He's on Facebook, TikTok.
And Instagram as well.
And Instagram, check it out if you want to keep up to date with what's going on in the racing world. That's where you can see it.
Enjoy the day, and now we'll
thank you.
Back upstairs to the guys in the box.
Thank you so much. I will grab that from you. Awesome. And okay, Ernest has left to go and race. It's going to be exciting, guys. Check it out. The sun is shining. Get down here, and we will see you later.
back with the second half of the first half of the show, and we go back to the Keltron Formula Supercars and the Keltron Fine Cars that are coming out for their second race. Now remember, there was a huge fight in the supercar category between Ernest Page and Carl Halleck that came first and second. Then Andrew Moffat joined them for a while. He picked up an issue, and then Shane Boscombe finished there in that third position, just ahead there of the returning Nazreen Schloss, followed there by Swart Senior and Robin de Vos, and only then did we see Andrew Moffat across the line. And of course picked up problems after sitting in that third spot and challenging for second.
Well, I'm glad to see, as far as the Keltron Fine Cars are concerned there, Frankie, that it is Gunther Appelgrein that is back in the race. Of course, he exited race 1 at the exit of Holzhoek. So they could find the problem and correct the problem. I cannot say the same, unfortunately, for Natasha Tischendorf. Looks like it. I do not see the black Jetta out on the circuit. I see two other Jettas, of course, the one belonging to Marius Fourie, the other one to Yolinda Fourie, and they will be the top two in the class, 8th and 9th overall, but top two in the fine cars. Arnold Lambert will be the man in 10th position in a number 61 1.5 litre Anglia, and that is in third place in class. Roger Lewis, always one to look out for in the 11th spot. That's the reigning champion with the number 1 on his MG. And then, as I say, Gunther Appelgrein in the BMW, and Jake Wallage in the Jaguar, as we are ready to go racing now for the second Keltron Formula Supercar and Fine Car race of the day.
Yeah, I was watching that Jaguar as it went down the back straight. It's a big piece of machinery. Right, however, 8 laps to go. Supercars in front, fine cars behind them. The lights on pit lane go off. And away we go as they storm down into turn number 1. Now, keep in mind that Halleck is the pole sitter, and he's going to get a run on Ernest Page. Ernie will sit there on his outside. Will he jump in there behind him? Yes, he does. Page jumps in there behind him. Boscombe is in that third spot, and he has been challenged by, I presume that is Moffat, that is having a dive up on the inside. Yes, it is. Andrew back into that third position. Then we have got Boscombe, and right there behind Boscombe is Nazreen Schloss.
The fine cars have got off to a start coming out of Castrol. They do now towards Lundstem and then turn 3, which will be Damstip. The leading man, of course, is Marius Fourie in his Jetta. Yolinda Fourie in second position. Arnold Lambert will still hold third spot at this time. But it doesn't actually look like it. My apologies. It's Gunther Appelgrein that will come towards turn 4 now in the BMW, and he will be up into third. That means that Arnold Lambert will be 4th in class as the fine cars make their way down the Killarney straight to turn 5. Fostron.
Into Fostron corner. Look at those 3 supercars. They're absolutely nose to tail, and Ernest Page gets his nose up front. Page gets his nose up front. Moffat comes up into second. Halleck gets dumped down into that third spot as they race under turn 5A, under the City of Cape Town Bridge, on the Porsche Club straight, heading down into turn number 1 into Holzhoek, and now Moffat is having a look up on the inside, and we have a new leader. Andrew Moffat has got his nose into P1, coming out of holes with Page in that second spot and Halleck in P3.
Well, the field will be charging up now soon to Castrol Corner from the fine car section. Coming out of the fine cars will be, and I think, is that a misfire I can pick up on the Jag? Let's see now as they make their way into Holzhoek now, turn 1. Out of turn 1, they'll then run and onto the Joubert Straight.
So down the back straight goes the supercars. Down the back straight goes the supercars towards Fostron corner. And it is Moffat that sits out there in P1. Well, what a comeback from Andrew Moffat after disaster, so to speak, in the opening race as they head into a Fostron corner. Moffat in P1, Page in second, Halleck sits in third. That's the 3 cars you see there on your screen. Then just behind them is a Shane Boscombe. Behind Boscombe is Nasrin Schloss. And behind her is Robin de Vos and Yuri Swart Sr.
Well, they'll be going down to turn 1 now into turn 5. Fastron corner will be the Jetta of Yolanda Fourie in the fine cars section. And, oh, there, Frankie, is a bit of a moment for one of the, it's Boscombe. There we go, on the main straight now. The Porsche straight, you can see closing up the gap to the leader is Gunther Appelgren. He made his way past Yolanda Fourie, who we saw in our picture just briefly there, and a bit of a lock-up looks like it from Marius Fourie. He can feel that green and black BMW closing in on him.
Into turn 3 into Damstep, making their way up the Tygerberg straight. Those are your Caltron Supercar leaders as they head into turn 4, into Sidle Sweep. There's nothing between Moffat, Page and Halleck. That's the rest of the supercars that are beginning to filter through as the leading trio of supercars are working their way down the back Killarney straight towards turn 5, Pertamina Fostron, and Halleck has dropped slightly off the pace. Halleck has dropped off the pace. There we see the first 2. That is Andrew Moffat and Ernest Page right on his heels. There's Halleck in a distant third now, being chased by Shane Boscombe. Right behind Boscombe will be Schloss, and Yuri Swart Sr. has got his nose ahead there of Robin de Vos.
We'll wait for those top competitors to come right through. Going through turn 5 now, Fastron corner towards turn 1 will be the leading battle as far as the fine cars are concerned. Underneath the Castrol and City of Cape Town Bridge, we'll see there it is going to be Fourie. That is going to go. Yolanda Fourie's going through turn 5, Fastron corner now to turn 1. We run. It looks a little bit closer this time around. Marius Fourie has a 1.4 second gap over Gunther Appelgren, but Gunther is going to be pushing very hard here. They're going to go onto that Joubert straight and charging up to Castrol corner, turn 2 of the lap. 5 laps left to go, Frankie, including this very one they're on.
Supercars are working their way out of a Sidle Sweep, the double right-hander, heading onto the Killarney straight, that back Killarney straight. Now Moffat is under attack. He is under attack from Ernest Page. I said to Ernest in the interview, I want a double victory, and he said to me, I will give it my all. And he's sitting now in that third spot. He had the lead for a short while. Now he's going to have a go. The gate's been left open. Will he have a lunge up on the inside coming out of Fostron through turn 5A onto the Porsche Club straight under the City of Cape Town Bridge. I put a lap on one of the fine cars now. Will the line be covered into turn 1? Into holes? No. Does he dive up on the inside? No. He hangs in there in that second spot. Does Ernest Page, and working his way through Holzhoek now. In third spot is Kyle Halleck.
Coming out of Fastron corner and past turn 5A, it will be our lead battle. There was a big lockup for the Jetta of Marius Fourie, and he goes defensive now towards turn 1, Holzhoek. The wind has come up ever so slightly. He's tucked himself in there as Gunther Appelgren. He'll go onto the inside of the Jetta. The BMW will emerge in the lead of fine cars here with 4 laps left to go, including this very one they're on. They come onto the Joubert straight now and already starting to get ahead in leaps and bounds. They are way ahead of Yolanda Fourie, basically on her own, as Jake Wallage and Arnold Lambert battle it out still.
The leaders are going down the Killarney straight towards Fostron, and Page has dived up on the inside. No, then he pulls in there behind him. Ernest is showing his nose and then pulling to the left, pulling to the right, and trying to confuse race leader Andrew Moffat as they work their way out of Fostron. Out of Fostron they come now. There is Halleck in a distant third position. Behind Halleck we will have Boscombe as we watch the 2 front runners race past the commentary box, racing down towards a turn 1 into Holzhoek. Here comes Swart, and Swart is having a go at Boscombe. He's got past the Foss, he's got past Slosh, he sits there in P5 and he's having a look into Holzhoek at the Line Property Management Supercar of Shane Boscombe.
Out of turn 5, once again, Fastron corner. Onto the past the kink, which is turn 5A, and on the Porsche straight now, underneath that City of Cape Town bridge. It's going to be the leader, Gunther Appelgren, charging up towards Holzhoek now. They got Roger Lewis ahead of him. He's been lapped already, so he finished 2 laps down off the top cars in race 1. The 1 lap between himself and the top fine cars. But look at the gap now has grown between Appelgren and Fourie to 1.4 seconds as the leaders of the supercars go down Killarney Straight.
Down the Killarney Straight, they've got a couple of fine cars ahead of them as they head into Pertamina Fostron. Those fine cars will know that that is first and second in class and overall. That's busy heading out of a Fostron corner, or that Anglia just holds its line and lets these two come through. They're going to pick up the Jaguar now on the main straight. Page 126.827 is the quickest man out there and not close enough into holes to be able to launch an attack on race leader Andrew Moffat as they swing around the outside of that Jaguar at the exit of turn 1 Holzhoek.
Arnold Lambert's also going to be under pressure now, and there the trailing supercars will make their way around. But Gunther Appelgren goes into turn 5 now, into Fastron, of course, and will come out emerging still in the lead of this race and rocket down to turn 1. But I see turn 2, Frankie, things going on.
Yeah, coming out of Castro Corner, there was overtake there, and I think that might be Schleich. Yes, is that Nazreen? She's got past Boscombe and into Damstip. She's having a go at Yuri Swart Senior. We'll get confirmation. It does seem to be Schleich, and now Swart Senior fights right back again as they head up the Tygerberg Straight into the double right-hander. That is turn 4 Saddle Sweep. However, into Pertamina Fostrom, we're going to have a new leader. We're going to off the circuit goes Moffat. Moffat was under severe pressure, now tries to get back on, spins the car around, and I'm afraid he might have beached that car. That will put Halleck into that second position as Page and Halleck race under the City of Cape Town bridge on the Porsche Club Straight into turn 1 holes.
I see Moffat has got going again.
Yes, he has.
Frankie out of Fastron corner. The yellow flags were waving in that section. Now the leader of the fine cars. We look now as the Jetta, no, sorry, not the Jetta, the down the Killarney Straight towards turn 5 it will be. There's Gunther Appelgren in the E36 Beamer. And then he's got a considerable gap between himself and Marius Fourie, who won race 1. Of course, Gunther Appelgren was out of race 1.
Right, we'll pick this fight for the midfield position of the supercars. We'll get them. They're coming out of Castro now through the Lundstem kink and into Damstip. And Swart is holding on. He's got Slosh in there behind him as well as Shane Boscombe as they head up the Tygerberg Straight into the double right-hander saddle sweep. There's the first right-hander. There's a second right-hander as they head out of saddle sweep down the Killarney Straight. But the leader will be heading towards the checkered flag. And that, here he comes towards the City of Cape Town bridge. And that is Ernest Page. 2 out of 2 for Ernest Page. And he is the quickest man out there, 126.827. Halleck will finish in second. He has crossed the line. And here comes that fight for 3, 4, and 5. It's going to go to Yuri Swart Senior across the line from Nazreen Schloss. And right on her case is Shane Boscombe. And only then it is Andrew Moffat.
Down the Killarney Straight towards Fastron corner we do run in. And that is going to be Gunther Appelgren, who took the lead earlier on in the fine car section and extended his advantage over race 1 winner Marius Fourie. They make his way through the Fastron section now onto the rumble strips and then charges it down past turn 5A and on the Porsche straight to take the checkered flag for the first time today for him after the DNF in race 1. Gunther Appelkraan takes the victory. Marius Fourie will follow suit in second position in the Jetta. And then we wait a little while down the back straight then towards into turn 5 then. Jolanda Fourie, who started second but will take third position in class, and that will be ahead of Jake Wallace that has already finished in the Jaguar, and Arnold Lambert is also finished in his Anglia. Roger Lewis rounding everything off there as Jolanda makes her way to the line. The last one on lap 8, of course. That will be full 8 racing laps for her. Jolanda comes across the line in 10th. Just another replay here quickly on the screens. Andrew Moffat went across the grass and did a little bit of his pruning skills being put to the test. Yeah, no, Jordan was actually saying to me earlier on, it was quite slippery. Once you get onto that grass, that greenery, the grass and weeds, it is difficult to get yourself back into a straight line again and get back out onto the circuit. The rain has done its bit here over the winter, and it's very green here around Killarney. It is evergreen here always in the Cape, the Ferris Cape, and we love it over here, and it's a beautiful day. But we have a little bit of clean-up here and there to do. Our clean-up crew's doing always a magnificent job. Our marshals up very early in the morning, getting to their posts and enjoying their day out in the sunshine and the little flowers growing on the infield there in Castrol Corner. commence. Jamie Hall starts on pole position. He was supposed to be doing double duty today, but did not start the previous race, the second race that he was supposed to do, which of course was going to be the Clubman's Classics and Breakfast Run bikes. But he's back out there on the Kawasaki ER650. Braden Hutchings will be alongside him, and Lance Jonas will join them on the MT-07 Yamaha. Adrian Solomon, always a man to look out for on the 300. It's actually a Kawasaki Ninja 400, but it's classified in the 300s class. He's ahead of Abdul Isak, who did a brilliant race in race 1. Reynard Burnett, the dark horse. Abigail Bosson, always popping around that section. And Max Munton, who had a bit of a trying time in race 1. But Zante Otto starts once again at the back of the grid, but she came through quite nicely in that first Battec STC 650 and Supersport 300.
You want to know why Max Munton had a bit of a difficult start this morning? Apparently, his bike, I wouldn't say a malfunction, it had a bit of an issue. And there was some smoke bellowing from it this morning. But they managed to bridge some wires and get it all done, and he was out racing again. That's why he started from the pit lane. But I think they were going to get that sorted for race 2. And I believe they have. And I'm sure he will be out to give it to the rest of them.
Well, Raymond Alexander gets himself now into position on bike number 11, the Kawasaki Ninja 400. He's a very good, friendly guy, and the cleanup crews actually like him when he's not backing into their vehicles, which he did a little earlier on the season, but he took it with some good humor, as he always does. Abdul Isak on bike number 2 also does very nicely on the short circuit scene. That's on the Suzuki SV650. Peter Hill, we haven't spoken much about Peter today on his 650, also Suzuki. Elmer Mostard, 11th spot on the grid alongside Mitch Robinson, one of the older hands here at Killarney as far as bike racing is concerned. A number of years, there's Max Munton on the third row of the grid, or as I like to call him, Mad Max Munton. Very tall young man. Taller than I am, and he's like, how old?
Well, he's just turned 18 not that long ago, so this is his first, or maybe his second race as an adult, so good on him for that. And he's on the grid this time, which should show us some good things, but we wait just a moment. The lights will go on, the bikes rev up, they're on, they're off, and away they go. And it's who can get to Hole's Hook first, and Jamie Hall will have the hole shot once again, as he did in race 1. This time he started on pole position, and he jumps his way through into the lead with no need for an overtake. But here comes Braden Hutchings. We saw him get ever so close in that last race, right on the last lap. And Braden's going to say, as you said before, he needed just one more lap. But now he's in the prime spot to just stay on his tail and see him through to the end of the race.
Yeah, he's staying glued to the back there of Jamie Hall as they come through Castrol, through Lundstem Corner. Apparently, of course, a traditional name that was used for that corner many years ago. They go through turn 3 now, Damstip, the traditional name of that corner. And the top 2 already are starting to break a bit of a gap from the likes of Lance Jonas, Adrian Solomon, Abdul Isak, and Reynard Burnett as they go now into the Apex 1 and Apex 2 of Sarl Sweep.
And they'll race their way down the Killarney straight to Pertamina Fostron for the first time in this race and the second time today. And look at that huge gaggle as they make their way into Fostron. They're all going one by one in this moment in time, but we'll just wait until they start grouping together. And there we see Jamie Hall just leaving Fostron ahead of Braden Hutchings. And we see Lance Jonas fighting side by side with Adrian Solomon. And Adrian said to me during the qualifying, he said all he wants to do is get past Lance Jonas. So I think that's going to be the main fight in this race. Adrian Solomon still leads out the 300s class as they make their way down the Joubert Straight and to Castrol Corner. And look at that, Braden Hutchings right on the tail, on that back wheel of Jamie Hall once again. It's about a bike's length, Byron, between the two riders up front. And this is, in my opinion, this is Braden's time to shine.
Yeah, definitely it is there, Jordan, as we have now the two classes making their way towards turn 3. Damstip Jamie Hall, 0.3 of a second over the line ahead of Braden Hutchings, still keeping them in sight. Abdul Isak, Lance Jonas, then Adrian Solomon, a super performance from the 400cc Suzuki. Kawasaki, and then Burnett, and then Zante Otto's come up quite nicely there as well, Jordan, to 7th position, a lightning start for the lass on the Quacker.
You're absolutely right there. She also said there were a few little niggles this morning with the bike, but she seems to be under control at the moment and doing very, very well so far. But look at this battle. That's Lance Jonas, Abdul Isak, and Adrian Solomon. And they are running it out at the moment for 3rd, 4th, and 5th. Adrian Solomon's just on the back of that train. And now we see a little bit further behind. There's Reynard Burnett, followed there by Zante Otto. Zante Otto with a small stature knows she can sit behind the slipstream and gain up those kilometers, Byron.
Top 10 has made their way through now, but the fastest lap of the race, a 1:24.488 from Braden Hutchings, a 1/10 of a second faster than Jamie Hall on the last lap. Look how close they are together when they go into Castrol Corner. Look behind them, Abdul Isak, Lance Jonas, only a 0.05 of a second between the two of them. Adrian Solomon still keeping his own in that group with Reynard Burnett and Zante Otto, only a 1/10 of a second off of Burnett in that 6th position.
Reynard knew how well he did in the previous race, and now he's got Zante Otto on his tail, and that's not going to be the place that he wants to be. He's going to want to try and ride away from her if he can. But now we watch the battle. That's Abdul Isak, Lance Jonas, Adrian Solomon, and Reynard Burnett just a little bit further behind. But this is a hairy, scary battle as they make their way down the Killarney straight to Pertamina Fostron once again. It's 3 bikes. Lance Jonas and Adrian Solomon just trade places back and forth and back and forth, as we watch Jamie Hall and Braden Hutchings fighting it out as well. There's battles everywhere, Byron, and I don't think it's going to end until the end of this race.
It's what heroes are made of here, Jordan, and we'll watch them now when they cross the line. There will be 6 laps left to go, as going right through your picture if you're watching online on the IMUSAT stream are our big gaggle of heroes, as Jamie Hall dips into the only true left-hander on the circuit, which is Hall's Hook, named for Edgar Hall, the man who founded Killarney many years ago. But all over the back of him, looking left, looking right, is Braden Hutchings. It's still 0.3 of a second. Look at his sector times. He's been a 1/10 of a second in almost every sector except the last one, where he's been 2/10 faster than Jamie Hall.
But look at that. Around the outside goes Adrian Solomon and Lance Jonas. Those are the 2 most competitive people I know. And Adrian said to me during the qualifying, he said, I'm not going to let Lance go this time around. He wants to get past him. That's his main rival at the moment. And again, they're in completely different classes. But look at the pace that Adrian Solomon has. Sticks as he's known. He can throw that throttle like you won't believe. And he keeps up with Lance Jonas. And it's just going to be a back and forth battle until the end of this race. And we've got just over 5.5, or just under 6 laps to go.
As they charge towards Table Mountain on the Killarney Straight and into Fastron Corner. They'll be making their way around that turn 5 section. Look how close now. The rest are coming back. And the tight battles between the likes of Jonas, Isak, Solomon, holding it in there 6/10 off. Now Zante Otto has made her way up into 6th position. Now 7/10 off of Adrian Solomon. It's a heroine's ride here. Now it's wheel to wheel. 0.2 of a second across the line for Hall and Hutchings. Hutchings a 1:24.34, a 1/10 of a second faster than Hall, the leader.
And if they keep pushing each other, they're going to get into the 23s as they fight it out into Castro. But we look a little bit further back. Here comes 3rd place man so far, Abdul Isak, still sitting in the same position. And a little bit further behind that, there's Lance Jonas, and Zante Otto's now made her way up there. And she is going to fight her way through Lance Jonas and Adrian Solomon as well, with Reynard Burnett just a little bit further behind as we watch them go down the Tygerberg Straight. That is the leaders. And Braden Hutchings gets past Jamie Hall, as we saw there. And they make their way down the Killarney Straight once again. 5.5 laps to go, Byron.
That was a very sneaky one, Jordan. He just made it past quite nicely and smoothly. But Jamie Hall's going to fight him back. I can tell you that much. They charge up now to Fastron corner. But more water on the inside of that corner over there as well. Not going to bother to ride as much over here. But look at how they go out of turn 5 towards the rumble strips. And they charge it down the Porsche straight now towards the city of Cape Town, Castrol and Lime Property Management Bridge. In the slipstream, in the tow, it is for the Jamie Hall. Will he make a move into turn 1? No, he won't.
But here comes Abdul Isak, followed there by Adrian Solomon. Zante Otto has managed to get past Lance Jonas, and Reynald Burnett is now on the tail of Lance Jonas at this present moment. But now this is moved from a 3-way battle and a 2-way battle to a 5-way battle between 3rd place and 7th place as they all make their way into Castrol Corner. The leaders now are making their way through Dam's Dip. And now it's going to be up to Jamie Hall to try and hold out as he got past Braden Hutchings once again.
Another sneaky one there from what you could say the Black Knights as far as Jamie Hall is concerned, and that was already 2 changes of lead. Now look at the sector times, 29.3, 2/10 of a second faster in the first sector, matching in the second, and quicker for Braden Hutchings in that 3rd sector. Down the Killarney straight they will then run. They look like they're going to be coming up to a back marker soon, which is Peter Hill on the SV650 Suzuki.
Yep, and that's going to add a little bit of a mix to the mixture, if you will. But I'm sure they'll get past him pretty easily if he moves out of the way. Jamie Hall will sit on his tail for as long as possible to gain that slipstream, and the gap has already widened as they cross the line. But we look a little bit further back, watching them exit Fastron. Abdul Isak is now getting followed there very closely by Adrian Solomon. This was Adrian Solomon's break, but here comes Zante Onto. We know her straight line speed is incredible. And followed just shortly behind them, it's Lance Jonas battling with that 54 on that Kawasaki ER6 of Reynald Burnett.
Coming out of that corner, now we're going to go first now to Holzhoek once again. That Raymond Alexander, Max Munton and Abigail Bosson are all in that section as well. And they come onto the Joubert Straight and onto the turn 2 section, Castrol Corner. The right-hander, and it looks like a move's going to be made here. Is it going to be completed? Not quite. So Max will still hold it there. Behind looks like Raymond Alexander. Raymond Alexander on bike number 11.
Yep, this is going to be a feisty battle all the way to the end, and they're not going to give up on their positions to either of those other 2 riders. They are very, very fierce, all 3 of them. So it's going to be elbows out, knees out, everything out on the line. With still, it's almost 2 laps to go as our leaders come to the line now. But we look a little bit further back, and there they go into Pertamina Fastron. There we can see the likes of Adrian Solomon, Abdul Isak and Zante Otto, as well as Lance Jonas and Reynald Burnett. The leaders make their way into Holzhoek. Jamie Hall followed there by Brandon Hutchings, and that's 7/10 the difference. Now we see this big battle. It's Abdul Isak, Adrian Solomon. Oh, and that's Zante Onto getting very close there as they all try and pass Peter Hill, as well as Reynald Burnett and Lance Jonas right up on the end of them.
You watch them come up towards Castrol now, Jordan. Really, the rider of the race here is Zante Otto in my mind. She's been magnificent in this race, and only having a lap and a bit left to go as we now come out of Castrol Corner, charge it up through Lundstem and into turn 3, which is Dam's Dip. And that will be only a lap and a half left to go here, Jordan.
Yep, that's completely right. And now we just got to wait and see what it's going to be like right at the end of this race. We've still got a lap and a bit to go. A lap and a corner, if you will, as the leaders make their way into Pertamina Fastron for the penultimate time. Jamie Hall is sitting out just over a second adrift. Sorry, Braden Hutchings is sitting just over a second adrift to Jamie Hall out front at the moment. And that was so close right at the beginning of the race, and Jamie's just packed up and left. But now we look a little bit further back, Byron. Here comes this gaggle. 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th, and 7th, a little bit further behind. It's Abdul Isak versus Adrian Solomon and Zante Onto versus Reynald Burnett. Lance Jonas is actually the one at the end of that pack. with a lap to go, we'll see how this one ends up.
Zante Otto crossed the line on bike number 73 in 4th position. Remember, this is a battle for the podium as we now go towards the main straight now, the Porsche straight. 8, 9, and 10. Raymond Alexander, Max Munton just pokes the nose ahead, but now this could be an opportunity for Abigail Bosson. Bosson, will she make it through? I think she has. What a sneaky move. And they'll be looking at each other over here. Raymond Alexander and Max Munton ask themselves, how did that happen?
I don't think they can even fathom that themselves in those helmets at the moment. I think there's too much going on, and you don't want to overwork yourself or your mind, but that was absolutely incredible. 3 wide into the braking zone, but they'll fight it out as they make their way through the kink and into Dam Stip. But we look to Pertamina Fosron once again. Look at that gap. That is closer to 3 seconds now, Byron, between Jamie Hall and Brandon Hutchings. I think Brandon's just stepped off a little bit right at the end. He obviously doesn't have that extra oomph that he would have wanted, and he will take 2nd place for the day. But here comes our leader and double race winner for the Super Sport Twin Cup 650s and Super Twin Cup 650s and Super Sport 300s. Jamie Hall followed there by Brandon Hutchings. A 1:24.074 by the end of that race for Jamie Hall. But Byron, bring this Gagler 4 to the line.
Well, is it going to be Abdul Isak or is it going to be Zante Otto? It's Zante Otto that gets 3rd position, just ahead of Abdul Isak by a 100th of a second or 13,000th of a second, whichever way you want to put it. Then Reynard Huber, Burnett, Adrian Solomon, Lance Jonas, who's coming across the line. Abigail Bosson will get 2nd in the Super Sport 300 class, just ahead of Max Munton. Raymond Alexander comes through in 10th position, and then we still wait for Mitch Robinson and Almay Mostert.
What an absolute scorcher that was. And I'm not talking about just the heat that we're feeling right now.
Good racing.
If you can get goosebumps in the heat, that's exactly what I'm feeling right now, Byron, because that was something else. Almost into the 23s, which is something you don't see for this Super Twin Cup 650s, and especially in these kinds of conditions. It is warming up very quickly, and I think these are the perfect temperatures for these guys and gals and those Bat-Tech tires.
Well, that last lap, of course, for Jamie Hall was a 1:24.207, but the fastest lap overall by Jamie Hall, a 1:24.074. It just looks like after he took the lead back from Brandon Hutchings, he just decided to check out of there, and a 3.2 second gap was between them when they crossed the line. But Zante Otto, all the way from the back to 3rd position, my rider of the day, I think today, if we had to ever choose anybody. They all were great out there, but Zante just put in a master performance. pushing. As we go to the Formula Libres now, remember, a class without a sponsor at the present moment. We can see the Formula Super V there of Andre Lariche being push-started, and it looks like he's... Oh, okay, is he going to get going? That's the whole thing over here. And then I see Ricky Anderson is out there now, parked a little bit further. No, he was a little ahead now. Sorry, I'm looking a little bit further back at that Liqui Moly car. And then, yeah, DJ Boyce, they decided to start him maybe behind the fire bucky. That'll be interesting.
We might as well get him to start out just before Pertamina Fostron at this rate.
Maybe a lap down, you never know as well. But it looks like that Super V of Andre Lariche might not be going much further than the exit of the Joubert pits, the running area.
I see they did take the spoiler and engine cover off as well, so obviously they just wanted to see what issues it had in the previous race. Lariche definitely not happy with that. Very unfortunate for him, but I'm sure he will be back for the next round, and they've sorted that issue out. You can only hope and pray for such a thing.
Well, away we go now, Jordan, for this 10-lap race, and it is go for Formula Libre as the Swift of Hayden Elwood will charge up towards turn 1, holds hook, and take the whole shot into that turn. Then behind him, we'll have the likes of Richard Carr in second position. Kelly Fletcher on his outside to a largely truncated field here of cars, because we only have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 of them out there as the change of lead happens almost every year. They are sliding around Castrol Corner, and Hayden Elwood has lost out the lead. He will lose second place shortly to Kelly Fletcher as Richard Carr leads through Lundstem and into turn 3, which is Dam's Dip Corner. Ricky Anderson out there as well in what is 4th place, so 6 of them out there together as the Reynard tries to pierce through at the back. That is the man who was on pole position initially, DJ Boyson.
I think this is one of the first times I've seen DJ Boyson get to turn 4 or Sarl Street without being in the lead. But brilliant stuff from him so far as we watch them go down Killarney straight and towards Pertamina Fostron. And leading out, Hayden Elwood. Luckily, that car is still doing all right and definitely not as much smoke as it had out in the first race. There is still the stricken Super V of Andre Lariche parked just after the pit exit of the new pits. I don't think there's a yellow flag for it. I think it's just enough out of the way. But Richard Carr finishes the first lap in the lead, followed there by Kelly Fletcher and Hayden Elwood. But here comes DJ Boyson, and we know what's going to happen next.
Yeah, you'll make easy work there of third place man Hayden Elwood. They charge up the Joubert straight now. The leaders will make their way into the right-hander. And you'll see there Kelly Fletcher just dropping slightly back, but on the outside of Hayden Elwood, it's going to be DJ Boyson. And not making as easy work as I thought, but he will then slip through Lundstem and then turn into the right-hander at Dampstep and onto the Tigerberg straight now to set his sights on Kelly Fletcher's gearbox.
Yep, that is the Dyko and the Burner family entry of DJ Boyson. He does get past Hayden Elwood, as you said. Not as quickly as we thought he might, but maybe he's just toying with him for now. Maybe he doesn't want to be out front on his own the whole race, but here he comes for the two leaders, or the leading group of Richard Carr and Kelly Fletcher. He's going to have to find his way through this mobile chicane of them, but Kelly Fletcher is going to want to try and get onto the tailpiece of Richard Carr at this given moment. And
waving there as well, Jordan. Is it for the Liqui Moly car of Andre Lariche? My apologies there, Jordan, just getting in. Fastest lap, though, from DJ Boyson as he crosses the line, a 1:23.602 compared to the 1:25.205 of Richard Carr. He has gotten himself past Kelly Fletcher and exits the section towards Castrol with basically what was missile lock on the man in front of him, but not going to be for long as he takes the lead right back.
And you were right, there is a yellow flag. I thought that car of Andre Lariche would have been safely out of the way, but they have thrown a yellow flag just in case. But we watch the top 4 now as DJ Boyson starts to spread his legs and lead his way out into oblivion. But there's the little gaggle that we see. This is what we like to see when they group up together, especially multi-class racing, when they put themselves all in one little gaggle. And that is Richard Carr, followed there by Kelly Fletcher and Hayden Elwood. And Hayden Elwood's really going to want to try and put that Class C car ahead of the Class Vs. But when can he do that? We'll have to wait and see.
Well, we'll have to definitely wait and see, and we'll be rubbing our hands together with excitement when we see that. But the top three of the V, or not the V section only, but the C class as well, which will be 4th place at this time, as the Wings and Slicks man in his Reynard makes his way across the line to start yet another lap and have 7 laps left to go. He's already broken the gap now between himself, Kelly Fletcher, who's now under pressure because we have Hayden Elwood that's made his way ahead now of those 2 Vs.
And Kelly Fletcher's managed to get herself ahead of Richard Carr. And I think this is going to be the battle between them until the end of the race. It's going to be that Dolphin Engineering purple and green car versus Richard Carr's car, if you will. But now they're going to want to try and sit on the exhaust pipe there of Hayden Elwood just to try and get a little bit of a stream going. But Hayden Elwood's pulling away ever so slightly. So I think that 7-up car has finally got shaken up. And he's bursting away at the moment. But can these Formula V cars or Class V cars take the corners better than the Class C car? It is looking to be the case as they are sticking right up on the end of Hayden Elwood.
Amazing, slightly longer wheelbase of Hayden Elwood. You would actually think the other way around, but it looks like in the straighter sections, Jordan, he is getting a slight bit of an advantage. We saw him through Lundstem, we saw him towards Damstip, but then he just gets closed in on, and the momentum, I think, is just so great as they exit now turn 5 and first faster on corner, and they're in the toe now of Hayden Elwood. Down the straight they will go, the Porsche straight underneath the city of Cape Town and Castrol Bridge, and Kelly Fletcher will be side by side towards Holzhoek now turn 1, and that will be with Richard Carr. Will she be able to take the lead? No, he comes right across the nose and maintains that Formula V lead with 6 laps left to go.
But you see, you are completely right there with that Swift. The Swift is a little bit better in a straight line, but as soon as you get to the corner, the long wheelbase just seems to be putting it at a bit of unease, because look how Richard Carr's already sitting on the tail end of that 7-up car, or 7-up inspired car, I should say. But Kelly Fletcher was in the lead of Class V just a lap ago, and Richard Carr just managed to get past coming out of or through 5 Pertamina Fostron and out of Pertamina Fostron, but they make their way through Sorrel Sweep now and on to the Killarney Straight once again. And look at Richard Carr sitting right there. You almost couldn't see him for a second as Kelly Fletcher's had an issue. That car has slowed down dramatically, and that is not a good sight for that Dolphin Engineering vehicle.
Unfortunately, she'll hopefully get back to the pits, but otherwise it's going to be pulling the car off the circuit, which might actually look like the case at the moment, as we now have the leader coming into turn 2 now, Castrol Corner, all on his lonesome. The man in the Reynard, nobody to play with, but he will take it. He will ease his way on his personal track day and through the turn 2 section, Castrol Corner, through Lundstem and into Damstip.
Yep, this is the time for him. He's got no one else to play with, so he just has to sit around and make the most of the laps that he can provide. And I already see he's done a 1:16.527, which is faster than his fastest lap the last race around. So he's definitely getting quicker, and I think there is a little bit of a breeze, as you can see, and I think that's just enough of cool air to make sure that the engines don't overheat. And I think those tires are fully up to temperature.
Hayden Elwood is being kept occupied through the Sorrel Sweep section by none other than Richard Carr. Richard Carr will get the toe, though, over the there's a yellow flag waving still in turn 5. That's Kelly Fletcher that has pulled off the circuit. You can see the fire extinguishers are out, so could there be a precaution, of course, for fire? Thankfully, getting a little bit more off the circuit now and into the tarmac apron, but back again to the Porsche straight as we are about to emerge on now. We have Hayden Elwood in the tow. It's going to be Richard Carr, but not close enough. 9/10 of a second between the two of them, and they'll get on the brakes into turn 1, Holes Hook, and he won't be any closer at the moment. But those corners, that's where he's going to be eating in to the advantage of Hayden Elwood.
The Dolphin Engineering entry is still pedaling through, and I think Kelly Fletcher just wants to get to the end of this race with 4 laps to go. Points are points at the end of the day. But we're watching this group make their way through Castro Corner now, and we jump now to the leader, who is well over 25 seconds, probably even close to 30 seconds ahead at the moment. And I wouldn't be surprised if DJ can, you know, show his skills and try and get to the back end of the field by the end of the race. But we watch him cross the line now. A 1:16.527 is still the fastest time. He just did a 1:17.122, so he obviously isn't pushing it too hard at the moment, but he's still got 3 laps to go, so maybe he will put in a faster time.
Well, let's see them come around through Fastron now, Jordan, the beautiful green fields of Killarney that line the circuit. Yeah, I saw the lovely raking of the gravel traps by our crews as well. Down the straight we go, the Porsche straight underneath the bridge and running it now towards Holes Hook. There we go once again, still maintaining that lead for Hayden Elwood, and keeping a watching brief is Richard Carr. Ricky Anderson, we haven't spoken much about Ricky. He's up into 3rd place as we now go down the back straight, I think, for Ricky. Oh, there's the leader. Sorry there, Gary. I don't want to try and confuse anybody here, but it is the man, of course, who leads this race. That is DJ Boyson, who will start his penultimate lap of this race after having made it past Donovan Ramsey, who's in 5th position at the moment, and that will be a 1:17.376. Donovan Ramsey comes through as well.
Yeah, but you're right. Ricky Anderson, wherever he is around the circuit, Ricky Anderson's actually in 2nd place in class now, which is a great result for him so far. But we look now, there is this little fight that we still see rage on between Hayden Elwood and Richard Carr. And to me, all Richard needs to do is wait it out, because the perfect opportunity is going to be for him to try and dive up the inside of Hayden Elwood into 5 on the last lap, because he knows Hayden Elwood can just get away with him with the legs on that Swift. But he needs to be ahead of Hayden Elwood coming to the line, which will be the problem for him with that lack of straight line speed in that V. But we watch them go through Holes Hook now for their penultimate time, and the last time today, or the penultimate time today.
So going down to Fastron turn 5, Jordan is our leader, and there is with him Ricky Anderson. He'll be coming out of turn 5. Fastron corner to start his final lap of the race. I was about to apologize to Ricky Anderson, putting in a bit of a phantom performance here, as I didn't see much of him around there, but thankfully I have. That blank and pink machine crosses the line now, and that will be for the last time for him as well, as DJ Boyson finds himself on the back of a trundling Kelly Fletcher in that Dolphin Engineering car. Obviously an issue with that motor car. And now into Castrol for the last time for DJ.
Yep, I'm very curious to see what the cause of that issue with Kelly Fletcher's car is, but we'll just have to wait and listen for maybe later this evening. But yeah, it's still very close. 2 car lengths at the moment as they exit Pertamina Fastron, but by the time they get to Holes Hook and into the braking zone, it's going to be a little bit more than 2 car lengths, probably closer to 6. As they make their way into the braking zone and into Holes Hook for their final time. Richard Carr needs to be on his A game now, because this is the only chance he'll have left with 4 corners to go.
Well, there we go, and it's going to be an emphatic victory for this man on screen now. If you're watching online on IMUSAT, it is going to be DJ Boyson. That I think already is starting to put a fist in the air, punch in the air to say, I've taken victory. You can't take it away from me, and it's win number 2 of the day for DJ Boyson.
Brilliant stuff as DJ Boyson goes 2 for 2 in that Dyko and the Burner family entry. as we see crossing the line now, Ricky Anderson will take 4th overall and 2nd in class. Brilliant result from him, as well as Kelly Fletcher just trundling at the back end of the field. But now we'll watch coming to the final corner. This is Richard Carr's time to shine. But what can he do? Because look at the legs on that Swift. He's just too far away, is Hayden Elwood. But look, Carr's going to dive up very late and hold it on the outside as Donovan Ramsey crosses the line in 5th overall. But I don't think Byron, I don't think the Swift, I don't think Richard Carr is going to have enough on the Swift to catch him to the line. And 2nd place will go to Hayden Elwood, and 3rd place and 1st in class will go to Richard Carr.
Yeah, and 0.8 of a second between them at the end. It was a valiant battle, but in the end it was won by Hayden Elwood, and they do a nice little parade there, the two of them around. Kelly Fletcher has parked her car on the apron on the exit of through 1, of course. She will she get a lift from Richard Carr? I doubt it. So I think she's just making a few gestures and saying, okay, that's me. Luckily she made it to the flag, and at least she has some company over there to keep her occupied. There's some nice people down there.
But now I think we're going to have to wait a little bit before the MGA Racing Clubman's Classics and Breakfast Run bikes come out, because they have to get that car out of the way. But give us 5 minutes and we'll be back racing with some more bikes.
saw him take his hands off the handlebars there and just ride up on the bike. And he will be pulling away in pole position as the wind has turned itself completely up here, or not considerably up, I should rather say. Not completely. It's not the windiest day, but the wind has come up. It's a crosswind from the northwest, and it will be across the Porsche Strait. But anyway, we move on to the MGA Racing Clubman Classic and Breakfast Run motorcycles for their second race of the day. And we did hear, of course, that Jamie Hall had troubles with a relay and it drained the battery. But thankfully, he'll be able to be out surely again. Tiny from Tiny's pit box let us know earlier on what the issue was. So it was electrical to do with a relay. But we'll see now if he'll come out onto the grid. He's supposed to be second. 22. Yeah, 22. Alistair Hyatt is second. P3 is open. Jamie Hall will not be there. Sadly for him, we have 13 left. Wayne Gress will be rounding everything off. There's Greg Waddington right by him as well. But it's 9 racing laps that we look forward to now. And the lights will go out momentarily. There we go. And it's a good flamboyant start from the man in front, which is Hilton Redlinghuysen. Goes into turn 1, holds hook, whole shot, and look at the gap already that he has over here. Onto the Joubert Straight he will run. Looking behind him, the likes there of Greg Waddington's a little further down. I think it's more Alistair Hyatt that's in that section. Is that the 7 of Sharif Reynolds that is dropping down an order here? And it looks like a good clean start from everybody, though, as they come through Castrol and towards Lundstem.
Yep, and the whole group will make their way through the first time around very neatly. But I'm sure Hilton Redlinghuysen will not take this as a joke, and he will stream away once again. And there he goes down the Killarney Straight, leading it out for the second time. And Alistair Hyatt a good distance behind him. And I don't think Alice is going to have enough to catch Hilton Redlinghuysen unless something unforeseen happens. But I'll touch wood that is not the case. But we'll watch the rest of the grid make their way through Pertamina Fostron. Look at all of those Clubman's Classic and Breakfast Run bikes making their way under the City of Cape Town Bridge and into Hole's Hook for the first racing lap in the second race of the day. And the way that they cross the line, it's Hilton Redlinghuysen followed by Alistair Hyatt. Levon Sobotka up into third place at the moment, followed there by Chad Thompson. We know that they had a good battle the last time around. Willem Lowe, Wayne Gress, Sharif Reynolds there in 7th place. Greg Waddington a little bit further down, followed there by Juan Momberg, Ryan Smuts, Derek Hendricks, William Morris, and Francois Kritzinger rounding up the field.
That's the only breakfast run bike out there. That's the Suzuki GSXR 750, and that's in 13th position. Jamie Hall not taking part in this race or race 1 earlier on. So that leaves only 13 of them out there. Hilton Redlinghuysen, though, leads them away. But it's Alistair Hyatt that's fending off from the likes of Laverne Sobotka, Chad Thompson, Willem Lowe, Wayne Gress, who's come up a little bit from the back there as well. Sharif Reynolds trying to hold himself up there in that section of the top 10 as they go down the back straight now and towards Fastron Corner.
But I've just seen how close Sobotka is to Hyatt. As the leader crosses the field, there goes Hyatt. And it's Chad Thompson and Laverne Sobotka that are close together. The gap is just under a second between the two. Greg Waddington now jumps up a whole bunch of places. Wayne Gress follows him. Sharif Reynolds has moved up and stayed in 7th. And I see that's 86. That'll be Willem Lowe that is parked. That ZX6R on the outside of the circuit, just outside of Hole's Hook. A very, very unfortunate thing for Willem. He's not going to be happy, but that will be parked up against the fence, and that'll be the end of his race.
12 left in the race where 13 started. Hilton Redlingays, a 1:18.503. His fastest lap of the race, the fastest lap of the race, and 3 seconds between himself and Alistair Hyatt at the moment. Hyatt, as we have 4.3 seconds in turn between himself and Laverne Sabotka, as now they make their way towards that last turn of the lap, the last proper turn of the lap, that is Fastron Corner. And the ZX7R of Hilton Redlingays will come out of Fastron past turn 5A and then onto the Porsche straight, where he will start his next lap. 6 laps left to go.
Yep, another lap in the books. And another lap down for the day. As here comes Laverne Sabotka and Chad Thompson, and a little bit further behind, Greg Waddington is making his way through the field. He started quite a ways away at the back end of the field on the grid, but he's moved up now to 5th place. And now here comes a big gaggle as well. That is Wayne Gress, followed by Juan Momberg, Sharif Reynolds doing very well on that Ducati, and Ryan Smuts rounding up that quadruple group of 4.
Well, we now run down to the Castrol section, and this gaggle of riders that make their way through turn 2 at this time. There is Sharif Reynolds in that section on the Ducati. Johan Momberg, a little bit unstable through that section as they make their way, and then out towards Lundstem and turn 3, which is a damp stip.
And a little bit of information a little bit further back in the field. Willem Lowe has made his way back out onto the circuit. He's just rejoined. He's making his way through Lundstem, but now we'll jump back to the end of the field, as is Pertamina Fastron. And here comes a group of 3. We watch them come in. That is the battle between Sabotka, Thompson, and Waddington. And this is going to be, Byron, I know this is going to be dicey. None of these guys are going to want to give up position. And we'll watch them come under the City of Cape Town bridge. And Waddington is past Thompson, and now he has passed Sabotka. A little bit further back now, exiting Pertamina Fastron, is the likes of Wayne Gress, Juan Momberg, Sharif Reynolds, Ryan Smuts rather, and Derek Hendricks. They cross the line and make their way into Holzhoek.
Yeah, Derek Hendricks on that brilliant black machine of his, the Suzuki GSXR 750. Look there now as they go through the Holzhoek section. He is tacked at the moment. Ryan Smuts to the back of Sharif Reynolds in that 8th position on the 996 Ducati. That is at the fringes of the top 10 here, and they will make their way into Castrol. William Morris has come across the line. We still have Kritzinger now on the main straight, who's done that now, but going towards turn 3 or turn 5 now, which of course is Fastron Corner, is going to be our leader, Hilton Redlingays. 4.4 seconds between himself and Alistair Hyatt on his ZX10. That is Alistair Hyatt. The last sector has been particularly quick for him, though.
Yep, that's completely right, and he'll make his way through frame now. Now we watch out for Greg Waddington. He is moving quite a considerable bit better than his previous race, and he is pushing out front away from Sabotka and away from Thompson. I'm sure Chad Thompson's going to want to catch Laverne Sabotka, and I lie. Actually, Chad Thompson has made his way by Sabotka, and Sabotka is 3rd in that little group. And now we wait. Here comes Wayne Gress, followed by Juan Momberg, Sharif Reynolds, and Ryan Smuts, as well as Derek Hendricks. And that those grid positions stay the same as there's some diving into Holzhoek.
Leader goes on to the Tigerberg straight now. Did he actually take a look behind him there? Because there's nobody there. He doesn't have to worry too much, but he's had faster sector time after faster sector time after faster sector time. It's Alistair Hyatt that comes through the double apex right-hander at Saddle Sweep and over the King Tony Tools tunnel on the Killarney straights. But there's going to be Greg Waddington, a further 9.6 seconds back. Chad Thompson, Laverne Sabotka having dropped down a few places here as we rocketed down that straight towards Fastron Corner.
And all of those bikes will make their way into Fastron at incredible speeds. It is getting incredibly close. Frankie's just pointed out, look at the gap that Alistair Hyatt's made up to
times. Look at the
Hilton.
times, Jordan. At 125, he's got problems. That was absolutely a surprise here. He was looking over his shoulder on the previous lap. He's back onto the circuit now, Jordan, but his last lap was a 1:25.8 compared to the 1:20.5 of Alistair Hyatt. A whole 5 seconds was taken out, and he only had a 4.4 second advantage.
So there was obviously something in the mix there that has caused him problems, and he's been trying to hold it out for the last couple laps, and it's finally given up. Maybe it's brakes, maybe the brakes are a bit spongy or something along those lines. He went off, he did a little loop, and he jumped back on circuit, and now he'll be sitting in 3rd or 4th place at the moment. But Greg Waddington there, we see come through our frame, followed there by Chad Thompson, and dropping back quite a considerable margin is Laverne Sobotka with 2.5 laps to go, just under 3 laps to go, rather. They make their way into Pertamina Fostron, and there we see our leader. Oh no, I lied. Sorry, that's 2nd place, Hilton Redlingace. The leaders cross the line now and into Holzhoek.
Yeah, we're going to watch now as he comes towards the line. He comes across the line now. Hilton Redlingace, 7.6 seconds off of Alistair Hyatt. Now into that turn as we go, as it's Holzhoek, Greg Waddington in 3rd place, Chad Thompson in 4th as Sobotka comes in 5th after having been 3rd at a moment. And now down into Fastron corner, we have the likes of Wayne Gress, Ryan Smuts, Derek Hendricks has climbed up. Somebody has gone down at 5 as a yellow flag waving there. On the outside of the turn, is somebody in the wall? That's what I have to ask here. Bike number 9, and that is Johan Momberg. Johan Momberg is rejoining, so thankfully he's been able to do so with 2 laps left to go, including this very one that they are on. And that was the man who was going to be dropping down to 11th spot now ahead of Kritzinger.
Yeah, he goes into 1 now. Into Holzhoek does Juan Momberg. That was very unlucky from that case, but good to hear that it was just a little bit of an off and he made his way back on circuit. But look at that group going through there. That is Wayne Gress, Ryan Smuts, Derek Hendricks and Sharif Reynolds. Sharif Reynolds is a little bit further behind as they make their way down the Killarney straight and into Pertamina Fostron. The leaders who are still on the lead lap. This will be their last lap.
Well, you can see Redlingace now has closed up the gap there, Jordan. He's 1:17.771 for him, and now 4.4 seconds between himself and Alistair Hyatt. I think it's going to be a bit of a tough ask to have him actually challenge for the lead back now. But 1st and 2nd on the Tigerberg straight out of that turn 3 to the lovely raked gravel of Sardo Sweep. And he's closing. He is closing his Redlingace as he comes onto the back straight, or Killarney straight as we like to call it, across the King Tony Tools tunnel and rocketing down to Fastron corner. He's not close enough. Let's see, he might do something over here. How late is he on the brakes? He hasn't done so. And here they come out now, Jordan. But Jordan, they're going to run it to the line. They're going to run it to the line now. It's going to be very close. It is still Alistair Hyatt that holds it in the lead, and Hyatt will just get it. But a fastest lap of a 1:17.283 on that final lap. Look at the time difference as well. It is a 1:21.3 for Alistair Hyatt, and at 0.4 of a second in it, Greg Waddington takes 3rd place. Chad Thompson will get 4th.
Good racing from all of them. From the top 4, Laverne Sobotka crosses the line in 5th place. Great race from him, losing quite a lot of time in the last couple of laps. But still incredible racing. Now we watch Wayne Gress. The front, oh no, I lied, sorry, that's Francois Kritzinger. He crossed the lines of the back bar. Coming up, there's Wayne Gress and Ryan Smuts, as well as Derek Hendricks. Ryan Smuts and Wayne Gress was extremely close. Wayne getting the better of the 2. Sharif Reynolds coming home in 9th after sitting in 7th the whole race. Unfortunately, got swamped a little bit by the 2 ahead of him. Willem Lowe crosses the line, coming in to take that last position, 13th, after he went off and he fell behind by 2 laps with some sort of issue. But we listen as the last of the 2 bikes come across the line. That is William Morris comes home in the top 10. And we still wait. Number 9, Juan Mombo comes home in 11th place after a little bit of an off.
So Jordan just got some information here that bike number 30, that's Ryan Smuts' Honda Fireblade, has got a 30-second penalty for presumably a jump start. So bike number 30 gets 30, and that's very sad. That would have been a 7th place finish for him. And well, we move on now to the Thermo Fires Clubman Saloons. Everybody has been talking about this.
Just before.
Sorry there, Jordan. Yeah, this is going to be a humdinger.
That is a very good word to put it. And, you know, the two legends, I say, of Clubman's racing will take over from Byron and I, and they've got a stacked field of cars. I saw on the entry list 39 cars in total, which is bumping up the numbers incredibly, incredibly well. I'm not sure what the result is of everyone starting on the grid. I'm sure there will be some issues after quali and practice yesterday. But we also have some Namibians down, but I'm sure these two will tell you about it.
All right, folks, here we go. Thermo Fires, Clubman's Regional Saloon Cars, race number 1 is about to roll out onto the track. As a matter of fact, they're already rolling out onto the track. 30 cars show on our monitor. This class sponsored by Thermo Fires and Bryce.
Should we hand over yet, Frankie, or should we just wait a bit?
And you're gonna have an interview with a man who's got a very strange writing on the front of his shirt. I won't go down there and say what it says. No.
Well, folks, here we go with Thermo Fires Clubman's. Big thanks to Thermo Fires for coming on board for this season and hopefully seasons to come. But the only man that confirmed he was going to be for seasons to come is the man that's sweating lightly, painting brightly. He's also got a bright set of socks on. I'm not sure which set he's selected for today, but the one and only, the man himself. We've got to have good-looking people up in the commentary box as well. Clint Renard.
Yeah, push it up.
Clint, good day to you.
Good day, Gary. Oh, yeah.
So, you got bright socks, you got bright tackies, you still got your pajama pants on, the wording on your t-shirt we can't use, so let's just go straight to the kill. Tell us about the latest in Thermal Fires, Clubman.
Yeah, Gary, we are growing very well. We had 39 entries today. We had 9 people drop out, so we only got 30. There might still be people joining later, so it might get up to 32, 33 for the second heat if everybody's still in.
Tell us about those that dropped out. Why?
Clint Renault dropped out. Gearbox wasn't ready.
Yeah, but I'm not talking about 6 weeks ago. I'm talking about the latest.
Yeah, the latest. I was nearly ready. Okay, we had Nias that pulled out. We've had Nias was driving a Ford Focus, if I'm not mistaken. We've got Lance Orange also pulled out, not entirely ready yet. We got Andre Johnson. Shocks. He might still make the second heat. I've gone out to see if I can't get a pair of shocks.
Looking blindingly quick in a straight line down the back lane earlier on.
That was Alex.
That was Alex.
Yes, Andre's got an Audi 500 that he was going to enter.
Speaking of which, Alex is alongside Steve Heidenreich in the Origin Oils car on the front row of the grid.
Yeah, Alex hasn't been in for a while, so he just needs maybe 2 corners to tighten his.
How much is that? Is he that far off?
He's that far off. Yeah, just 2 corners, and then he should be all right and challenging Stephen for the win along with Shane. I mean, Shane's back after 3 motors in a row, I think it is. He's never made the actual race, but yeah, he's been there.
That's not a dig, that's a factual assumption of what's happened.
That's a factual assumption. Yeah, his motor Mac is called Destroy Engineering.
is that the guy that doubles as his father?
That doubles as his father, yes. I think the last motor went because of double runaway.
Well, lots of fun in Thermal Fires Club. Is there any predictions for today's racing? Looking at the Class A cars up front, Stephen Heinrich, Alex Johnson and Shane de Toy?
Yes, I think it's going to be a tight fight. Shane will come through. He's just getting into terms with how the engine's performing. I think Alex is going to really challenge Stephen. We've got MP Pretorius from Windhoek. He could be a little bit of a challenge here as well. Jaco Lambert on the brink of busting out of Class B.
He's been getting quicker and quicker. He has become the top B qualifier, but I think it's about 5 entries in Class B for today.
Yes.
Stephen Ghost, there's another man that's doing exceptionally well, 124.870 from Shane, and then Willem Swart, Class C. It looks like it's Mia Bench that's the highest qualifying class.
Yes, Mia Bench switching back over to the BMW. She's still coming to terms with that car, so she will excel a bit during the race. She'll 8-all and vice there. Class D and M, Gemma seems to be the fastest in D, but she will be challenged. She knows that.
But Gemma getting faster and faster every race, not that far from breaking out of Class D already.
Yes, I think she's might be sandbagging already, but we'll see about that.
I like it when you do these factual reports for us, not giving anything away, the inside line.
Definitely not.
But Clint, overall, you guys must be super chuffed with the way Clubman's is going for 2024.
We are super chuffed. We guarantee to have 50 cars on the grid by the last race meeting.
And if I remember correctly, quote-unquote, chairman's words, the first time that we have 50 cars on track, he'll pay everybody's entries?
That'll be 60 cars. 60 cars, he will pay everybody's entry. So he's
squeeze it down.
So he's in for a 70, 80,000 rand bill out of his pocket. And we're going to hold him to it as well.
Well, we in the commentary box have already decided we'll definitely hold him to it. So even if you guys let it go.
Yeah, I'm actually thinking of hiring people just to come race for us, just to fill up that 60.
Well, with a 10 grand a piece, you can bring in that last 10 that you need without any problem whatsoever. But all jokes aside, the class is going fantastically well. Your gearbox clutch problems, they just seem to continue.
We have done an alteration to the gearbox system. Hopefully this one will last. We've strengthened up everything on the internals.
Well, now, as you don't give away the incorrect information, am I giving away incorrect information when I say you've got too much power, quote unquote.
Yeah, power / torque. I've just got way too much for my 1400 City Golf gearbox. Yeah.
Oh, that's an amazing 1400 motor, I must say. Quickly, as they go down into Pertamina Fastron, breakdown of your motor, just so the folks know.
I've got up to 214 kilowatts already out of my NA Golf. I don't know what it'll be now, but that's the highest I've gotten so far, and 268 Newton meters.
Awesome stuff. That must feel like a pocket rocket.
Yes, it is. Yes.
Oh, yeah. All right, here we go. That was Clint Renard, the technical man that's been with Clubman since Pa fell off the boss, if not before that. And here we go. It's going to be all systems go as the lights go off. First race of the day for Thermofires Clubman. Who's it going to be? Is it going to be Stephen Heidenreich that's going to lead them in? Yep, it's Stephen Heidenreich that goes through, and then looks like the rest of the pack is going to make it all pretty fine at this stage of the fight as they work their way up at Joubert straight towards the Castrol corner.
That's Stephen Heidenreich sits out there in P1, and Alex Johnson's having a lunge up there and looked at Shane Du Toit. Du Toit has got the line covered. Jaco Lambert sits in that fight as well. We'll keep an eye on the rest of them. The Namibians are in the house as well. We'll keep an eye on those drivers, our friends from up north from Namibia, as we see them filter through Damstep, turn right, up the Tygerberg Straight. We'll get them all for you now. The moment they've completed the opening lap, they will head now into the double right-hander. That is a saddle sweep. As you watch the tail end of them work their way up the Tygerberg Straight, through saddle sweep, over the King Tony Tools Bridge they go, down the Killarney back straight, into the Pertamina Fastron. It's a long, high-speed train of Thermofires Clubman's cars that's working their way out of Turn 5, Pertamina Fastron, through Turn 5A, onto the Porsche Club Straight and under the City of Cape Town Bridge.
It's going to be all about Stephen Heidenreich. He's got the hammer down, and Shane Du Toit is right in there as well. Shane Du Toit from Alex Johnson, and then Zachary Martin, direct from Namibia, is the next man that comes through behind that.
Yeah, Zachary Martin just made the move stick there on Jaco Lambert. And he sits there in that third position as the leading cars work their way. Oh, Alex Johnson a little bit wide there in that Red Bull Racing Audi A4. He's got Martin in there behind him. There's Lambert coming through. Then MP Pretorius, I think, is in that fight as well. No, it's not Pretorius that's in that fight. We'll have a look and see as...
Swart, I think. Could be Willem Swart. Just ahead.
Yeah, if it's a 222 car, then it is Swart. Yeah, he's sandwiched between both Smith drivers.
Down the back main they go rocketing, and the Origin Oils entry leading out. He does not show on the leaderboard, so there must be something wrong with the transponder in that car. It in fact shows Shane as the lead car, the man that's on his third motor in a short period of time.
Yeah, looking at what you folks are seeing at home, that's not right. That strap. So as they race down, it is Heidenreich from Du Toit. Johnson sits in that third position. Zachary Martin comes through. Then you've got Arne Lambert that's coming through. Somebody gone off. Shane's Du Toit has gone off. Here comes Lambert through as they make their way through. Shows Michael Asier, Kai van Zyl sitting there in that sixth position, just ahead of Stephen Goos and the 71 of Shane Smith.
Stephen Goos, the Thermofires man, the main sponsor of the class, and he's just getting quicker and quicker at this stage of the fight. The leading Class B car is in fact Jaco Lambert, and as you heard earlier on, Jaco Lambert on the edges of breaking through to Class A.
Leaders going down the back straight, and oh, that bonnet pins have come loose on Heidenreich's car, and that has been reported according to what the radio's told us. So the leader going into Fastron corner down the Killarney back straight, or the Killarney straight, and he's got trouble. He's got trouble on his hands. The marshals have picked that up, and we have a look here. Lambert's under attack. He is under attack from Pretorius. That's MJ Pretorius. Then behind Pretorius is that black Golf of Michael Asier. Have a look at them. Here they come. Lucia wants to have a go. And then it is Kai van Zyl and then Stephen Gous coming through as well. And he's just ahead of that yellow BMW of Shane Smith.
Yeah, Shane Smith having a pretty decent run at this stage of the fight. Your leading Class C car is in fact Gary Smith. It's Shane the Toy that is dropping down. And the Class C cars are now working their way past him.
Right, the leader is now heading through that king coming out of Castrol, working his way towards turn 3 through Damstep. Here he comes out of Dams. That is Heidenrich. Alex Johnson is right in there behind him. Zachary Martin from Namibia. Then we've got a lovely 4 trainer cars. It is Lambert, it is Lucia, it's Pretorius, it's Van Zyl, and it is Stephen Gous as they work their way through the double right-hander, turn 4, saddle sweep.
Stephen Gous got just about the best view in the house right now as they work their way down the Killarney straight and down towards Pertamina fast run. You can see they're starting to stretch out just a little bit, but that grouping side by side, Lambert once again finds himself on the outside and under a lot of pressure. The Sear sticks his nose in. Can he get the drive coming out of the corner? Lambert carries lots of speed out of the corner and holds on to that position.
Oh, that is a lovely fight there. Zachary Martin is going through as the rest of the cars go through. Look, Michael Lucia is the man that's on the move in that group. Lucia leads that group on the exit of turn number 1 out of holes. As we see Willie Swart coming through. This will be Gary Smith, and there's Dexter Bruce coming through in that 13th position, and Dex is lying second in Class C.
Well, going back to the front end of the pack, I tell you what, Stephen Heidenrich is really hauling. And, well, is he going to have to make a plan with that bonnet? Are they going to leave him? We'll try and get a close-up shot of that for you. But doing 200 plus down the back lane, he works his way through the saddle sweep and down the Killarney main. Origin Oil's entry is breaking slowly but surely away from Alex Johnson. Alex Johnson back in racing after a long time out. But can he do the close down maneuver on the Origin car?
Right, here comes Heidenrich. Alex J sits there just behind him. Alex Johnson, he was 0.153 behind him at the start of that lap. Then we've got a back marker. Then we've got Zachary Martin that is behind that back marker. And MP Pretorius, the other man from Namibia, is giving Jaco Lambert a go. And right behind them, we have got Kai van Zyl. Here comes Kai van Zyl, and behind him is Stephen Gous. Gous coming through. We've got a lovely fight going on here. This is Shane Smith and Willie Swart. That is Smith and Willie Swart for P8 and 9. Then we've also got Gary Smith coming through, and right there behind him is Dexter Bruce.
Yeah, Dexter Bruce having a pretty good run. It's going to be very, very tight. Griffin Wintle also in there. It's nice to see Gavin Sirk back out on track, and there's somebody running very slow with the Opel down the front main.
Yeah, we'll get that number of that car that's going very slow. That is the 92 car that's going very slow. Leader going down into 5. He's going into turn 5 into a Pertamina fast run. Are your front runners. That is Stephen Heidenrich. We'll see him come into shot now. You wait for Stephen to come out of fast run. Here he comes to turn 5A. Onto the Porsche Club straight under the City of Cape Town Bridge. Alex Johnson is right there with him. There's not much between them, 2.17. Then we've got Zachary Martin. Behind Zachary Martin is Lambert. Behind, no, it's not Lambert, it's Pretorius. Then it's Lambert, then it's Van Zyl, and then it is Stephen Gous that sits there in P7.
Folks trying to catch up to them, but they're putting up some serious pace there. Behind Gous, that yellow car coming into view, the E36 BMW. That is Smith. And Schwartz going to have a look on that outside line. He's going to try and outbrake him. Can he make his way through? Well, it's going to be side by side as they exit the corner. using the curbstone and a little bit more, working about the Jabez straight towards National Corner. Dives now towards the outside line and trying to do some proverbial cutback.
Yeah, Shane Smith and Willie Swart, that's the two cars working their way out of Joubert and through Castrol Corner, and they are sitting in 8th and 9th. There's Dexter Bruce, you just saw him briefly come through there. He's moved up into that P11, but the leader working his way through Pertamina Fostron to come around and start his last lap. One more lap to go for Steven Heidenreich. Alex Johnson, right, we see Evert de Toy coming through in the Falcon. He's going to be lapped by the two front runners, namely Heidenreich and Johnson. Here comes Zachary Martin from Namibia. Right behind Martin, he's his stablemate, MP Pretorius, also from Namibia, followed here by Jaco Lambert, Kai van Zyl and Stephen Gous.
Well, going just a little bit further back behind Stephen Gous, there you can see the next guys coming through. That is Smith and Swart. They're very close to one another on overall lap times. Then behind that, there's a little bit of a gap as the next car comes through. That is that's Dexter Bruce. Dexter Bruce has got Gavin Surf in there behind him.
Other Smith.
That is, Smith is now
Here
gone
comes,
back to the
Surf.
front as well. Here comes Gavin Surf. Griffin Wintle back into it. Olin's right in there as well. And then Jacobs and then a Mia Bench in there behind that as they go down towards turn number 1.
Right, the leader is going past a lot of slower cars there. That is Stephen Heinrich. Remember, this is the flag lap. This is the final, final lap that they are on. There's major fights heading into turn number 1. Holzhoek, as we wait for the leader to come through. There he is, mixed up in all the back markers. The bonnet pins held, and Stevie Heidenreich comes home in P1. Alex J, you just saw him cross the line in second. Zachary Martin comes home in third. MP Pretorius comes home behind him. That's the two Namibian drivers. Followed across the line by, that's not Lambert, that is Kai van Zyl.
Wow.
That's van Zyl. And Lambert might just be overtaken on the line here. Let's have a look. See, Lambert does get overtaken by Stephen Gous by 0.05 of a second between Gous and Lambert. And Shane Smith gets to the line just ahead there of Willie Swart, followed there by Dexter Bruce and by Gary Smith.
Wow, that was super duper close. 59 thousandths of a second as they came across the line. The first half of the guys have already come through. Here comes Gavin Surf. Seth Griffin Wintle, the son of the original Griffin Wintle that gave us so much entertainment in this class a couple of years back. So it's nice to see a second tier coming through. As happens on regular occasions in motorsport, you often see the offspring coming through.
And then Jacobs and the first of the lady racers finishing in P15, and that is Gemma O'Lean that crosses the line, and behind her in P16 was the other lady racer, namely Mia Bench.
Yeah, and then behind Mia,
that's David Vermaak that just took the checkered flag there in 19th overall with the BMW. Well, that was Thermofires Clubman's Saloon Cars race number 1 over 8 laps, and 121.849 was the quickest lap set up by Alex Johnson.
So, Frankie, how would you explain to Clint Renard that as a, shall we say, commentator, that he's just suffered his first commentator's curse with one of our front runners that's been through 3 engines recently? It's called commentator's curse. Clint, how do you feel about it? I know you're graying and you're getting older, but these pressures we need to face.
I would feel guilty, but you know me, I don't give a thing. Yeah.
Awesome stuff. Clint, thanks very much for joining us. Thanks very much for always bringing us the inside information. See you later today.
Cool. Thank you, Gary. Thank you, Frankie.
Got some information from Emil Tiny Brandt of Tiny's Pit Box about Cedric Berger and the Honda. And there was a left tire blowout, and that was between a dam stip and a saddle sweep, and the car stopped over there and virtually in front of where they are. So he just sent me information saying that that was a problem for Cedric Berger's Honda. DNF'd sadly as a left front tire blew out on the Honda Ballard.
Well, folks, as you see, all the cars have lined up on the grid, and they're just about good to go. But you'll see a whole lot of people that have gone down, and you see a whole lot of matching T-shirts with the number 55 on that. And that, unfortunately, yes, that means that it's time for us to do a tribute to fallen friends.
To start off, Leighton Thomas. It is with infinite sadness that we come to terms with the tragic passing of experienced superbike racer Leighton Thomas from injuries sustained in a high-speed crash at Killarney during the Power Series event on the 25th of May 2024. Deeply involved in the community, Leighton was a natural, easy leader who knew everybody and a good mate to all. A keen rugby and cricket player, he was RCL prefect in his matric year at Wynberg Boys High School. He was a mainstream biker who became passionate about racing. Leighton's smile and infectious good nature will be sorely missed by all at Killarney who knew him. Our thoughts and prayers are with his wife Kaylee, his children, his parents, Greg and Tina, younger brother Darren, and 2 older sisters. May Leighton rest in peace. Goodbye, old friend.
Unfortunately, we've got more people of our own, our brethren, our racing people that have passed away as well. Dickon Daggett. A giant has fallen with the passing of Richard Dickon Daggett, motor builder, racer, and historian, who slipped away quietly on Saturday afternoon, 22nd of June, just 2 weeks before his 77th birthday, after a long illness, bravely born. Dixon was a charming, bon vivant type of person who lived life to the full. After earning his degree in mechanical engineering at the University of Cape Town, he moved to London to take his master's in naval architecture. While in the UK, he began racing initially in a MGTF and later in Formula 500 and Formula Junior single-seaters, always pursuing his passion for collecting, racing, rebuilding, and even creating historic racing cars. Whenever historic racing enthusiasts gather, Dickon Daggett will be remembered always with a grin. He was that kind of guy.
Bruce Valentine. It is with heavy hearts that we say farewell to Bruce Valentine, mini enthusiast and racer, who passed away on the Thursday, the 30th of May, at the age of 77, after a long illness bravely borne. Bruce's father owned a Mini, and they had a neighbor in Fort Victoria who drove a Mini Cooper S, which kindled Bruce's lifelong passion for these amazing little cars. Bruce inherited his father's Mini, which he raced in the Caltron Fine Cars and later in the Lauda Classic Cars categories. We extended our sincere condolences to Dion and his sister Tracy in this difficult time.
Yet another of our own that have fallen. Rest in peace, Mike Deudi. It was with great sadness and nostalgia for the golden age of motor racing in South Africa that we learned recently of the passing of Michael Grace Deudi, better known as Mike, at the age of 81 in Bethpage, Rhode Island. Deudi graduated from the Jim Russell Racing Drivers School at Snetterton in 1964. But after just one season, he switched to sports car racing, initially in a Porsche 904, followed by a 906, and later 2 Lola T70s. In these, he became one of the stars of South African Springbok Trophy series of endurance races. The world of motorsport is the sadder for the passing of one of the greatest gentleman drivers.
And finally, Jean-Pierre Duplessis. It was with dismay that we learned of the untimely passing of Jean-Pierre Duplessis, or JP Duplessis, on the 13th of June at the young age of only 50. Well liked in the rally fraternity, he was really quick in his days in BMW rally cars. He and his brother, Ines, were known as the Swartland Rally Brothers. We extend our sincere condolences to Ines and the Duplessis family. Our thoughts and prayers with them in this difficult time.
Folks, we'd like you all to stand and remove your headgear in honor of our fallen friends and family. Going to be sorely missed. Some great people that unfortunately we have lost out on. Please stand in a moment of silence. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Much appreciated. Rest in peace, our fallen friends.
Well, as the engines strike up, the good news is that there are two Chevy Forenzas on the front row. And we were worried for a moment over there. We didn't see Donadio, but he's there. And then, of course, we have Rudolf de Vos alongside him. Michael Hitchcock in the Mustang. Then it's going to be Wynand Nel in the former Donadio car. That is the Ford Escort. Then Pierre Vialot in the Pierre Vialot Consult RX-7 Mazda. Hopefully makes it to the end of the race on each occasion. He had a bit of trouble last time out. A magnificent sounding flame-throwing vehicle. And then back for Trevor Momberg again, which is great to see in his V6 Capri. Jean-Andre Boertes, 7th position. In the Skyline, the Sabat Skyline, very famous in South African racing folklore. And then we also have the Corvette out there as well, the Stingray, which is always a wonderful addition to racing here at Killarney for the Lauda Classic cars. And that is being campaigned by Robin Forbes, none other than the man himself.
Awesome to see some of the guys from around the country come in, and some of the guys we don't see often. Like you say, that Stingray, haven't seen in quite a while. I know Kerry Blows is out once again in that beautiful Datsun 240Z. I know he's got that other Datsun in his, Goldie as it's called.
That's parked in the pits at the moment there, the gold and blue Datsun that is supposed to be at some stage campaigned by Kerry Blows.
But that was also originally driven by Mr. Quixley.
Yes, Richard Quixley, who's campaigned a number of vehicles through the years here at Killarney, like Charlie Arton as well. But yes, on the grid we've got two boxy-shaped Beamers as well. Rob Rowe and Dave Aladeth, just a few cars up. The 240Z, as was mentioned by Jordan, the Lane and Trevor Hutchings VW men, of course a Mark II Golf for the 74 of Lane, and the Sirocco, the bright orange Sirocco Type 1 of Trevor Hutchings.
But now we just wait. We wait for the red flag to drop so the pace car can run off and lead the field on their warm-up lap. But
there's an Escort just being pushed at the moment off the circuit, Jordan, on our screen here now. Wayne Lotter, I think it is Wayne Lotter. My apologies. So it is an Escort. I did say initially what I said, but I will stand to be corrected. So we will find out for you shortly. 8-lap race will lie ahead. Franco Donadio, Rudolf de Vos, the two Chevy Can-Ams. So we'll find out for you shortly who that is, but unfortunately we've dropped from 28 to 27 cars out on the grid. That is rounded off by a Jetta. Surely a Jetta. I can see the machines there. There's also the Row 2002 BMW that I did see just early on. The Jetta's Andre Ferry. Robert Senekal was in the 2-litre number 50 Ford Escort, which might likely be him out there.
I'm just going to jump in here quickly. I think it is Robert Senekal's car that races in Class E. Cannot see the car properly, but I do believe that it is the Class E entry of Rob Senekal.
That will briefly delay the start. We have a few other cars down there as well. We have that Morris Minor. The Morris Minor, I don't know who is behind the wheel of that Morris Minor. We've had a few campaigners Fourie is just right behind him. I'll tell you now, the Datsun Triple S in that section as well. The Morris Minor has been campaigned by Calvin Beekman. Malcolm Pfeiffer in his Alfa Romeo. That's the former Dave Aladef Alfa Romeo.
I was just having a thought now to who's not on the field, and the likes of Wayne Lotte isn't here. He had an accident a round ago, 2 rounds ago, and I'm not sure if that core is sorted yet, but he's not here today. One of the Eighton Bogarts in his bright gold Fairlane, he's not here today either, unfortunately. There was supposed to be another RX-7 on the list, but that was also not shown up. I'll try and find the name.
No Dave Kopka, of course, in the R100. That we see him the last time out. The Triple S is out there by Brian Bedin. 5-0, Robert Senecal. We have confirmed that Escort is the one that pulled off by turn 5A, so that has delayed the start.
Jan Kukumur was the other RX-7 that was on the list but is not here. Charles Arton is not out in his 914 Porsche. There are quite a few cars. And Bruce Evan Taplin, also not out today.
One of the top front-wheel drive competitors in his Toyota Corolla. But Dion Conradi, did you mention Dion Conradi? He's not. No, he's not. Also, so the Toyota gang are not here today. I don't know where they have gone. Maybe they flew to Japan, Toyota City. Recommended to visit. And yeah, so I see Jared Evans is also down there as well in the Ford Capri, just ahead of Calvin Beekman, and alongside him will be Malcolm Pfeiffer, as we said.
But still a very, very good field that we see out there today. We're just waiting for them to get a rolling and a thundering.
See, the battery pack is coming out here, sorry, Jordan. As well, so they're going to have to run to whoever requires that battery pack, and it will probably be, like you pointed out now, Jordan, DeVos, number 24.
It is honestly quite something to see 2 Can-Ams right next to each other. Almost makes you think of the Can-Am days.
Well, let's just hope they can get going so we can continue to have 2 Can-Ams out there. There we go. The left side door is open up. The battery pack will be connected. John Green will help with the door there. Thanks, John. What a gentleman, eh? And, well, we will hopefully get going soon. And the idle of these cars already is enough to work you up and make you feel the butterflies in your stomach. As look at that, Michael Hitchcock V8 Mustang run on biofuel. The Granada Piranha there of Glenn Ayton Bogart in the top 10 alongside Robin Forbes. Don't forget about Fadi Mouton in his bright red Mustang with the black bonnet. But we are almost ready to go racing for 8 laps. As the safety car drives off towards Holzhoek, the field will follow a rolling start. The Lauda Classic cars, and just getting off the line now will be Rudolf DeVos. And what a lovely symphony of sound that we're getting over here. Lane Hutchings, the 240Z alongside him, also driving off towards turn 1 Holzhoek. The RX-7 of Pierre Viello. That's very reminiscent of many years ago. Alan Moffat in the Australian, the Bathurst, used to run an RX-7 with similar colours. And a very famous one, the Canadian Australian, you could say.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of these cars are very reminiscent to cars gone by, if you will.
It's always lovely to see, actually, that the tributes and the homages are always continuing. It's the passion that it is, Jordan.
I mean, a good example of that is Jean-André Bottas in that Skyline. That's the ex-Willie Hepburn Skyline.
That's not No, not the Willie Hepburn. That is Henny Groenewald.
Oh, Henny Groenewald. Sorry, not
Henny Groenewald. Henny van der Linde.
Henny van der Linde.
Henny van der Linde. You were
half right.
Right over there to a degree. So yes, for a man who was not born too long ago as well, there, Jordan, only 20 years of age.
I mean, I wouldn't be up here if I didn't know a little bit.
That is true. That is true. So, there goes Jared Evans. There is the 2002 BMW of Rose, sorry, but I see they say that Leon van Linden is actually in that 2002 BMW 1.8 litre. He did campaign an Alpha not too long ago. So, down the Killarney straight we run. On the right-hand side, it is Donadio. On the left-hand side, it is Rudy de Vos. Now, it's going to be a humdinger of a race, this one. I won't repeat that one. It may take me a while, but it's going to be beautiful. And yeah, they come now out of Fastron corner. They'll pick up the pace. The safety car will peel off to the right, our left from here. The lights will be on, and we'll be ready to go racing for 8 laps here as they charge up now underneath the City of Cape Town, Castrol and Lime Property Management Bridge. And here we go for race number 1 of the Lauda Classic cars, charging up towards Holzhoek. Now the inside line will be our man, of course, Donadio, that will take that place. It will be De Vos in second. Who is in third? That's the big thing. That is going to be Nell. Nell in third, Hitchcock in fourth. Then it's fifth is going to be the Capri of Momberg, and then PVLO's RX-7, the only rotary in the race.
Yep, so we're going to have to watch them go through as Nell tries to go up along the outside of De Vos, but he cannot make the move stick in that Escort. So you'll have to wait for another movement if De Vos doesn't open those legs, doesn't open up the legs on that Can-Am and fly off. But we watch them go down the Tygerberg straight now. So many beautiful cars make their way through Dams Dip. And now we move down to the Killarney straight and look at the absolute thundering speed of Franco Donadio as well as De Vos in those two matching Can-Ams making their way into Pertamina Fastron.
You can see them come through turn 5, Pertamina Fastron. There's Pierre Violo making his way past the Capri of Trevor Momberg. Then you'll see the Skyline piercing through as well. So almost a place lost there for Brian Evans. And look at the Granada Piranha there of Glenn Aiton Bogart. But the big one going now towards turn 1. Those two in the Chevys. And you can tell now that Rudy de Vos has warmed those tires up nicely. He was originally a bit squirrely around the first lap. But now he has a stab at it on the outside into turn 2, Castrol corner. He won't make it work there yet. And now going to have to play the defensive game here is Franco Donadio that usually dominates proceedings.
I said I was getting goosebumps earlier in the warmth, but this is something else, Byron. Seeing De Vos and Donadio right up battling each other is an incredible sight to see. We used to see them battling between Can-Am and Escort, but now Donadio's jumped up his game and got a Can-Am himself, and he's really showing what he can put himself what he can do with himself in that car. But you watch the rest of the field make their way through Sarl's sweep. Now there's the likes of Burtis and Evans. There's that Stingray, there's Eladef, but now they make their way into Pertamina Fastron. 2-3 car lengths away. But look at that racing line that the second place Can-Am takes as they make their way down the Porsche straight.
Well, a wide entrance for Rudy de Vos and a wide exit for Donadio. Donadio just took the fastest lap and it was taken away from him. 0.6 of a second between himself and de Vos. A 1:24.18 for him now as they cross the line. Hitchcock ahead of Nell. Nell leads his Class X in that particular Ford Escort. Then it's going to be Lowe and Momberg. They will lead the Class B section. Here comes Robin Forbes across the line ahead of Dave Aladef. And ahead of him, ahead of them, or behind them rather, will be Lane Hutchings. So there we go, the whole field make their way through as we go towards turn 3, Damps Dip, and it is still going to be the little Chev ahead of the other Chev of Rudy de Vos. Franco Donadio, look at the back end coming out there of that second place Can-Am.
They may be little, but they punch like big V8s. And now we watch. This is the third place battle between Hitchcock and Nell, as well as sitting on his own at the minute. It's Pierre Vierlo, followed there by Trevor Momberg, Glenayden Bogart, Burtis, Evans and Mouton all come through Sorrel Sweep as well. And then we jump towards Pertamina Fostron as the leaders go through and make their way down the Porsche straight once again. Here's this battle between Michael Hitchcock and Weinert Null. This is also going to be a sight to see.
It's going to be one of the battles to watch, Jordan, as there are 5 laps left to go. Pierre Vierlo is dropping off the back of them at the moment. We had a moment for De Kock in his Ford Escort, but back out onto the circuit again. Trevor Momberg, though, there is something rubbing. There's tyre versus bodywork rubbing for that skyline that's coming towards us of Jean-Andre Burtis.
Burtis not having a good moment as he actually throws an incredible driver. It looks like the front right wheel is actually getting caught there. If not, maybe a trailing arm is broken or something of the sorts, because then you would have no steering on that side.
He may as well park it. He may as well park it, Jordan. He might even do that as they come through turn through. No, he won't. There goes Ferdy Mouton and Brian Evans through on the inside of him. He'll be trundling around. It'll be great to get another view of that as well. We didn't get the best view of that right front, but now down towards the Turn 5, Fastron corner. There is De Kock, who had that moment at turn 1. He will now keep the racing line, and you'll be forcing the 2 leaders. Leader in second place, Franco Donadio and Rudolf de Vos, to make their way past him. Look at the gap that they have already. It's a 1:19.382 for de Vos, and I just quickly saw there what it was for Donadio, but 0.6 of a second. The gap is being maintained by Donadio, so all kudos to him.
But now we watch 3rd place, 4th place, and in our view now, that's 5th place. That's Pierre Vierlo, Hitchcock and Nell, a second adrift between the two. Low about 4 seconds away from them.
Yeah, Ferdy Mouton coming here now as well. Jordan, that's going to be in the top 5. Top 4 rather, I think I would say, of that section. Look at the gaggle of cars coming out here. Jean-Andre Burtis is pulling off to the side now. You can get it back to the pits, but let's see, as it's going to be Trevor Hutchings that has his hands full there at the moment of Rob Rowe and co. The leaders going down the Killarney straight now towards turn 5, Fastron corner.
And I've just had a look at Jean-Andre Burtis as there's a Stingray. There's a Stingray in the grass. We both jumped at the same time. Stingray in the gravel there outside turn 5. So there will be a yellow flag there. We can see a single waved yellow being waved there. So no overtaking into Pertamina Fostron. But as we said, Burtis went into the pits with that issue, and Kerry Blows followed him into the pits. So obviously they weren't going to race without each other.
And that seriously beached that Stingray, that Corvette Stingray of Robin Forbes. So the yellow flags will be there out there for a considerable amount of time, as we now have 3 laps left to go, including the one they have just started. Franco Donadio comes out of the turn 2 Castrol section towards turn 3, which is damn step, but we go now through turn 1. Still a lot of jostling happening. I think that was Weinert Nell that was in there, and he's still keeping to the back of that Mustang, that mighty Mustang of Michael Hitchcock. So he'll close up in the corners, but the power down will be for the Mustang when he gets to those straighter parts.
You can't let Nell out of your sights, because he definitely has the speed in that car. I mean, that isn't his own car. That is I would say an ex-Franco Donadio car, but he is making moves with that Escort like you won't believe. But here the leaders talking about Franco Donadio. There he is, still leading out ahead of Rudolf de Vos. Rudolf sliding that Can-Am around. Maybe it's not the best way to get around the corner or the fastest, but it sure is the coolest way to get around, Byron.
It's called enthusiasm there, Jordan. They are both absolutely 11/10 racers. The likes of Donadio and de Vos. But look at this now as Wynand Nel, the man who graduated from a Ford Anglia to a Ford Escort, has now put himself on the back of Michael Hitchcock. They cross the line. It's the penultimate lap. In the background, you see Pierre Lowe. You could almost say on his own. They've already lapped the Herman de Kock is coming around here now. There's a Jetta as well. That's Andre Fourie. And they go into turn one now for the penultimate time in this first race of the day for the Libre Classic cars.
And I lied. Kerry Blows is still out there. Or is that a different Datsun that I'm seeing? I think he may actually be a lap down because he's not up there on the timesheets for us. But watch as they go through Dam's Dip now. Hitchcock and Nel. But look at that. Look how close that is, Byron, as they make their way into Pertamina Fostron. Still a stricken Corvette. There's roughly about a car length, if not less, between the two. We'll see what they can do with a slipstream coming to the line to start the final lap.
And this could be it as a spin happens for Rudolf de Vos. And he just keeps it, just break. Oh, thank goodness. He does not tag the wall. There's the Skyline coming right past him. That Skyline, if I remember, is Theo Klaassen. I think it is. Double wave yellows will be waving quite a bit. Here comes everybody else now. This is going to be hairy scary as we have Calvin Beekman and Malcolm Pfeiffer. He's been having troubles there as well, Jordan. And thankfully, he's able to spin it back into the right direction. But what a heartache for us over here. We were looking forward to a lovely final lap battle.
I saw that Can-Am start sliding out in a place it's not supposed to be sliding. And he's managed to get back on the grid, or back into the race in fifth position, rather. You can see him making way through there. As Gary Fleming said to us, he was actually on the starter. You can see that car wasn't kicking in just yet. And Donadio spins outside of Sorrow. So with Adams, be enough now to catch up. There as comes Klaassen. But now we'll watch Hitchcock and Nel are on their way.
I'm going to have to give Frankie mouth to mouth here, I think, as well, because that was excitement personified. Here comes our man now, spin and win. He is Franco Donadio, Mr. 11th tense, racing himself, comes to the line, eventually, thankfully, and he wins a very exciting final lap of this Libre Classic car race.
I've got a feeling that Donadio got a bit upset that he was on his own, so he had to spin out as well. But here comes Hitchcock beating out Wynand Nel to the line and taking 4th place. Overall, it's Pierre Lowe in that beautiful sounding 13B rotary. We got some back markers. That is Calvin Beekman. Now we wait for Rudy de Vos, just pedaling it around. After that spin, I'm sure it was a little bit hairy. It's not the place you want to lose it in a straight line. You go straight into the pits. So he won't even finish the race as Trevor Momberg comes home in 5th place. Then we wait for the rest of the grid. It's Mouton, Evans. No, Evans beats out Fadi Mouton to the line. Dave Aladef should be coming shortly. Lane Hutchins should also be coming shortly. But action aplenty all over this race.
And Rudolf de Vos does not even come to the line in this race. He couldn't even make it. I saw his name dropping down the order, and what a heartache. Here comes to the line now. It's going to be Brian Bedin just ahead of Lane Hutchings, and that was by 73 thousandths of a second as they come across the line for 30 to 40. And here's another one as well. It's going to be Rowe versus Hutchings, and Hutchings loses out by a 10th of a second. So it's going to be the 11 of Rowe that gets himself in there. Rob Rowe. Wonderful racing, and classifying in 15th will be Rudolf de Vos. It will be a lap down because he did not take the checkered flag, but he classifies nonetheless, and that was an unfortunate event for him. Very exciting for us, but the fact that he didn't get to the end there and have that last lap dash and challenge with Donadio.
I can definitely say during that race, not only did the Thundering V8s raise my heart rate, but so did those spins. Insane. Here's a replay, Byron. Look at that. If we could try and get a replay of a little bit earlier when the spin initially started, it seems like he touched, maybe that's the wet part of the entry to the new pits that we were talking about earlier, and it just got him unsettled, and he almost got it straight. and it snapped back on him. But luckily he did not touch the wall, and that very expensive motor car is still in one piece.
Somebody lost their hat in the pits as well there. Their cap in the pits just flew off their head because of the excitement of the moment. And that was Heart Attack City, I can tell you that much. And we will be moving on in the program. It's going to be next the Progress Precision Engineering BMW CCCT race series, excuse me. And we will be commencing with that shortly. After that will be the Seal Pro Wineland Superbike Challenge Masters and 600s, the API Property GTI Challenge, Libre Sports and GT Cars, the last race before the lunch break, and of course the parade in honor of Dennis Joubert.
Well, we're going to make history here today. For the very first ever Progress Precision Engineering BMW Car Club Cape Town Race Series to come out for their opening race of the day, and also the very first one ever here in Cape Town. This is purely because we had the BMW Performance Series event from the northern region that raced here about 2-3 weeks ago, somewhere around there. And they've been doing this up north for many, many, many years as part of the BMW Club of Gauteng. And now we've got our own series down here in Cape Town, thanks to a lot of people that made it happen. And within a matter of 48 hours, the race event happened this Saturday. The Sunday came and went. And between Monday morning and Wednesday morning, it was a done deal that this one would happen. But we needed 15 cars minimum. Before Wednesday lunchtime, we had 20 cars. And this series will only grow as the folks at home watch once again the replay of Rudy de Vos losing the Chevy Forenza, Can-Am, the V8, and put Theo Klaassen in the Skyline. Wasn't sure, do I go left or do I go right? But thank goodness no contact was made at all.
Watch this again. It's a very cool head from Theo Klaassen there as well. Frank, he saw this car spinning in front of him. He had to make a decision.
Yeah.
And it's either going to be the right decision or the wrong decision. And it's too quick to say.
Well, he was going slow enough to stop if he needed to, but you don't want to stop because you don't know what's coming from behind.
I see just as well a little bit more here that the Granada Piranha of Glen Ayton Bogart onto the flatbed. So that's unfortunate.
Yes.
And hopefully it's not terminal, that he can come back for race 2 a little bit later on after lunch.
And that is between Damstip and turn 4 Sarl Sweep. Wow. What a great race event we've had so far, and it's only 1 o'clock. You've got a long, long, long way to go still. You've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 more races to go. That's going to be a lovely, lovely Saturday afternoon. And then, of course, there is also Formula 1 from the Temple of Speed from Monza. That will be on tomorrow afternoon. So it's a weekend of racing. For those of you that after this race event that are here at the track or at home, after this race event, if you feel like some more and you feel like a bit of a drive, run up the N1 to Worcester, to the Klein Plasie Showgrounds at Mega Oval Raceway. It's day 2 of the Dirt National Oval Track Championship, I should say. We had heats 1 and 2 last night. Gary Fleming and myself, Frankie Yennis, were there for that one. And what an evening it was. at Mega Oval Raceway in Worcester. Everything was fantastic. We had all the national classes last night. We're going to have all the national classes again, together with 3 support classes. So if you leave Killarney at the end of today's race event, or you're watching this at home, and when it's done, you can hop in the car and see if you can still catch part of that event in Worcester. But this is where it all is today. The Killarney Power Series in association with Smile 90.4 FM, and of course with our main sponsor for this series for 2024, which is none other than these people.
Welcome to Lime Property Management, where the efficient management of your community scheme is at the heart of everything we do. Our dedicated team provides superior property management services, ensuring that your property is in good hands and that your investments grow. With Lime Property Management, experience vibrant solutions, transparent communication, and a squeeze of innovation in every interaction. Call us today or visit Lime.Cape Town and let's cultivate your community scheme's future together. Lime Property Management, leading, innovative, motivated, energetic.
We'll do the Porsche Club one after this BMW race, but a big thanks to Clint, Ridden, and everybody from Lime Property Management, who also sponsors 3 Formula Supercars as well. Right, here we go. History is being made here in Cape Town, and you are at the right place at the right time. Whether you're watching this at home or you at trackside, the Progress Precision Engineering BMW Car Club Cape Town Race Series, the inaugural one happening here at Killarney International, and this series, Gaza, has got a bright future ahead of it down here in the Western Cape.
Well, Frankie, let's be honest, in retrospect, this is something we should have done a long time ago. It seemed so logical once the basis was created, and it was pretty much created at the point at the last event where all the BMW guys from BMW up north came down, and our guys had a look at it and said, well, here's something that works. You don't have to create something from nothing. Here's rules that work. There's no doubt about it. Why don't we just import it just like that and let's do a test? And that also links up to the quicker BMWs that are semi-misplaced, for lack of a better way of describing it, inside the modern era of Thermofires Clubmans. This creates a natural path for those guys that want to put serious power down there and really hoof it around the island. And we've seen of these guys doing sub 1 minute 15s around the island.
Yeah, I saw the qualifying sheet. Margaret, the qualified second, was doing a 1:15 odd, and the pole sitter Neanderthal was doing a 1 minute 11 odd. He was almost 4 seconds, was Retta slower than the pole sitter Neanderthal of NDT Racing and Coastal Engineering.
Keep in mind that the car driven by Neanderthal is owned by Neanderthal and built and designed by Neanderthal. The car of Marco Retta, Progress Precision Engineering, is designed and built by Neanderthal. The man that he stands alongside has just got a different package in it. Mark Sternegal, also in Class A, doing a 1:17.7. So Marco Retta should be realistically safe in that second position. But the likes of Ammar Kutsia, also in Class A on a 1:19.2. Wouldn't be surprised if the E46 M3 could go a bunch quicker than that. Then your Class C entries is Oliver Hintenhaus. He was the fastest qualifier in Class C. Mansour Parker, Anwar Levy, Daniel Kutsia, all of them in Class C. And then, Frankie, one of our presenters is heading up Class D on a 1:24.712.
Yeah, that will be Dexter Bruce, who's got 2 cars out there. He's racing the 1:43 in Clubman's and the 1:46 He is racing in the BMW series. Right behind him is a 144 out there, and that, to my knowledge, is Faisal Jacobs of Century Karting and Traction Driving Experience. Is Faisal. Faisal is in the house as well. One lady racer there, that is Mia Bench. She's on the outside of Dexter Bruce as you watch them there on the grid. But man, is this going to be high-speed stuff. There's a new driver that I've noticed out there by the name of Mark Sternagel, car 69. He's on the second row of the grid in P3. He's Sternagel. And how fitting that the safety car for this series is a BMW, as it should be.
Like you said, Frankie, it kind of all fits together.
It does. As a matter of fact, the chairman of the Northern Regions club, I think his name is Bernard de Gavea, if I'm not mistaken. He then said to the guys when they came up with this, he said, you guys in Cape Town should have done this a long time ago. It works by us, it will work by you. And he is 100% correct when he made that statement. So this is going to be something for the record. I cannot see anybody catching Neanderthal, NDT Racing and Coastal Engineering. I cannot see them catch him. He done a 111, and that red car behind him, who is a sponsor of the series, Mark Aretta, did a 115. I think he's going to run away with it up front, and barring a problem, he should walk this one pretty easily, Neanderthal.
As you say, barring a problem, anything's possible when you've got cars doing this type of speeds around the island. But then again, Neanderthal is one of a kind. He's a car builder, designer, preparer of note is Neanderthal. And if anybody's going to get it right to put together a package that's going to stay together, NDT, you can't go far wrong.
17 cars on our list here, on our time monitor. Guarantee you one thing, Gaza, BMW is going to win this one.
Yeah, look, I'm not one for predictions, but I'm going to predict that somebody driving a Beamer is going to win this one.
Look at that sight. This time last year, we would not even have dreamt about this. It became a reality. And it is live on your screens at home and for the people around the track.
And it's about to come to life. And the lights go off and down the box. Once you go, obviously Neanderthal will go for that whole shot. Marco Reto will fancy his chances of holding on to that second position. Right in there behind that is Mark Sternagel. Ollie Hinterhouse is right in there as well as they work their way up towards turn number 2.
Right, and it is already Neanderthal trying to get away there from Mark Aretta. That's in that second position. Mark Sternagel finds himself there in that third spot. Ollie Hinterhouse is in P4. That's the first 4 cars, and already as they make their way out of Castrol, through the kink and into Damstep, it's already the toy running up the hill, the Tigerberg straight towards the double right-hander Sarl sweep, running over the King Tony Tools bridge. That's already beginning to pull away from all the other cars.
Wow, so the inaugural event for this new class that we have at Killarney, and let's be honest, the front cars are blindingly quick.
Yeah, heading down the Killarney straight. We've got a challenger that's on our screen there. We'll pick it up a bit later, but out of Pertamina Fostron, through 5A, under the City of Cape Town Bridge, onto the Porsche straight is a Neanderthal, Retta coming through, Sternagel coming through. And we'll have a look and see as the cars cross the line and head into turn 1. Mansur Parker, Ollie Hinterhouse. Then it is Anwar Levy. And right on his case is a 12 car of Daniel Kutsia.
Yep, that's how they work their way through, and it looks like Ibrahim Levy has dropped right down. Ibrahim Levy behind Andre Foren, and that is one of our rallycross guys that have joined in here as well.
There's quite a few of them. Arne Mitchells, Andre Furen, Jacques Prince, quite a few of them. And I noticed Ernest Page in the new BMW did not take the start of this one.
That's a pity, because it would have been really nice to see him out there. And we've seen Ernest Page in Supercars recently taking it to the front runners.
Right, we watch them work their way through Sidle Sweep. The leaders are making their way already out of Pertamina Fostron. And it is a Neon de Toy. Here he comes, the Toy coming toward. Oh, there's a car that's off the track there. There goes Faisal Jacobs through. We'll try and get that number. He is rejoining. And he will be rejoining down that back straight. I'll see if I can get that number. It's the 27 car. It is a Kutsia. That's Amar Kutsia that had trouble out there. But at least he does rejoin again, does Amar Kutsia.
A little bit further down in the pack, it's still pretty close. So although there's a couple of very quickies up front, the mid towards the tail end of the field, that's what it looks like. And that's the basis of the new big hitters that will become evident as this series goes forward.
Right, so now let's find the leader. He is making his way down the back straight, heading towards Fostron corner, down the Killarney straight, towards Pertamina Fostron. He is your leader, Neon de Toy. He was 9.4 seconds ahead of Retta when this lap started. We're already heading towards the end of the lap. Marco Retta, the sponsor of this series, Progress Precision Engineering, is in that second spot. There is Ternachel, a 112.494 by race leader Neon de Toy. You're waiting for the second place man to come towards the City of Cape Town Bridge, and that is Marco Retta. And then you got Sternachel that's in that third position. There we see Retta go through the screen now. Mark Sternachel in a P3. He works his way into a turn one, which is Holzoek. Here comes Mansour Parker and Anwar Levy, Oliver Hintenhuis. Well, Hintenhuis is now ahead of Anwar Levy. And Daniel Kutsia comes through. So Hintenhuis and Levy, they have swapped positions for P5 and 6.
Well, Levy's holding on pretty decently there to Hintenhuis, no doubt about it. There's nothing much between them at this stage. But, well, as you see, they're going to all find their positions one by one as we get our way deeper into this series.
Right, so where is our leader? We've got 5 more laps to go. Leader should be coming towards us pretty soon, because here he comes under the City of Cape Town Bridge. That is Neon de Toy. Neon de Toy heading into, there's Neon de Toy heading into Holzoek. Has got a back marker just there ahead of him as the Toy. Marco Retta is making his way through. Here comes Marco Retta in that second spot. And then you got Mark Sternachel that is there in P3. Now we're waiting for that fight that you see making its way on the top of your screen into turn 5, Fostron corner. And that's a 3-way fight. Parker, Hintenhuis and Levy with the Kutsia right there with him as well. That's the 4 cars in your shot now as the 4 of them work their way through. It is Levy ahead of, it's Levy, Hintenhuis, Parker and Kutsia. That is from P4 all the way down to P7.
Very, very tight battle. As I said earlier on, there's nothing much between the two of them as they work their way up the Gervais Straight towards Castrol Corner. And I think it might even boil down towards looking after the tires between those two, Frankie.
There's a lovely fight coming out of turn number 1, out of holes. That's between Mia Bench, Dexter Bruce and Faisal Jacobs. It's heading towards Castrol Corner. There the 3 of them go. There's Bench, there's Dexter Bruce, and that is Faisal Jacobs. And then the 27 of Amar Kutsia is also there with them as well. And that's all the way from P8 down to P11.
Marco Retta works his way in that second position down underneath the City of Cape Town Bridge. And, well, he can't see the front man anymore, but he's also made a reasonable gap between himself and Mark Sternachel that enters the corner. And then there's quite a long way back to Anwar Levy.
Right, trying to pick up our leader because we should see him pretty soon. As a matter of fact, this could be our leader coming through here. No, it is not. Yes, it is. Yes, it is our leader. No, that's not our leader, I lie.
And Ollie Hinternaus.
Yeah, that's Hinternaus, yes.
Parker has lost out to Daniel Kutsia as they work their way down towards the bottom end of the Porsche straight.
Oh, here comes Dexter Bruce, Mia Bench, Faisal Jacobs, and right there with them is a 27 of Mark Kutsia. And the leader is, yeah, there he goes. I just picked him up now. And that is Neanderthal. He's got 2 more laps to go, including the one that he's on. This is his penultimate lap. Race leader, Neanderthal.
Mark starting to work his way through the traffic now as well.
Yeah, on the main straight, you see him cut and carve his way through. He's got 2 more back markers ahead of him as Marco, as they go into Holzoek. Retta goes
losing a bit of ground as we see him. Just shows you Retta has held on to the pace that he did originally in the qualifying.
Right, I'm waiting for this fight that's making its way out of Pertamina Fostron. It's a 2-way duel. It is Levy and Hinternaus. Hinternaus on the inside, Levy on the outside, and Levy is ahead of Hinternaus by 600ths of a second as they start their second last lap. Now we're waiting for Daniel Kutsia to come towards us, and Mansour Parker. There's Kutsia, there's Parker. Going through your shot there. That is Hinternaus, and then we've got Dexter Bruce coming through there as well.
Dexter's trying to hold on to that position with just 1 more lap to go. It's been all about Neanderthal, and he is already just about on his way to go down the back main as the second place man comes past the start-finish line. But Neanderthal will picking up as he works his way down the back main. Will they have enough time to get to the balance of the car?
Gary, there's wing failure on Mark Sternagel's car. The rear wing has failed. I just watch it. There we go. You can pick it up now. Maybe you can pick it up on the camera. But there's wing failure on that 69 car in 3rd spot on the final lap. But he's still busy working his way through. It's completely broken in the middle, that wing of the Sternagel car.
Well, how do you explain that? Too many downforce?
Leader took the checkered flag now. Sorry, Gary. That was Neanderthal that won that one. Very, very comfortable indeed. And we're waiting for Marco Retta. He's working his way into Pertamina Fostron. That's the man of Progress Precision Engineering, who is the sponsor of this class that will finish in that 2nd spot. And when he crosses the line, he will be 27.4 seconds behind the winner, Neanderthal.
A lovely drive by Mark Sternagel with that broken wing. Luckily for him, the marshals did not decide that it was dangerous and let it go and let him keep on trucking so he could hold on to that position. We wait for 4th place to come through, and that should be Anwar Levy if he's managed to stay ahead of Ollie Hinternaus.
Waiting for him to come through. Couple of the back markers busy finishing their race, and this is Hinternaus. Hinternaus will get to the flag ahead there of Anwar Levy that will finish in 5th position.
The last lap, Hinternaus did a where were we at? 122.43. Anwar Levy 126. That's why Hinternaus right on the end managed to make up that additional position. Although it was a distance behind Sternagel, still a very solid 4th position.
Yeah, and the quickest man out there was Neanderthal with a 112.494.
That's a little bit quick.
There is a replay. I think that was the number 12 car of Daniel Kutsia that had problems. No, we'll just confirm that. Either way, that car was caught and got back on track again. But that was a pretty scary moment. There's pieces of body work flying there. The back of the car, you can see.
If they had to dig in, it would be an ugly situation.
And that was well controlled and well caught there by the driver to get that car back on track again.
Locked up the back wheel.
Yeah. Well, you want the drama, you had drama. What a success this race was. And this is only the beginning, as far as I'm concerned, of something big.
Well, Frankie, if you take it, 18 cars for the inaugural event, and that's the Progress Precision Engineering BMW CCCT. Car Club Cape Town. That's what the CCCT stands for. So there we go. The next up will be the Seal Pro Wineland Superbikes with the Masters and the 600s with them. Then it'll be the API Property GTI Challenge, the Joubert Sports and GT cars, and then it'll be the luncheon interval with the parade in honor of Dennis Joubert. And I think that it has been quoted, let's hope it's going to be that, all of that and a bit more, as the biggest parade in the 77-year history of Killarney International Raceway. So to all of you guys and girls that have joined us, all the clubs that have joined us as well, the Crusaders Motorcycle Club, the Wild Buggers Beach Buggy Club, the BMW guys are here as well, the Dart Club is here as well. To all of you guys, welcome. Thank you for joining us. Thank you for honoring our head honcho for in excess of 4.5 decades that helped to create this megalopolis of motorsport that we enjoy here on a daily basis. Because remember, it's not only main circuit, there's lots of other things that happen down here at Killarney International Raceway.
Right, we played the ad earlier on for Lime Property. A big thanks to these guys as well.
Porsche Club in Cape Town has its home right here at Killarney. In fact, it's the only Porsche club in the world to have a clubhouse at an international racetrack. We are proud sponsors of Killarney and the Porsche Club Straight. Our passionate club members and their families regularly attend our race meetings. If you own a Porsche, come and visit us at the Porsche Club and we will let you know what fantastic events we have on offer. The Porsche Club, the best car club in Cape Town.
Now, together with those people, we want to say big thanks to Pertamina Fostron, the City of Cape Town, a big thanks to Castrol, a big thank you to King Tony Tools for the subway, and just a big thanks to the City of Cape Town and to Smile 90.4 FM, the official media partner of the Western Province Motor Club. Smile FM, playing more 80s than anyone else in Cape Town. A big thanks to all of you people, as well as all our class sponsors. We want to say big thanks to you guys, and one of the sponsors that we're going to say thank you to now is the Seal Pro Winelands for the Superbikes, the Superbike Challenge, the Masters and the 600 cc's.
Well, Frankie, first a bit of circuit cleanup. Everybody can see on their screen going through turn 3, Damps Dip. So the brooms are out and the cleanup crews are on their spot, and they're doing a magnificent job, as they always do. The best marshals in the world here at Killarney. And then we'll commence with that 9-lap race rather. That has only 11 entrants in it, but it's going to be no shortage of excitement when you have the likes of Kewan Snyman on his Fireblade, also Tristan Pino also on a 1000cc Honda, Slade van Niekerk and Jason Lineker on their ZX10s, Bradley Bodsworth on the Aprilia. Hey, there we go, some more Italian machines.
And before you continue, have a look at Kewan Snyman's qualifying time. It was a 1 minute 11. The moment this little block moves out my way, I'll tell you. It does tend to
Score
take
by
its
head,
time, though. It's a 1 minute 11.778. Now, Neon de Toy put that BMW on pole position, and it was also doing a 1 minute 11 odd. So you mean, in other words, Neon with a Beamer was doing pole position times for 1000cc superbikes. And that says something about the performance of that BMW and the engineering of Mr. Neon de Toy of NDT Racing.
Yeah, Race Mace himself, and wherever he goes, success is bound to follow for not only himself, but also many people that he builds for. And yes, we, of course, wait a little bit just for the cleanup crews to disperse. And then, oh, there we go. Now they're taking a car backwards out of the dam strip section.
Now, a lot of people that know Neon de Toy will know that he's a very tall character. So how did he get the name of Race Mace? Because a mouse is everything but tall. He did karting back in the day, many years ago when he was a kiddie. And he tend to, in his class, got left behind when it got to growth. And he got the nickname of Race Mace. And it stuck. And if you look at him now, you'll say, but now how is it possible for them to have called him? Because he's a tall character.
Well, Frankie, I remember some very tall mice that I've seen in my life, but I was very small. So, you know, maybe that's why they were so tall. But anyway, yes.
But in any case,
it's an interesting nickname.
Yeah, and a heck of a nice guy is Neon de Toy. Right, so we're waiting for the circuit to be cleaned up before we move on with the Seal Pro Winelands Superbike Challenge Masters and 600cc class. Let's move on to the 28th of September at the Killarney Oval. It's the not the inaugural, it's the opening race of the 2024-2025 Cape Driver Summer Season, and that will be at the Oval. On the opposite side, that is the western side of the track, if I can call it that. And that is the first race for CHD for 2024-2025. Opening race for that season.
Yes, I will not be joining you for that first race meeting of the season, but from October onwards, I will be there.
Yep, you did mention that, but come along and support Cape drivers. As Gary was saying earlier on, there's such a lot of racing that happens here, not just main circuit racing. You've got karting, short circuit, rallycross, CHD, we've got drifting, we've got drag racing. The spinner pitch gets used. As a matter of fact, it's been used today. So there's lots of activities amongst others. They rent the track out for other car clubs that come and do their thing, for runners, walkers, cyclists, you name it.
Even doggy walks as well,
yep.
I know as well.
Everything happens here at Killarney International Raceway, the home of the Western Province Motor Club.
Next week, of course, we're going to have short circuit and rallycross.
Yep, short circuit the morning, and then from about 1, 2 o'clock the afternoon, it is rallycross. That is here next weekend.
And then at the end of the month, near the end of the month, on the 21st of September,
21st.
we are back here at Killarney.
Yep, for the Extreme Festival. It's the National Extreme Festival, where we will see the National Polar Cups, the SA Touring Cars, amongst others. The Investchem Formula 1600s will be out here. I'm almost certain we'll have the Extreme Supercars come and join us, and maybe a few other things out. Well, there will be lots of other things out as well that day, all national related. That is the National Extreme Festival on the 21st, and of course then that week later, as I mentioned earlier on, is the opening event for this new season for Cape drivers.
Exciting times lie ahead in the future. We are still awaiting the bikes to come out, so I think we'll go off air for a few moments so we can wait for our Seal Pro Winelands Superbike Challenge Masters and 600s to come out for race 1. on his R1 Yamaha. White glass. Ewan Sneeman, Tristan Pienaar, the double flyer blades that will take them off. Number 19, number 50, and the triple one, the Slade van der Kemp, will be ready and waiting on row 1. Jason Lineker, row 2, Greg Wadsworth and Mike Hunter.
I want to say something about Jason Lineker. You might see he's not in a familiar outfit. He's not in a familiar outfit, Byron. Jason Lineker is actually on Matt van Niekerk's old bike on that 92. He is racing for Bulldog Racing today because his gearbox on his Honda gave up the ghost yesterday. So he'll be on that ZX10 as Paddleman jumps out of the way. And the lights go off and away they go, and Ewan Sneeman gets the jump. And he will lead from Tristan Pienaar into Holshoek. Brilliant stuff from him. I know he was away in the UK not that long ago watching some superbike racing, so maybe he's got a little bit more inspiration than usual. As they make their way down the Joubert Straight now and into Castrol Corner. This is the Seal Pro Wine and Superbike Challenge Masters and 600s.
They make their way through that Castrol Corner section, turn number 2, through Lundstem, the traditional name of that corner from many years ago, and then into turn 3, Dampstip. As a good clean start from everybody, Ewan Sneeman, always the man to look out for. Yeah, very quick indeed. But can Tristan Pienaar keep his fingernails on that machine ahead of him? Also on a Fireblade, like I said, the Honda CBR 1000 RR. And then Tristan Pienaar, who started in that 3rd position, always a dark horse as well, that makes his way down this Killarney straight, a few of them side by side into Fastron Corner. It's nose to tail between 1st and 2nd for now as they charge out of Fastron through turn 5A and then right to the line underneath that City of Cape Town and Castrol Bridge.
It's scary close at the moment. Here are the 3 front runners, as we always see. It is Ewan Sneeman ahead of Tristan Pienaar, and then the likes of Slade van Niekerk rounding out the top 3. I can't even hear myself think the way these 1000cc bikes race past. By Daniel Frost ahead of Kiana Strode.
Very wide in turn 2. Sorry there, Jordan, on the exit now. It was very wide from Ewan Sneeman, but it doesn't look like a bike is down. We have heard on the exit of turn 2, it's Pienaar that has thrown the bike down, and he's going to try and get that bike back up again there between the yellow little flowers, and thankfully he's standing upright.
That was very unfortunate. I think he just gassed the throttle a little bit too hard. It looks like he's trying to bend the handle back. He'll try and get that bike kick-started, or not kick-started, trying to get it restarted, rather, and back on the grid, but he's stuck at the moment. Very unlucky from him. Now it's going to be down to Sneeman and van Niekerk at the front end of the field. And you've got to remember, this is for the championship, Byron. These results count mega.
Yeah, and he'll be kicking himself there if he did give it maybe a little too much throttle. But Ewan Sneeman crosses the line, a 1:12.593, considerably faster. In fact, 1.5 seconds faster than Slade van Niekerk at the moment. It's Jason Lineker up in the top 3 now. Mike Hunter leads the 600 class on his ZX6R. Daniel Frost and Kiana Strode in that 6th position is 2nd in the 600 class. Was Bradley Bodsworth leads the Masters from Wayne Orense.
I was just about to say, let's not leave out Mr. Bodsworth. We haven't seen his name in a little while, but it's so good to see him back on that Aprilia as he dives up the inside of Daniel Frost into Castrol Corner, and he'll make that move stick. Incredible stuff by that man as he makes his way around Castrol, and that group, Bodsworth, Frost and Strode, all make their way out through Lundstem and into Dampstip. Followed there a little bit further behind by Wayne Orense, Tyler Webber, Greg Waddington, and Samkelo Lawani at the back of the field.
Into Fastron Corner now. Yeah, it is Ewan Sneeman that still leads the way. It was last time out 3 seconds between himself and Slade van Niekerk, but of course the things have changed up at the front, and Slade van Niekerk now comes around on his ZX10 and will cross the line with a 1:13.7 for him, a bit closer to Ewan Sneeman in time, but the thing is Ewan Sneeman has still put a 1:12.441 in as we cross the line for Jason Lineker and the top 600 runner.
Now Mike Hunter comes across the line in that for the top 600 rider. Bradley Bodsworth ahead of Daniel Frost, Keanu Strode, Wayne Orange across the line now. Tyler Webber and Greg Waddington. Greg Waddington doing some stuff in the some riding in the MGA Classics Clubman and Breakfast class this morning as well. So he's on double duty today. So lots of riding for him, and he's doing very well at the moment, fighting up with the likes of Tyler Webber, and just behind or just in front of them is Wayne Orange.
Well, 6 laps left to go, including the one we are currently on at this time. A little bit further down, where you're seeing now, out of Castrol, it's very close. But back to Fastron now for Kewan Steyman. 4.3 seconds between himself and Slade van der Kek the last time around. He's been putting fastest sector time after fastest sector time in. Those purple sectors are helping him just extend his advantage. Here he comes onto the Porsche straight now, gets the head down, and that lead will grow. It's a 1:12, 2:12, or 2:17 rather. Then it's Slade van der Kek, a more modest 1:14 now. And then Jason Lineker, he'll be coming out of Fastron in that number 92 Kawasaki ZX-10. And then Mike Hunter, still leading the 600 class. But look at Bradley Bodsworth coming up quite nicely there. And he has closed the gap to within 1.4 seconds of Mike Hunter on his Aprilia, the only Aprilia in the race.
So there are some battles out at the moment all over the show as we watch the third place runner of Jason Lineker on that number 92, the Matt van Niekerk, or ex-Matt van Niekerk bike that Jason is borrowing today. Still in his RST suit colors. He makes his way through Landstem and into turn 3. And there is Kewan Sneeman, our leader. No, you wonder why they say his company is called Missile Motorcycles, because he is the missile behind that company on a motorcycle, as you can see in those RST colors, flying that CBR 1000RR around the circuit like an absolute madman. And now we wait. There's Slade van Niekerk on the 111 ZX-10. He crosses the line, and that gap is 8.8 seconds. Almost 9 seconds is the gap between them. And then we wait for Jason Lineker. Another probably 10 seconds adrift from Slade.
Let's take a look at Mike Hunter now, and he's got Brad Bodsworth visibly closer to him. 1.4 seconds the last time around. They go past turn 5A onto the Porsche straight. And underneath that City of Cape Town, Castro and Line Property Management Bridge, it's now 0.4 of a second. A whole second taken out on the last lap. Keanu Strode, Daniel Frost, there's a little bit of instability over there as he goes over the line. Wayne Orange rounds off that top 8 section, second in the Master section and second in the Classic Bikes as Daniel Frost leads that class.
Classic bikes, Byron. These are super bikes.
Oh, sorry, I'm 16. That's the challenge. My apologies.
Now, these are a little bit quicker than those classic bikes, so to speak, as we watch these two now make their way through Dam's Dip. There goes our leader as he makes his way through Sorrel Sweep. No, I lie. Sorry, our leader goes into turn 1, Holes Hook, but we are watching a battle here in the midfield. That's Wayne Orange. Oh, no, I lie. That is Greg Waddington and Tyler Webber making their way down the Killarney straight towards Pertamina Fastron once again. And it's going to be side by side into Pertamina Fastron. Byron, who's going to make it out in front?
Well, for now, it's Waddington doing double duty today, so he's the only one that could be able to fully commit to the double duty. Unfortunately, earlier on, there was also another double duty man, but
Brad and Hunter.
Oh, sorry, Brad and Hunter. Our apologies over there. Mike Hunter still keeping it ahead of Brad Bodsworth, the top Masters class runner, 4th in the Superbike class. They make their way into and out of the Holes Hook section onto that Joubert straight and now towards Castrol once again here. So there we go. They make their way through now and still close, but not close enough for Brad Bodsworth. It's 0.2 of a second when they cross the line.
There are so many black bikes, it's difficult to tell them apart sometimes and try and see their numbers on the screen. But we watch now as our leader, Kewan Sneeman, an absolute rocker man as he's known, makes his way through on that RST kitted CBR 1000RR. He'll go down the Joubert straight. This is the penultimate lap. It's 13.5 seconds is the gap between Sneeman and van Niekerk. Definitely not what van Niekerk wants. but I don't know if there's much he can do. This is still race 1 after all. But here comes third place, Jason Lineker, 31 seconds away from the lead. But here comes Mike Hunter and Bradley Bodsworth on the 37 and 41 respectively coming across the line. The gap is 0.1, actually 0.2 of a second, just under a bike's length as they make their way into Holzhoek.
It gets closer every time, Jordan, and it's only now this lap and the next one left to go. Yeah, they now run onto the Joubert Straight. It always looks closer, but not close enough, is Bradley Bodsworth, as they're leaning now to the right-hander at Castrol Corner through Lundstem, as they do now. One more lap left to go as the leader has just crossed the line and dips into turn 1.
So far, brilliant stuff from Kuhn Sneemann. He just needs to bring it across the line. And I know there's never a commentator's curse with this man, because he just knows exactly what he's doing. And you can trust that in him, and he trusts it in himself. But here comes Slade van Niekerk, the wild child as he's known on that 111 Project 6060 bike. Makes his way through Holzhoek. Still 15 seconds away, but now we look into the back of the pack. This is Bodsworth and Hunter once again. I think that's Bodsworth that's just pipped Mike Hunter as they make their way out. We'll see if the Aprilia is in front, and the Aprilia is in front of that 600 ZX6R. So he made an incredible move, and you'll see the handlebars vibrate under the bridge. There's a little bit of a bump in the circuit, and the bikes get a little bit uneasy, but they still maintain all control as there our leader comes into view. Coming up on a back marker, that would be some Kele Lawani just coming around. He won't be able to finish another lap, because as of this lap, Kuhn Sneemann will take the race 1 victory by quite a margin. Some Kele Lawani will finish the race in 12th overall. Now we wait a good 16 seconds for the next man, Slade van Niekerk.
Yeah, Slade will come down to the line. It's been a consistent second position that he gained, and a marvelous ride nonetheless from our man on the 111 Quacker. Then we watch out for the likes of Jason Lineker, and we have to wait just a little bit more for. And Jason Lineker will be surely in action next week as well on the short circuit, like Slade van Niekerk. And down to the line, he will then run for 3rd overall, 3rd in the Superbike class. And as far as things are concerned, it looks like Brad Bodsworth did get past Michael Hunter, and open up the gap considerably to take now what is 4th position, top Masters runner and 4th place in class, Mike Hunter. Oh, there's a tight one over here. It was Daniel Frost and it was Wayne Arendse, and Daniel Frost just pipped Wayne Arendse into 7th position.
Another battle to the line. Waddington gets very close, but he's pipped by Tyler Webber at the line. Incredible stuff between the 600 rider of Tyler Webber and that Superbike, that R1 of Greg Waddington. And Tristan Pienaar, he did manage to complete the race, came home in 9th on that S1000 RR. But an unfortunate turn of events for him coming out of Castrol Corner in his first few laps.
Oh, here's the replay now. Jordan, he just washed out from under him there, that bike, so a real low side. And to add insult to injury, he trips over the daisies and the nice little grass little bits there. And here we go. So, yeah, there we go. It's an unfortunate one over there. And it's just the momentum just threw him off his feet as well. So that would have been heroic had he kept it on his 2 feet, but of course, no harm in that.
I actually think he was a little bit off the apex and maybe on a little bit of dirty track, but a very unlucky moment for Tristan Pienaar, and I'm sure he'll be back again at the front in race 2.
To go before we have the official lunch and the parade in honor of Dennis Joubert, and it will be the API Property Volkswagen GTI Challenge, followed there by the Le Hubert Sports and GT cars, and then we will have the luncheon break. And this parade in honor of the great Mr. Dennis Jabir, that's going to be probably the biggest parade over 3 laps that's probably ever been held here at Killarney International Raceway. And there's a lot. There's Chivas. There are from Aston Martins to you name it. Let me just have a look and see if I've got all my. That will be, well, we'll get to that after the GTI Challenge race. There is Aston Martins, there's Darts, there's Porsche, there's Porsches, there's the Alpha Club, BMW Club, there's beach buggies, bikes, race categories, you name it. The Aston Martin will have Dennis Joubert as a passenger, Darts with the great peanuts for sheer, Villy and all of them, but that will be after the following 2 races, which starts off with the API Properties Volkswagen GTI Challenge, as we welcome Clinridden of Lime Property Management into the commentary box.
So as Frankie said, API Property Group GTI Challenge, that's out on circuit, but the head honcho of Lime Property Management, he's been down in the lounge, and I kind of, can I guess you came upstairs because it's GTI Challenge, or did you just come to say hi?
I just came to say hello and just say what a fantastic day racing we've had. It's fantastic that we've had some decent weather finally after the last 2 very rainy events, and yeah, just been fantastic, very exciting racing, and great day out. And we really need to get more people to the track. No disrespect to the guys watching online, that's fantastic to have them, but yes, great excitement, fantastic atmosphere, and yeah, to get more people in the stands would be fantastic.
Well, it's lovely that you guys are now on board in time to be part of the tribute to Dennis Jabir that created over 4.5 decades, with the assistance of some amazing people, the facilities that we have here to enjoy on a literally daily basis.
Absolutely, yes, it's a fantastic tribute to a great person, a great man. And yeah, we're wonderful to be part of it now, and we're looking forward to next year already. We've been having some great chats about what we can do next year. So yes, it's fantastic to be here and for that tribute to what he's done for motorsport, in particular this fantastic facility, international facility. The international's in the name, and that's what it's about. And really, it's an absolute treasure and gem for Cape Town, and there's so much more we can do to get this out there and get people here, and you know, fantastic for everything that Cape Town's got to offer.
Well, if you think what this creates in terms of turnover in the community, money-wise, is also fantastic. For those folks that don't know Lime Property Management, what's it all about? How can they get in contact with you?
Yes, obviously we stick our website wherever you go, so just jump onto our website, but we look after community schemes, property management in terms of homeowners associations, very proudly associated with Riverlands, Homeowners Association, the Sagewood, Sandown Property Owners Association just across the way. I'm standing looking at it, really privileged to be part of that. And then also look after some of the really bigger CBD high-rise buildings. So yes, very involved with property management. And yes, just jump onto our website and make contact with us from there.
Hectic line of business. I believe you've picked the right way to get the stress off on a Saturday. Absolutely. Thank you so much on behalf of all of us to Lime Property Management, our season sponsor for 2024 Killarney International Raceway Regional Series. Right up onto the line we go. API Property Group GTI Challenge. This is going to be something else. The Class A, as they've pulled up onto the grid, is going to be down into turn number 1. Umpi Swart and Skalk Heldnice alongside one another. Dylan Jabir from Marco Booty. And the young lad, John Henry, ahead of Internas. That's for Class A's.
Yeah, have a look at Class B as they line up. Wait for my screen to change here, the monitor, then I'll let you know who's in Class B. That's Nurbas, Mohammed Kalfi, Nathan Victor, Faisal Jacobs, Mario Roux, Vernon Forskenk, Daniel Sandenberg, Brett van der Skyve, Sean Liebenberg, and the other Donnie Sandenberg as the lights go off. And the Class A cars launch off the line, heading down into turn number 1 into Holzoek. And it is Umpi Swart that's got the run there from Skalkeldenace in second. Marco Busi was in third. He's now been muscled down to P4. Is Busi, but Busi will have a look up on the inside. And Busi wants to get back into that third position and successfully does so.
Class B working their way up towards turn 2, Castrol Corner, and it's super tight up front with those Class B cars. I think that's going to be one of the groupings to watch, but let's get back to Class A.
Yeah, Class A will get the Class C cars for you now. I'm almost certain that's been led there by Ryan van Eerden, but we'll get to that one pretty shortly. The Class A cars are working their way through the double right-hander. That is a Sarl sweep, and down on the back straight they go. It is a Busi Geldenace. Then behind Geldenace we have got, it is a Swart, Geldenace, Busi, and right on his case is Dylan Jabez. Sorry, got my names mixed up there for a while, but that's all sorted out. And look at Skalkeldenace. He wants through on the inside as this whole train of Class A cars work their way through Fostrom, through 5A, and under the set of Cape Town Bridge on the Porsche Club Straight.
Oh, this is going to be so tight as Swart is leading them down. Diving out on the outside is Geldenace. Geldenace had a brilliant race meeting at the previous one. Busi, the next man through, just ahead there of Jubé. That ahead of Williams and Murray. But Frankie, Class B. Wow, look at this Van Eerden ahead of Kalfi.
Yeah, and then it's Faisal Jacobs, Nurbas, Nathan Victor, Mario Roux, the two Sandenbergs, Forskenk, Liebenberg, and Brett van der Skyve. And as quick as you can say that, it is as they are now. Mohammed Kalfi going into 2, trying to get his nose around there. But we go to the Class C cars that's working their way through Holzoek, and that is Ryan van Eerden from Daniel Muna and Tristan Hubert from Riza Levy and Ferrari in that 5th position in that class.
That's about as tight as it's going to get if you look at that. But, back to the Class A as they work their way down towards turn 5, and it is still Umpi Swart ahead of Skalkeldenace. But look at the battle behind that. That is the next one. Busi trying to hold out. Jubé running wide is Williams in the apex of the corner. He manages to pull it back together, but Williams lost a bit of ground from Murray, Cup and Hintenaars as the Class B guys work their way down into Pertamina Fastron. As they come out of Pertamina Fastron, we'll try and pick it up. Is it still Ryan van Eerden? Ryan van Eerden, he is holding sway from Kalfi, but I do think that it is going to be a bus that has closed the gap onto the back of Jacobs.
Yeah, we'll have a look at them down into turn 1 into holes. This is his Class B cars coming through. It is Ryan van Eerden, Mohammed Kalfi, Faisal Jacobs, Nurbas, Mario Roux is in there. That last car in that shot, that's Mario Roux. And then you've got the two Sandenbergs, Class C. That yellow Golf is Ryan van Eerden. Daniel Muna is in there. Tristan Hubert, Riza Levy. They're right inside there. No, that's not right. That's other Van Eerden.
Moving up towards turn number 2. Well, I tell you what, it's going to be tight everywhere around the circuit, and lock up as they go into 2. But we got to go back to Class A. It is still all about Umpi Swart from Skalkeldenace. They work their way in. That battle for second is getting even tighter. Oh, rubbing the back bumper. Busi and Jubé as they work their way through. Jubé just nibbled on that back bumper. He was very, very late on the brakes. Williams is held on ahead of Murray, Cup, and then Hintenaars. And then here comes the Class Bs down into turn number 5.
Watching the Class B cars go through Pertamina Fastron. Oh, look at that. It's still Dylan van Heerden in P1. He's got Mohammed Kalfi right on his case there, followed by Faisal Jacobs. Behind Jacobs, it's Nur Abbas. There is Nur Abbas, and then we've got Mario Roux coming through the 17. Then the two Sandenbergs are in there. Dani and Daniel Sandenberg are in that fight as well. But look at this first 4 or 5 cars in Class B that's working their way out of turn 1 holes.
And as Frankie said, it's Roux that's just off the back end of that pack. He wants them to get closer and tighter to one another so he can make up the difference and make that a 5-way battle.
Class C will be making its way out of Holzoek, been led there by the other Van Heerden. That's Ryan Van Heerden that leads that class with with Daniel Muna. That's in that second position. Then Tristan Hubert, the two Hubert boys are doing extremely well. And then we've got one of our top class cars, Riza Levy, Adriano Ferrari, and then Schroeder rounds off that group so far as we go back to the Class A cars heading out of Fastron.
Oompie Swartz made a bit of a gap between himself and Skull Geldenhuis as they work their way under the Lime Property Management City of Cape Town and Castrol Bridge down towards that long left-hander that just keeps on coming at you. Swart, Geldenhuis, Boosie hard on the brakes. Joubert closes up just a little bit. Williams just gets it slightly sideways, having a look up on that inside line. They almost make contact, and that's Marais, Cup and Interhouse.
Here comes Class B towards us now, and Dylan van Heerden has got Kalfi on his case. Right behind Kalfi, we have got Faisal Jacobs, and on Faisal's case is Nur Abbas and Mario Roux. There's nothing between that group of 4, make it 5 cars that you see working their way out of Holzoek.
If you think there was a time that Roux was the man to catch in Class B, now he's battling to get onto the slipstream of these 4 that's in front of him. Jacobs is doing a brilliant job because Kalfi is in general very consistent, very quick in class, but Van Heerden still shows them the way around.
Right, Class C is still Ryan van Heerden, Daniel Muna, Tristan Hubert, Riza Levy, Adriano Ferrari, and then Schroeder. That is the first 6 in Class C as the Class A cars are coming towards us. And Yuri Oompie Swart is getting away. He's getting away from Skalkie Geldenhuis in that second position, but Dylan Joubert is still right on the case of Marco Boosie.
Nothing much between them whatsoever as they work their way down onto that hard break from 5th down to 4th, down to 3rd, all 3 of them together. You might be at the back end of Class A, but it's still just as hard a battle as up front, as it's slowly but surely Swart that's getting away from Geldenhuis. Class B coming down towards us.
Here comes the front 5 in B. It's Dylan van Heerden. It is Mohammed Kalfi, Faisal Jacobs, Nur Abbas, and Mario Roux as they work their way into turn number 1 into Holzoek. The 5 of them are basically nose to tail. The Class C leader is heading under the City of Cape Town Bridge. We'll pick him up in Holzoek. There he comes on your shot there, that yellow Golf. That is the other Van Heerden brother. Dylan is leading Class B. Ryan is leading Class C. And then right on his case there is Daniel Muna, Hubert, and Levy, Tristan Hubert. Right behind him is Riza Levy, and right there with Riza Levy is Adriano Ferrari.
Yep, they did say Riza's going to probably be one of the front runners. That's exactly what's happened. They fan out. That's the Class B guys as they fan out going through Castrol Corner. But let's pick up the leaders again. It's Oompie Swart that is leading out, getting slowly but surely 1.9 seconds away from Geldenhuis. Marco Boosie still holding out on Dylan Joubert. In behind Dylan Joubert, Shane Williams, the quietly spoken Shane Williams. In there behind that is Oliver Hintnaus, then Marais and Cup. That wraps up the Class A's. Let's go back to Class B as they exit the Pertamina Fastron corner.
And it's still that top 5 there. Mohammed Kalfi all over the back end of Dylan van Heerden. Then it's Faisal Jacobs. Right behind him is Nur Abbas, and closing is Mario Roux, a man that had a birthday in this week, Mario Roux. And that is the top 5 of Class B that you see working their way out of turn 1, out of Holzoek.
Class C leaders up, dusted and disappeared. He's got 5 seconds, and that is Van Eerden. Muna has got through on Joubert, Levy, and Ferrari. That'll be that next group of cars you see coming through under the City of Cape Town Bridge down towards Holzhoek. They fan out side by side, trying to have a look around the outside. Not going to be able to make that one stick, but I do believe that with just 2 laps to go, we've got to go back to the front end of the field, and that is the man that we're accustomed to seeing up front. It's Oompie Swart. They've got 1 or 2 back markers in between them, but Oompie has made a bit of a gap now between himself and Skull, and that is 2.4 seconds.
Right, I'm watching Class B that's going down the back straight. That fight for Class B down that back Killarney straight, heading towards Pertamina Fostron. There they go. Bus. A City, liar bus. Mohammed Kalfi, sorry, sat there on the outside of Dylan van Eerden. Kalfi gets it sideways. Kalfi gets it out of shape. And Faisal Jacobs is right on his back bumper. Now Noah Bus sits on the back bumper of him, followed there by Mario Roux. The 5 of them, there's nothing between first, second, third, fourth and fifth in Class B as we now are on our final lap.
Yep, on the final lap it's going to be, but we've got to follow that battle as they work their way into the last section. That the last time they're in fact going to be going through turn number 1 as we go down the back straight for our folks at home. We've got to pick that one up. It's Oompie Swart that has now got a big gap. Oompie Swart is up, dusted and disappeared. Geldenhuys, once again the man quickest of the rest of the Class A's. The only man that was really able to give Oompie Swart a hard push as Oompie comes up to the line to take the checkered flag. Coming up towards the line, here they come now. Oompie Swart in brilliant form. Next man through is going to be Skull Geldenhuys. Marco Boosie has got up ahead of Dylan Joubert. He comes across the line. Will Shane be able to hold on? Yep, that's a back marker. Shane's going to come through. He'll be super chuffed with that one in Class A. From Hintenhaus, Marais Cup. We've got to go down the back straight. It's Class B. Frankie, bring them to the line. Van Eerden still just ahead.
Van Eerden just ahead of Mohammed Kalfi. This is the last lap. Can somebody make a lunge somewhere? Dylan van Eerden. They want to make it first in Class B and first in Class C, the 2 Van Eerdens. Here comes Dylan towards the line. Dylan van Eerden. Mohammed Kalfi right on his case. He's a Faisal Jacobs, Nur Abbas, and Mario Roux across the line as quick as you can say that. The leader of Class C should be the Van Eerden. Here he comes, the yellow Golf. You'll see him in your screen now. That is the other Van Eerden brother. That's Ryan Van Eerden. It's a runaway victory for Ryan Van Eerden. Well done to both Van Eerden brothers. But here's a fight for second, third and fourth. It is Tristan Joubert, Reza Levy, and Daniel Muna. And Joubert will get his nose ahead of Muna, followed there by Adriano Ferrari. And then we will have Schroeder that crosses the line there as well. Absolutely brilliant stuff by API Properties GTI Challenge. That's Schroeder, that's Ross Schroeder.
Well, just think we're going to have a second opportunity to live that as well, because the API Property GTI Challenge race number 2 will be the second last event in the latter part of the program here at Killarney International today. Well, there's a lovely replay for the folks at home. That's something we missed. Not sure who that was.
Well, we were obviously going up and
I think
down
that's the
camera.
back end of Class B, I think.
C. That's the back end of Class C, you're quite right. But with panning between A and B and C, you don't always pick up what's happening towards the tail end of the other classes. But well done to our IMUSAT camera crew downstairs.
I was just going to say that.
They picked that one up for us. So I'm sure they can hear us in their headsets. Big thank you for that.
I must say the mixing that is done by Uriel and her crew, it just gets better and better every single event. And I'm sure you, the folks at home, will see that IMUSAT has just gone from strength to strength in the last 6 months, and to the 11,000 plus viewers for every single event that we have here at Killarney International Raceway. Thank you very much for your interest of Killarney International Raceway. En dat is lekker om op een zaterdag hier zo samen met jullie te wees en jullie te wijs precies wat aangaan bij Killarney. Al is je er ver uit die Kaap uit, jullie kan nog steeds een gedeelte wees van die actie bij Killarney.
All right, folks, one more race to go before the official luncheon break, and it is the Libre Sports and GT cars. Jordy, you and I haven't done a race together today yet, so I think
you need to get going, bro. There's only one more.
Yep, Frankie, I'm here. Usually we do a lot of stuff together.
Just hasn't worked out today so far, yeah.
Yeah, but now we can finally bring back the old and young pair, not old and young pair, the experienced and less experienced pair.
This is going out on live stream, so I'm going to be careful what I say.
I didn't say anything.
No, all good fun, all good fun. Yes, Libre Sports, and well, you're quite right. I can't deny that statement that you made. So let's have a look. 15 cars on the monitor. Let's see if they're all there. Divan Lasmo, I haven't seen him out. He's in P12 in the 99 350Z. Haven't seen him out for a while. Nice to see Divan Lasmo back out again. He races in Class C. But it's Davy Hubert and Gary Kieswetter that will lock out the front row. Clinton Thorne and Connor Kilbride will lock out the second row. Dr. Mike Vera and Andre Brink will be in row 3. Row 4 is Sander Bakari and Martin Prince. That's the first 8 cars, first 4 rows. And this little block that dances around our screen every now and then, that tends to make us wait. 5th row will be Simeon Penev and Tristan de Nobriga. That is Gary's original train driver. What? You heard that it was iRacing GP3.
Yep, that's the top 10. And then we've got 11th and 12th. The next on the grid, that's top 6 rows. That's Eric Solomon. Or Salomon rather, and Divan Lusmo, as you said, Lusmo back in that 350Z. And then Devin Pillay and Brett Swanefelter in that another 350Z. They seem to be taking over the field at the moment. And then Ray Farnham finishing it out in his Opel Bergen 7.
Who also had a birthday this week, Ray Farnham.
But I've just had a look now and I see Gary Kieswetter. That's a name that I know is synonymous to a Porsche 911 GT3. But I see now he's jumped up the big guns and is now in another one of the pairing Janetta LMP3 G57s, which is awesome to see. But no Craig Jarvis out today to fight with him.
Yeah, that's a pity we don't see Craig's Janetta out there today. But that'll make it a lot more closer, a lot more tighter. Steve Humble is another man whose name that does not appear on the list for today.
As well as the sister car of Francois Carruthers.
Correct.
So
no pull beams out there today.
A few of the lesser cars out today that we are more known, or that the class is more known for, but still a good 15 cars on the grid. Last time round we had the 100-kilometer in some scary weather, but there weren't that many cars that finished.
Instead of 31 laps, they ended up doing something like 16 years. Well, you couldn't any other way. The track was just horrible with the rainwater and the dams and the rivers running across the circuit. Another name I don't see on our list here is Renzo Torrente. It's another name that's not part of that 15 that's on our monitor.
But I don't think he's here today because we also see one of his cars, his BMW M2 in Clubman's. And that's not out here today either. That was driven by Nias Modak last time around.
Yeah. Yes, quite right.
But, oh no, I lie. That was in the BMW series for the Regional Extreme Festival.
Yeah, but then remember you want to test that car the previous race meeting in Clubman's, and then they gave him permission to do so. Well, let's have a look and see. There's wait for that Lotus of Davy Hubert. The Lotus Exige. Here it comes. The Wild Rose Gin Lotus Exige. That's going to stop. No, they're going to go through, I was going to say. And that is, oh, that's another one of those Janettas, and that is the Gary Kieswetter car.
And that Davy Joubert, they call it the Lotari because it's an Exige with a Ferrari 458 or 488 V8 in it. And you can hear that V8 scream as it comes past the main straight or the Porsche straight every lap. But that car is tuned and in collaboration with NDT Racing, with Neandertoy. And he did some testing during the week, and that car is insanely fast. Very, very close to the record of the circuit itself.
A Lotari. I don't think the late, great Colin Chapman would like that.
But still an incredible performance so far, a 1:08.490. That's just off about 2 seconds off the fastest lap here from Stuart White in that Janetta a couple of years, a year ago, 2 years ago. It's been a little while since Stuart White's been around here.
Yeah, it has, yes, Jesus, and he holds a lap record here in the Janetta. The Craig Jarvis is a 1:06.4 or 1:06.8, and that is the lap record. And then Craig did a 1:08 odd in his own car, so that is probably the two fastest times around Killarney in that same car, one by Stewie White and then the second quickest by Craig Jarvis.
But also someone that came very close at the end of year Extreme Festival 2 years ago was Jordan Pepper in one of the Scribanti Racing yellow Lamborghinis.
Yes.
That was also a 6.9 or a 7.1 or something of the likes.
That was 2 years ago, 2022, December 22 for the 9 hour.
So that was also extremely quick car driven by, you know, as we know him, a world-renowned driver now, racing in GT3 all over the world. But let's jump back to our locals, and we'll see them bunch together and make their way out of Pertamina Fastron for their first race of the day. The safety car will peel off. There's their motor safety car off to the side of the track. And Davy Joubert will lead the group as the lights go out. Take him across to start the race, Frankie.
Right, here they come towards us. The lights go off now. Oh, listen to that thunderation as these only 13 of the 15 cars, well, it says 13. As a matter of fact, Kieswetter is out there. So obviously we'll get that one sorted out. So here they go, making their way towards Castrol Corner. That's Davy Hubert. It sits out there in P1. Kieswetter's in that second position. Clinton Thorne sits there in that third place and goes very wide into Castrol Corner. Out of Castrol now, through the king called Landstem. Racing down towards turn 3, which is Damstip. Up the Tigerberg straight towards turn 4. Saddle sweep. And that's the cars, Jordan, heading through turn 4. The double right-hander, saddle sweep.
And you can see those two cars out at the front, the likes of Davy Joubert and Gary Kieswetter, have insane amounts of aerodynamics. You can see those spoilers full of carbon fiber and very high composite materials that are extremely well for downforce. So you can see how quickly they take those corners as the Lotari exits Pertamina Fastron after this first racing lap. And Gary Kieswetter is not going to let him go. I'm certain. I'm very, very certain of that.
Yeah, Clinton Thorne comes through in that third position. And then we see
Clinton Thorne comes through. Gary Kieswetter, see that his name seems to have dropped, so maybe there's also a problem with his transponder because he's dropping down the field. But we can see him in second place at the moment. Clinton Thorne in his Lotus 7, an incredibly built and homemade per se, with some interesting tactics of I can't remember what the word is, but CNC and the such on that car. Connor Kilbride, one of the Spirit Racing entries, an ex-Marco Reda car on that 42 BMW M3 GTR. But now we watch, there's Gary Kisvetter still in second place, a little bit further behind as the Latari of Davi Joubert crosses the line. And we'll see the gap is 0.3 seconds there. He jumps back. It's 2.9 is the gap. A 106.276 by Gary Kisvetter. Frankie, that might be a new fastest lap. But we look through, there's Connor Kilbride, there's Dr. Mike Verrier, and just behind him, that's Andre Brink.
That's Verrier and Andre Brink. They're sitting in P5 and 6 at this stage of the game. Clinton Thorne going through your shot. There's Connor Kilbride, Dr. Mike Verrier, Andre Brink. Right behind him is Sandro Bakari and Martin Prince in that orange Porsche heading into Castrol Corner. Then we've got Simeon Panev, Devan Lasmore having a look up on the inside but stays behind him. And then we've got Tristan de Nobrega and we've got Devin Pillay. He's the next man through.
You can see all those Nissan 350Zs coming through the picture now as they make their way through Landstemp Kink and into Damstip. We watch now as the leader comes into view in that Lotari. That's Davi Joubert. We'll watch now for the gap. The gap is, we're waiting for it on the screen, but like I was saying just a lap ago, a 106.276. That might be the all-time lap record around the circuit.
Yes, it must be. It must be. I think we unofficially, and I have to say that, have a new lap record at Killarney with a 106.276 by Gary Kisvetter. Wow. Right, we watch the cars go through. That is Davi Joubert. That goes through your shot. There is Gary Kisvetter. That's in turn 3. Damstip. You go back to turn 2. It's Castrol. There is Clinton Thorne coming through. Connor Kilbride is right there behind him. Then it's Mike Verrier with Andre Brink. With Andre Brink, here is Sandro Bakari. I know them. And then you've got Martin Prince coming through as well as we watch Kisvetter, Thorne making his way through the double right-hander saddle sweep.
So there are a few gaps being spread throughout the field. Each of these drivers that we're seeing now, the likes of Andre Brink, Mike Verrier, Sandro Bakari, there's Clinton Thorne coming into picture, and into Pertamina Fostrond, taking a wide line on the entrance into the corner, touching the apex and heading out wide to try and maximize as much speed through the corner as possible. We see that lovely Lotus 7 come under the City of Cape Town line property management in Castrol Bridge to start another lap. Then there's Connor Kilbride in 4th place. He'll start another lap as well. There's Mike Verrier, Andre Brink behind him, and Sandro Bakari behind him.
Now closing up on him is Sandro Bakari. There we see Connor Kilbride into turn number 1, into holes. Andre Brink with that white and yellow Porsche, and then behind him we have a lovely fight coming towards us here. 2 350Zs heading into turn number 1 as we watch race leader Davi Joubert work his way out of turn 5, out of Fostron corner. That is the elf of Eric Salomon, and right behind him is the race leader Davi Joubert heading into Holzhoek.
And it has only taken 5 laps, maybe even just under 5 laps, to start catching the back markers. So there's a big change in speed as we see Gary Kisvetter go by now and pass Eric Solomon himself. Oh no, sorry.
No, that's Ray Farnham.
That's Ray Farnham.
Overtook there in turn 1. Quite right. So that is the birthday boy Farnham that was overtaken there by that man you see on your screen. Second place man Gary Kisvetter.
But it just does not seem that Gary has enough to catch up to the like of Davi Joubert out front. But the consistency of Davi Joubert is just incredible. But they have to make their way through and around the traffic, which is also a bit of a time killer and a speed killer when you have to slow down for a back marker. because sometimes they don't move out of the way, as we see there's Davy Joubert coming very quickly up behind Devon Pillay rather.
Yeah.
With Tristan De La Brega just behind him. And here's this battle to the line, Frankie.
Yeah, this is going to be a good one. They're going to have to keep out the way of the Wild Rose Gin car. And that is the leader putting laps on some of the slower cars. Oh, he dives right in front of the bows of the race leader, Davy Joubert. A few more back markers, and there we see the Janetta going through your shot there of second place man Gary Kieswetter working his way out of Holzhoek. There's Kieswetter. He's going to get past those back markers. Hedges aside to keep right out the way and not get in the way there of the Janetta of Gary Kieswetter. Out of Castrol, through the kink known as Lundstem, and into turn 3, Damstep. Up the hill they go, the Tygerberg straight towards Saddle Sweep.
And now this whole group will make their way past. We see coming into picture now the Lotari just around the end of one side of the screen, through the right side of the screen, going by at magnificent speeds. Here comes Gary Kieswetter getting past those two 350Zs of the likes of Penev and Lusmore. There is Denobriger just behind Pillay there. That is also going to be a battle come the end of this race.
Yeah, that's a battle for 11 and 12 you just saw briefly. There's second place man. That is a battle for P11 and 12 as going through your shot there. That's Devon Pillay and Tristan Denobriger. The two of them are right there with each other. Ahead of them is the second place car of Kieswetter going into Castrol Corner. And these two are absolutely side by side as they work their way out of Castrol.
But it's going to be the battle of the 350Zs to see who's more superior than the other. And through Lundstem and into Damstep, it seems that Penev is the better of the two so far. Penev is the leading 350Z in the field. Followed there's the Lotari once again, coming up behind Martin Prince. So he is lapped all the way up until 8th place, Frankie. Almost 8th place.
Yeah, well, he'll take Prince now, that's for sure, because when they cross the line, there will be 2 more laps to go, and he puts a lap there on Martin Prince. And the Doc has pulled the Z4 off in Holzhoek, that white BMW Z4 of Dr. Mike Verrier. That is done. He will be coming into shot now. He's just to the right of that. There he stands. That is a beautiful Z4. It's a lovely motor car. It's very quick, but the Doc must work on that car's reliability still. Once it gets that thing reliable, he will be in the mix.
And I see Devon Pillay has pulled into the pits after fighting with Tristan Denobriger. And there's that elf, that lovely sounding elf
of Eric Salomon.
Of Eric Salomon, yes. He is now on his own as well. As we watch the through, that's that 350Z of Brett Swanefelter and Ray Farnham.
He's going to be lapped there by Clinton Thorne, the man that sits in 3rd position. So Swanefelder is going to be lapped by 3rd place man Clinton Thorne before they get into Castrol Corner.
Now here's this battle once again of the 350Zs. I don't think Loosemore wants to give up on this with only a lap to go now as our leader crosses the line to start his final lap. We watch them go down the Killarney straight and into Pertamina Fostron for their final time. Oh no, I lie. For their second final time, their penultimate time. And Loosemore is going to want to try and get up as close as possible. And you see another 350Z coming into the picture. Denobriger, he's not that far away from the other two 350Zs ahead.
No, not at all. This is the last lap, and we're going to pick up the leader now, and that is Davy Joubert, way down the road of everybody else. And he is so far going down the back straight. There he goes for the last time. Davy Joubert, he is way out there in P1. That's the Wild Rose Gin. There's a lovely dice going into Castrol, but we've got to stay with the leader as the checkered flag is out. We'll get to that dice now. The flag is out. Ray Farnham is ahead of him. I don't think he will lap Ray Farnham, although he might before the flag, and he does. And Davy Hubert comes home in P1 in the Latari, and another quick lap. 106.276 for Gary Kieswetter.
So we'll have to wait and see down the back straight. We'll have to wait and see if that is the official new lap record as Martin Prince crosses the line in 7th overall. We'll run through the field. David Joubert winning out in this race from Gary Kieswetter. Clinton Thorne and Connor Kilbride are still yet to cross the line. They'll be making their way around the backside of the circuit. Andre Brunk ahead of Sandra Bakari at the line. 1.1 seconds was the gap, but here's this battle right to the line. They were changing places just a lap ago, but Simeon Panev will take the win between this two, and that would be 8th and 9th place respectively as we wait for Dino Breger and Eric Salomon, no, Clinton Thorne to cross the line rather.
Yeah, there's Tritton Dinobriger. He's crossed the line. We wait for the elf. We just saw it go through your shot there. That is the elf of Eric Salomon. And Eric Salomon finishes his race in 11th position. And he is in Class C, is Salomon.
Yep, that's Brett Svannefelter that's just crossed the line in that 350Z. He takes 12th place overall. And finally, this is Farnham crossing the line. There he puts his hand up.
Just done an extra lap, just because he could. So let's have a look and see where did Eric Salomon finish in class. He finished 3rd in Class C behind Simeon Panev and Divan Lasmore, that won Class C.
I'm going to do my little bit of facts checking quickly, and we'll look at the back of the program if I can find it, because usually they have the overall lap times over the years, and I don't quite see it at the moment. I don't see it, Frankie, so we are going to have to wait and see if that is the overall lap time.
When the sun rises, when the sun
So we see all these vehicles. There's our very own Gary Fleming and Frank Eunice out there. Look at the number of vehicles on the circuit at one given time, Byron. I think this is the most vehicles I've seen on our circuit at once. You've got the likes of the BMW Club, you've got the Alpha Club, there's super bikes and classic bikes and all sorts, Harleys, we've got GTI Challenge out there, other race cars, the Alpha Club, as I said, and right at the front, the man of the moment, as they make their way down the Porsche Straight. Here come the V8 Masters in a black Aston Martin. Just behind what looks like it is the safety car is the man of the moment, Dennis Joubert.
Dennis Joubert, one of the founding fathers, you could say, of Killarney International Raceway, along with the likes of Adrian Pfeiffer, Edgar Hall. There's many names that have been around here for many years. And like you say, I echo what you're saying there, Jordan. It's lovely to see so many automobiles and motorcycles and all kinds of different vehicles as well, and that all the clubs have come out. Thank you very much to all of you for coming out here and having a bit of fun with us. There's the darts, the GSM Dart Club behind a Lotus Elise there that's right behind Dennis Joubert in the Aston Martin. The Porsches are here, the Alphas are here, the BMWs are here. Everybody is here today, and they're all having fun out there on the circuit. The beach buggies, the bikes, look at all the bikes going through a Castrol corner now, and the V8 Masters that will be following them.
And the likes of the super bikes, classic bikes, breakfast run, all of the racing bikes that we have at Killarney. There's classics leaving now. I see Dave Kopka's Mazda's out there. I don't know why he's not racing today.
Where have he been hiding? Where has he been hiding?
But there goes Dennis across the line. Lovely looking vehicles out there. Some lovely little waves from everyone coming past. Look how many, I don't think I've ever seen this many darts in one place before. But maybe that's just because I'm so young.
Yeah, a lot of the classic cars coming out there. And it's great to see, because they'll be racing a little bit later on. There comes Shane Boscombe as well, who's in the supercars. The supercars will be joining. So you basically have all the classes of Killarney that's racing today, joining a whole lot of clubs that just to have a good little parade on the circuit. I see one of the cars over there by the gravel. I've decided to go onto the gravel. It's the RX-8 Mazda. Now, I don't know if he's pulling off or decided, you know what, I'm going to do something a little different here.
I think he wants to take the jump.
Well, he needs to go a bit quicker than that, I'll tell you that much. I think he just wants to get a vantage point, and from what I understand, he may as well do it, because that yump will be soon something of the past.
Yeah, you are correct there. And there go the super bikes and sports bikes and race bikes of all kinds. There's guys on street bikes and little Pee-wee minis. Everyone making their way out there. I think, and I have to be stand corrected here, this has to be one of the biggest event, or not the biggest events. This must be a moment with the most vehicles or modes of transport on a race circuit at once, besides a motor show where they're all stopped. All in motion is what I should say.
I wouldn't doubt you on that one, Jordan, because I can't remember many times when the circuit has been as full or near as full as this, and live as well, as you have said, yes. And the wind is pumping quite nicely here at Killarney. It has been a marvelous day, and now we move off with Dennis Joubert behind that car ahead of him there, the safety car. The boot you'll see is open. They're probably taking some nice photographs and so on, and that will have on Facebook when they do get posted eventually. Everything from the Porsches, like we say, there were a Baja bug out there, Baja bug, for the Beach Buggy Club. the bikes and the minis, the mini challenges, of course, the small bikes out there as well for the youngsters. It's always good to see the youngsters getting out onto the main circuit, some of them for the very first time in their lives as well. Many of these folks, I think, will be for the very first time on the Killarney circuit itself, because even though they are part of the various car clubs, they don't always get these opportunities that often, and sometimes years can go by before we have an event like this. The Alfa Romeo Club, the Alpha Maniacs. You can use that red one as well if you want to. You just switch it up and on, and then you're good.
Gentlemen, how are we doing today? I see the parade lap is in full effect. I was supposed to do the lunchtime show for the live stream, but we heard you guys are doing such a fantastic job up here. I thought I'd rather come and join you if you don't mind. And as we now see the BMWs making their way down the main straight over here, this is the BMW Car Club event from today. And some of our friends from the car club have joined us. I think I heard the young man over there say that this is the biggest, and I can confirm that Dion Joubert's vision for this event is that this is the biggest ever parade lap at Killarney Raceway, in honor, of course, of the 90-year-old Mr. Dennis Joubert.
Yes, he has done quite a bit of work there, as Dion Joubert, and it's great to see this all come together.
Someone's waving on the main straight there. Enjoy the good times. There are so many fans out here today. Is it me, or is this place a little bit more packed than normal today?
And I think we can't just blame the weather. We can't just call it the weather, but that is one of the main reasons why you're seeing so many cars out today, as we get lots more waves as the Beach Buggy and Baja Buggies Club comes by.
So many friendly faces out here today, JT. So many friendly faces. The bikers now making their way down the main straight as we look over. And insane scenes here at Killarney. But what I'm noticing the most is almost everybody has a smile on their face, isn't it so?
Well, I honestly think you can't not have a smile on your face. And I mean, you know it from your racing, that I'm sure you've got a smile on your face even when you're in those serious scenarios, let alone just doing a parade lap.
So now we've got the V8 Masters coming along, and this, I think, the reason they've been grouped like this is because to showcase the work and effort that's gone on over the years. The V8 Masters, of course, the brainchild of Owen Ashley. Owen Ashley's garage is one of the first garages to open up here at Killarney, again, thanks to Mr. Dennis Joubert. Then behind that, we see some classic cars, the Dave Kopka car over there, and of course, the Ford Sapphire further back, GTI Challenge, of course, one of the local series, and then Franco Donadeo, both of his cars out there on the circuit. And again, these are all local events that were given the go-ahead by Mr. Dennis Joubert. Then the other Owen Ashley brainchild over here, we've got the Ryan Halleck over there in the Formula Supercars, and a car that I'm driving at the moment, and again a local South African and Cape Town initiative, proudly out of the Killarney stable, and this is what this is all about.
I mean, even just the bikes, we're watching all the bikes go by now. There's scooters, there's race bikes, there's street bikes. As you say, it's just a collection that is in honor of a man that has done so much for our racing community, and as well as our home circuit, and you can't do anything but take your hats off to him.
Yeah, I gotta say I'm a little bit disappointed myself. My car is a replica of Dion Joubert's race car, and it's exploded yesterday. It's in the parking lot at the moment. I was hoping to take it out there, but then I got asked to do this lunchtime show for the YouTube channel over there. So I think this is, for me, an honor to be able to speak on behalf of everybody in honor of Dennis Joubert, the man, the legend. And I've always said it's important to honor our legends when they're still around, not to wait until they're long gone. And Dennis Joubert is still with us, and today is a fitting day and a fitting tribute to him, the man that was very much part of the Dart revolution, the South African, proudly South African car. The Dart, as you can see, you got the coupe and the convertible over there, and Dennis Joubert in one of those cars, as well as Dion Joubert, as they head once again for their second lap. I think they're going to be doing 2 or 3 laps in total, as we see a couple of Porsches coming by now, 930 turbos, 911 turbos, of course, and everything in between. GT3 RS looking very nice over there. Oh my goodness, that looks fantastic.
I mean, these are the kinds of things you don't see every day, let alone at all. I mean, how often do you see GSM darts or a 991 or 992 GT3 RSs.
Oh, you're one of those guys that knows all the codes. I don't know. For me, it's a Porsche.
And behind the name, regardless of what it is, a Porsche is a Porsche.
But an incredible sight as we see more classic Porsches. Another GT3 RS Porsche came in over there, and the BMW Car Club, as mentioned, out in full force, not just with the race cars, but also with those road-going civilian cars over there. A naughty, cheeky launch by that Porsche over there. A cheeky launch, nothing wrong with that. I'm sure the crowd is absolutely loving it. And as we said, this really is what could be in Killarney's history the largest ever parade lap at the circuit, and something that all of us are enjoying today. And this was supposed to happen a couple of months ago because Dennis Joubert's birthday was actually a couple of months ago, but unfortunately due to the weather it was postponed. But Dion specifically said that when the time is right, they will do it again, and they will do it big, and they will do it properly, which is exactly what they're doing right now, JT.
I can agree with you there. I mean, I don't think I've seen so many cars in each of the corners around our race circuit before, down all the straights. I mean, there must be 100+ cars and bikes, if not more. And I mean, it's a spectacle that it blows my mind, if I can say the least.
Yeah. And the guys are pulling it down the main straight over here. And an interesting fact that old man Dennis's was actually a bit of a naughty bugger back in the day. So some of the stories best left untold, maybe at the bar in private. But when it comes to a cheeky little pull on the main straight, I don't think old man Dennis is going to worry about that too much, if you know what I'm saying.
Yeah, I'm sure some of the race car drivers do worse during the races, let alone on a parade lap. But, you know, I can just see the enthusiasm in all these drivers and their riders with their family and friends in the cars.
There goes our safety car from the BMW CCT event that happened and started the inaugural BMW event that happened earlier on. Our safety car, of course, a proper BMW M3, and something you don't see often on a circuit like that. Carbon fiber roof on that last one that just came past. A whole bunch of BMWs, and of course, BMW is, I think, one of the most fitting brands there. If you look at Dot, for example, for Dennis Joubert, and now BMW as the M3 V8 goes past. Dion Joubert was, of course, a factory driver for BMW, and that deal, as far as I'm aware, was brokered thanks to Dennis Joubert and for many others. Interesting fact, another one as well, is that Dennis Joubert was actually involved with the start of Group N Racing. If it wasn't for him and a few others, Group N Racing wouldn't exist. And can you believe the impact that that has had on South African motorsport over the years? People still talk about it to this day.
I mean, absolutely. I mean, knowing me as a 19, 20-year-old, I still know what Group N is. And Group N was before my time. So, you know, seeing this out, seeing the likes of, I was speaking to Byron about it, the replicas of race cars that are from years gone by. I mean, you can look out here and you can see stuff you've never seen before as the flags come out, and that'll be the end of the parade.
Yeah, I think that might be it. Maybe the guys will pull in, but just incredible sights and sounds, folks. If you're here today and you're watching live, I hope you're enjoying it. If you're here on the live stream, I hope we're able to convey what's happening here today and what you see in front of you. Just an incredible collection of cars, and again, as I said, smiles all around. Every single person that I see coming past here with a cheeky grin on their faces. Some of the guys even brought their surfboards with for the ride, as you can see over there. Nothing wrong with that. Surf's up, buddy. Surf's up.
I think at the end of the day, Ernest, the only thing you can say is that one man's vision makes a community's enthusiasm just the biggest thing.
Unbelievable stuff, and that's exactly what this is about. This is about a man's vision. As one of the cyclists joins the BMW, the bike parade lap, he's keeping up. Pretty good stuff there from that cyclist. Not too shabby. Oh yeah, top speed of all of 27 kilometers an hour on the main straight over here. And the bikers enjoying the scenes as once again the Owen Ashley cars come past once more.
Besides being a racer, Ernest, does this not just make you feel proud and enthusiastic about being part of car culture and just the car community as well as the racer community in general?
Wow, look at that. A mock start from the V8 Masters. And interestingly, a lot of these cars, these guys, They're not even racing today on the V8 Masters, but they are here. And here comes Andre Rowe now. We've got Tate Bishop. We've got Ishmael Davids. Riza Levy. The Levies, of course, a family that's very much involved here with South African and Cape Town motorsport. Dani Sandenberg in the mix as well in his Jetta, and each one of these drivers, each one of these teams, each one of these ladies and gentlemen behind wheels and on the saddles can tell their own story of what Killarney has meant to them over the years and what Dennis Joubert has made possible by literally building this place from the ground up thanks to his brainchild when it comes to architecture, him of course being an architect by trade, making sure and making use of his architecture skills to build this incredible facility.
So I don't think we would be here without that man. So for one last time, and I'm sure it won't be the very last, I say a big thank you, and I'm sure everyone says a big thank you to that man, Dennis Joubert.
Yeah. Definitely, ladies and gentlemen, this one goes to Mr. Dennis Joubert. Unbelievable stuff as the bikes finally make their way through now. It looks like the guys are going to feed into the pit lane. Yeah, we see the cars feeding into the pit lane. They're going through Park Vermeer. And that seems to be the end of the parade lap. And yeah, that does seem to be the end of that parade lap as the last couple of darts make their way down the pit lane. If you are in the pit lane here, you can check out those darts up close and personal as they come through. And just incredible stuff. Of course, the late Koos Swanepoel also involved in the dart project, a car that was proudly South African with lots of success on the racetrack because of its lightweight, nimble handling and tuning, of course. The Swanepoel and the Joubert name synonymous with South African motorsport and now lives on through ourselves, those that keep on racing, and of course, Killarney Raceway. So the day is not over yet, folks. There's still plenty racing to go. The BMW Series will be kicking off shortly. There's still one more race for the classics as well. Clubman's also having a race later on. And GTI Challenge. JT, as far as you're going concerned, how was the racing for you and what are the highlights so far of the day?
You know, I think we can only leave the excellence of the day so far down to the fact that the weather has been so perfect. I mean, you could look out. We haven't seen Table Mountain in view for how long? We haven't seen our little mountains in the background because they've all been covered in grey fog and clouds. And today is just, it's just one of those perfect days. A little bit of wind, not enough to bother the bikers and the racers and everyone. And I think just everything's been perfect to the T. And we've still got quite a little while left of racing. So I can't say that I'm not excited, and I can't say that I'm not pumped to be commentating.
Yeah. So, folks, we're going to wrap it up here for the lunchtime show. Join us again shortly as the commentators take over and we head into the second half of what is going to be an incredible rest of the day. Already the crowds are enjoying the motorsport, and just earlier on from being inside the car, I could see the people hanging over the fences and loving the racing. So from myself, Ernest Page, I'm going to hand it back over to JT. JT, I see you got lunch ready and waiting there, so you're going to say goodbye as well, I would imagine.
I'm going to have to because I'm ready to eat. But thank you very much for coming up here, talking to me about it. Incredible stuff. And you've got another race, don't you?
I do have another race. I'm doing the BMW Triple CT race. I'm driving the Marco Retto car. Progress Precision Engineering has loaned me their car for the day. My one car's engine unfortunately popped, so I got an extra car for the day. So I'm going to head downstairs, make sure that car's ready to go, and go enjoy some racing on the circuit.
Very well done. And well done in your Supercars racing today. You won overall, and I couldn't even hand you the trophy.
So there is a lot going on. There's the new BMW series. We heard a lot about it in the breakfast show this morning. But tell us, how are things going? What is the news with this BMW situation?
Well, it's an absolute vibe. We're very excited to get this thing off the ground. I'm sure all morning everybody's been speaking about this. Apparently the traffic getting into Killarney for the first time in a very long time is also long. So if you guys are watching this live, I suggest that you get down as early as possible. But back in the pit lane, it's such a vibe. Everybody's here. The BMs are out in full force. It's been a very long time we've actually started a class like this. And for BMWs, we often say, I mean, I'm sure you guys are talking about this morning, the BMs are the new Fords, right? And there's a lot of road car following with the BMW car culture. So we've got a couple of the road cars here as well.
Yes, I heard a lot of BMW E36, right?
A lot of E36s, E90s slammed to the ground. So not only for guys that are racing, but guys that got like cool looking BMWs, M3s, new stuff, old stuff. Bring it around. Bring it to the track. There's actually a demarcated area specifically designed for the BMW, so you guys are welcome to come.
Absolutely amazing. And in terms of your racing today, how do you think things are going to go? Where are you going to end up?
I had a bit of an issue in qualifying. I had a caliper bolt snap off, so our brakes fell away, which is kind of dangerous, but we got it resolved. So unfortunately, I'm at the back of my class for the Clubman's race. The BMW class, very excited to have that car going. Turbocharged car, it's his first proper dry outing. So fingers crossed, everything else together, and we're gonna hopefully we can. We got the car onto sort of pole in class, so we're gonna hopefully we can maintain that.
Awesome. Well, we wish you all the best today. And again, guys, the sun is shining, the queue is long. Get down here, pack that cooler box, and get the family up here.
Cool. Always good. Always good.
Right, everybody, I have managed to track down the one and only Neon Totoy over here to talk about some of the racing. He did an incredible lap yesterday, which I want to hear more about. But I just need you to focus on this for a second because this is absolutely incredible. But Neon, thank you so much for being with me. Tell me about that race yesterday. I heard that one lap was incredible.
Yeah, so it's obviously a car that I've been building for a while. And we did a 13.2 at when the previous race meeting with the BMW Gauteng guys were down here. But the track wasn't great. And yesterday when I went out, you know, I could see the blue skies. The track was in great condition, so we turned it up to 11 and just gave it horns. And obviously I had a bit more time in the car now, and even I was surprised with the time that popped up. So yeah, truly proud of the whole team and the development. And it's just not one guy, so there's a whole team that you can't see right now. But
absolutely, everybody forgets that it's not just about the driver. There is a whole team behind that helps get everything set up. And what kind of adjustments did you make from the last race where it was raining and we had to stop races till today where the sun is shining and it's so hot?
Yeah, so tyre pressure slightly lower, which is just pure heat. We got slightly bigger brakes on the car because we ran out of brakes last time, and minor adjustments, and like I say, turning the engine up all the way, which is obviously highly strung at that power level, but we can do it for 1 or 2 laps, yeah.
Awesome. So for those who don't know, Neon has a shop. He says it's a farm/boutique where they do everything race car related. So if you need anything done to your car, name of your business, where are you guys located?
Yeah, we're in the grounds of Killarney Racetrack, and it's NDT Racing, Neon Totoy Racing, yeah.
There you heard it, NDT Racing, Neon Totoy. If you need something done with your car, guys, that's where you go. Good luck today.
Thank you very much.
I'm very lucky today because I am finding legend after legend, but this one beats all others. I'm here with Mr. Davy Hubert himself, who is racing a Lotus Exige body with a Ferrari 488 engine inside of it. He is also Mr. Hill Climb from Knysna, for those who have been living under rock for this year. Absolutely incredible to be standing here with you. How are things going today?
Thank you, it's going excellent. The track was good. And we did a good qualifying, the best that we've ever done with the car so far. So we over the moon, ecstatic that the car, the handling is great, and it's a nice day. And it's good to see all the people here, and I'm thankful for everybody that supports.
Awesome. And for those who don't know, just give us, I mean, we don't have all the time in the world for your incredible racing history. Where did it start to where you are now?
Yeah, it started a long time ago with Hondas. First time we started with drag racing, and then we started with Hondas, and later on we went in. The first Exige that I bought was in 2001, and ever since then we've had, and the family has Exiges or Lotuses, and we've been playing with them ever since, and I'm glad to see that they're eventually getting together now.
Awesome. Well, thank you so much for chatting with me. I am honored, and I wish you all the best today.
Appreciate that.
Hi guys, I'm here with Marco Busi. Marco has gotten a new car in support of Women's Month, which is still happening for the next 28 to 48 hours. It is pretty in pink. And this is a new car. How are things going?
It's going all right. Like you said, it's a new car. There's a lot of teething issues, which we expected. Some more expected, didn't expect them as much as others. But yeah, we're sorting them out, and yeah, we're going to see what we can do to get it to the front.
Okay, so have you done your qualifying yet? Yeah.
Just qualified now. Qualified fourth. Got a bit stuck in traffic in qualifying. Wasn't the best plan from our side, but this is how it goes.
Okay, well, some troubles, but it's a new car. You'll get used to it, and we wish you all the best for today.
Cool. Thank you very much, guys.
Guys, I am here with Gary and the APT Racing team. This is an incredible car standing behind me, which we're going to hear a little bit more about, as well as this incredible crew surrounding us. So Gary, please tell us a little bit more about this car.
Well, yeah, this is a Janetta LMP2, which we acquired about 4 months ago. So it's fairly new to us, and it's going to be about, I think, the 5th time we're taking it out on track, and only the 2nd time now in, in the racing setup at least. But yeah, thanks to my crew and all that to get the car ready, and to Half Motorsport also helped getting the car ready for this meeting. As I said, this is a shakedown meeting for us. From here it can only get better. We set a target this morning on qualifying, which we got, which was a 109. From here we can only improve, and we will take it to the other LMP cars when we get up to Killarney.
Awesome. And speaking of LMP, for those that don't know, like me about 10 minutes ago, can you give the viewers an understanding of what an LMP car is?
Okay, LMP is a Le Mans prototype car, running the Le Mans series in Europe, in America, in Asia. But LMP is Le Mans prototypes, and you get LMP 1, 2 and 3, but LMP 1 has now become hypercars, but LMP 2 and 3 still exists. This was a LMP 3, but upgraded to LMP 2 spec, and there's 2 of these cars in the country, and we have some other competitors as well with different brands, but we're looking forward to racing with all of them.
Awesome. And for those that are not watching and paying close attention, what series are you racing in?
We're racing in the Sports and GT and in the SAS Endurance Series.
Awesome. Well, thank you so much for talking with me today. I wish you all the best. And a huge shout out to this team behind me. 1, 2, 3, APT Racing. Hi guys, I'm here with Jamie Hall. He has literally just come off the track. I was standing here where the bike is waiting for him to pull up, and I just saw all the supporters and the teammates rallying over him. I was in the queue to get to him. Clearly it went well. Please tell us.
Very well. Listen, race 1 was it was tough. Hey, had some good action there, and we just myself and Braden Hutchings like 0.02 on the line, and then race 2 as well. Got a good launch, and then Braden was on me. Hey, I can just hear him. He was there, got me, I got him back, and yeah, it's brought it home to the line.
It's so exciting to see this when someone's literally off the track and everybody's behind them supporting them, and it went so well. Tell us a little bit more about the bike you were racing.
Okay, so the bikes we race are it's in the 650 Super Twins Cup, so it's all regulated, same horsepower. We race control tires, same brakes, so it's pretty much rider skill. The bikes are all the same, well, apart from different makes, but yeah, horsepower output and stuff.
So it really is about the rider in this instance. And apparently you come from Knysna and you come down here every time.
Every time, we come here, we have to support, which is good.
Awesome. Well, thank you so much for doing this immediately as you've gotten off of the bike. Sweat's still dripping. I appreciate it, and good luck for the rest of the day.
Thanks, guys. Appreciate it. Awesome. Cheers.
their second race of the day. We start the second half of the program. In the Thermofires Clubman saloon cars, they are making their way out onto the track after a very successful parade lap or three. Big thanks to Gaza for letting me jump in the passenger seat in his beach buggy. Big thanks to everybody, especially the Wild Buggers Beach Buggy Club. A lot of lovely cars. I love the one with the surfboard on the roof. That was that was awesome stuff. But yeah, we're back to the action again on the circuit. I think a lot of people that went around with their own cars and never knew racing lines, I think they know now exactly what the racing lines are around Killarney track. Although I must say, I saw some funny lines going around this circuit. But then again, nobody was going at full tilt in any case. Everybody just had a lot of fun out there. So it is the Thermofires Clubman's cars that are going out for their second race. Two by two, the cars arrive here on the grid proper. See Willie Swart busy making his way through. That Jetta 2, he's been campaigning for many years. The Polo of Jaco Lambert is there. Zachary Martin, one of our friends from Namibia. Mia Bench is there. The son of Alan Martin, who is the top oval track and rally campaigner in that part of the world. And my facts are right, I think they come from Walvis Bay. There's MP Pretorius, did very well out in race number 1, also a visiting driver from Namibia. Moving forward is Mr. Thermofires, that is Stephen Gous. There is Zachary Martin moving into his position, that is fifth spot on the grid, waiting for the rest of the cars to come through. Here comes Steven Heidenreich, the man that won the opening race in the Origin Oils GT Skyline. I think that's the lot. It's a depleted field compared to the opening race. He'll be in second position on the grid. Well, 1, 3, 4, and 6 is open. That's pretty strange. Where are the, where's Alex Johnson? I see he's not there. There's a lot of empty slots on the grid. Michael Assia is not out there as well. Now, Shane de Toy had car issues. MP Pretorius is there. He's standing behind Jaco Lambert and ahead of Dexter Bruce. So, well, there's a lot of them that's not out there. But Cedric had issues out with the Honda Ballard. We were mentioned about, Jordan just mentioned Cedric Berger. Yes, he did have a mechanical failure on the Ballard. That's why he's not out. Remember, folks, 108 FM, Radio Killarney. It's on. Car radio, portable, cell phone, Radio Killarney, 108 FM is up and running. It's been up and running since the beginning of the day. I only mentioned it once, but been so much action out there. But still lots of racing to come. So you can tune into 108 FM. We used to call it Radio Killarney. Well, still can call it that, I suppose. And you can hear the commentary from the Castrol Tower, right on top of the Castrol Tower, the commentary team. So who is supposed to be P1? We'll have a look now when the monitor changes. That should be Alex J. Well, Alex Johnson, we used to call him Alex J. The Sear is not there. Stephen Heidenreich is there. He's in second position. He is out there. So there are a couple of cars that are not out for this one. You know who's not there? The two Smith cars. Shane and Gary Smith is also not out there. I just realized now. So those, no, Gary is there. I do apologize. Gary Smith is there. He's just behind the Mia Bench BMW. So Gary is there, but Shane is not out for this one. So I think the marshals are doing a final track inspection. There were so many cars and bikes and buggies and race cars and road cars and BMWs and Aston Martins and all sorts of other vehicles out there, darts on the circuit. They're just checking to see if the track is still okay, because I think the track got the fright of its life when with all these cars and bikes that came out on the same time. But from my side, first of all, to Gary for organizing the beach buggy side of it, together with Michelle Jenkins and whoever else was involved in that. And then to all the other clubs out there, thank you guys for coming to support the 90th birthday of Dennis Jabir with this parade lap. As we went into Fostron Corner, there were two Aston Martins parked, and I didn't pick it up, but Gary saw it on the left-hand side. Uncle Dennis was sitting there, and I'm sure he felt very proud seeing this, probably the biggest parade lap ever at Killarney, if not in the country, for him, and it was absolutely amazing. So the moment race direction or race control is happy, then we will get this race underway.
There's dirt on my hands, strong like a tree. There's roots where I stand. Oh, I've been running from the law. Hope they won't shoot me down soon. They sing on a sleepless night. Try to catch me howling at the moon. Won't stop fighting to the very end. Many men try to reach it, many men have failed. Well, if you wanna get to heaven, you gotta raise a little hell. And I've been running from the law. Hope they won't shoot me down soon. Will you find me? Hope you find me. I'll be back home soon. When the sun rises, when the sun and they are now joining us. I'm glad that they are out there because sure, it wouldn't be the same if we had this small field of Clubman's cars. So the rest of them are now beginning to make their way around, and they will join with the cars that are waiting on the grid here for them.
Here comes Shane DeToy, that didn't complete the opening race. The cars are now beginning to move into position. Gavin Cerf moving into his position. Here comes the Audi of Alex Johnson. The Red Bull Racing coloured Audi Sport. And he is out there. One or two more cars still to take up their slots. And that looks a lot nicer. It's a more fuller grid. P6 is still open though, but everybody seems to be out there. The third spot is also still open on the grid, but at least we've got a few more cars that's come to join. So now that field looks a lot more fuller, looks a heck of a lot more better. Thank goodness for that, as we are about to go racing soon. The safety car is about to lead them off the line. And then it will be all systems go from there. Alex Johnson leads the field off the line. See, Kai van Zyl is one of three cars coming off the tail end of the field, and he didn't do half bad out there in the opening race. He is busy moving through. Holzoek. Get myself into my commentary position here in front of the monitor, in front of the television screen. And we are about to go racing for Thermofire's Clubman Saloons race number 2. Big thanks to Line Property Management, Castrol. You see all of those sponsors come on your screen at home, and it's a big thanks to all involved. Right, there they go down the back straight. This is Thermofire's Clubman's saloon cars. Alex Johnson and Steven Heidenrich is on the front row of the grid as the safety car leads them out of Fostron corner towards us. Gary, here they come to a quicker word from Clint. You got about 5 seconds, if that long.
Deep breath, Clint Renard, deep breath. Well, let's do something different, Frankie. Clint Renard going to go Mike's side down towards turn number 1. Here we go.
Right, away they go as the lights go off and the pace is hectic at the back of the field already. It shows you how the front guys were on steam heading into turn number 1 into Holzoek, and it is Steven Heidenrich that sits out there in P1. Alex J is there in second position, Alex Johnson. Then we've got Zachary Martin. Zachary Martin sits in that third spot. Behind him is Shane DeToy. Right on his heels is Jaco Lambert. Then MP Pretorius, another friend from Namibia, is in there as well. Look at Gavin Cerf. Gavin Cerf busy working his way through as the cars make their way into turn 3 Damstep.
Well, everybody's made it through there pretty neatly, but then again, there's a couple of guys that are slightly out of sync with where they would end up. So you're going to get a fair amount of passing that's going to go down in the initial parts of this race. But yeah, the big boys, the big hitters, the fast cars lead them out. Lovely to have Alex Johnson out on circuit and leading.
And it's all about Heidenreich that sits there in that lead, working through Pertamina Fostron. Johnson is second. Johnson is out in that second position. Then we got Zachary Martin. He's having a go there. Shane de Toy right behind them. You see Daku Lambert and MP Pretorius. That's that first load of cars. And then Willie Swart is the next one coming through. There's a whole train of them that's working their way under the City of Cape Town Bridge and into turn one, into holes. I see Faisal Jacobs also working his way into holes as the cars have now completed their opening lap.
Heidenreich from Johnson and de Toy, that is your Class A. Your Class X is obviously Zachary Martin is in Class X, new car driver combination to the series as such. That's our visitors from Namibia. A couple of little lockups here and there, but it's all about the Origin Oils car that leads out from Alex Johnson. If anybody can really hold sway there, it would be the likes of the returning Alex Johnson.
Yeah, and don't forget about Shane de Toy as they make their way through the double right-hander. Man, these guys are on the limit as we watch them race down that back Killarney straight. There they go, Alex Johnson. Then it is Zachary Martin. There is Johnson. There's Martin, and up on his inside is de Toy. Shane de Toy up on his inside. Then it's Pretorius coming through. Where's Lambert? He should be the next man through as we watch. There's Lambert at the top of your screen coming through. He's behind Pretorius. Then we've got Lambert. Then it is Stephen Goos and Willie Swart. Gavin Surf coming through. Right behind him is Dexter Bruce and Gary Smith.
Well, just look at this as they come up towards us. You name it, as fast as you can say it, or faster than what you can say the names, they all come through. But I must say, Thermophire's Clubman's doing brilliantly for 2024.
So we watch this group of cars. This is towards the mid-pack that's making its way through. Yep, that's the midfield runners that's going through turn number one. You saw the leaders head into a turn three. That is Damstip. Heidenreich is the man up front. There goes Stevie. Johnson is in that second spot. Then we have got Martin de Toy Pretorius. Pick up with the sun through the window as they make their way now down onto that back straight. But there's your leader, way down the road, Stephen Heidenreich. He was 2.2 seconds ahead of Johnson at the start of this lap that we are now about to conclude.
He's taking that Origin Oil Skyline to the next level, but you cannot count out Johnson. We know what he's capable of through the years. Zachary Martin doing a brilliant job staying ahead of Shane de Toy. Then it's Pretorius. Lambert in the red and yellow colors, and as we expected, Stephen Goos directly in there behind them. Lambert, Goos and Swart first, second and third in Class B. Gavin Surf leading out his grouping in Class D.
Yeah, he was right there with Gary Smith as the rest of the cars come through. Keeping an eye on Mia Bench. There goes Van Sale, that's Kai Van Sale, then Mia Bench Jacobs, and then Jenna O'Lean finds herself in P16 just ahead of the escort of Griffin Wintle.
Yeah, another new addition from back in the day is the surname Griffin Wintle, and that is second generation Wintle that's out on circuit.
Yeah, that's Seth Griffin Wintle, the son of Stephen Griffin Wintle that raced many years ago.
He was one of the quickest out there as well. Talking about quick, we can pick up a whole gaggle of very fast cars going down into Pertamina Fastron as they enter. Look at that, Zachary up on that inside line. He's making it look very smooth, like he's been out on this track a whole bunch of times before. To the best of my mind, it's his first time ever. Heidenreich comes across the line. Now they're spreading out, and it's Johnson that holds on to the... No, he doesn't. Martin's actually gone past him.
We've got a car off in Fastron. That looks like Pretorius. That could be MP Pretorius that's in trouble. Yeah, that's the car I'm looking at. MP Pretorius, he's dropping down. Yeah, it is him. He's dropping down the leaderboard. So Pretorius, one of our friends from Namibia, is out there in turn 5 Fostron.
Well, Frankie, up until then, he was running with Zachary Martin. So I think those two cars are very, very similar in general in overall pace on this circuit.
Well, I'm just watching. There's a lovely fight going into turn 1. That could be a mere bench. Well, there's drama out on the track. I just heard...
Well, we're saying, well, there must be oil on the circuit. There's 3 cars that have gone off. Oh, I tell you what, that is a terrible one. And, well, the cars are going off one after the other. So somebody has probably popped a motor or something. They hope that everybody else can get through there at reduced speed and not go off the circuit like that. Guys need to take it nice and easy.
Oh, this is not going to work. Well, I can tell you that is Kai van Zyl, more cars spinning. That is Gary Smith. Look at the back end of Gary Smith's BMW is completely destroyed. There is oil everywhere at the exit of Damstip.
Wow. That's one of the biggest offs in terms of the number of cars we've seen for a long, long time. Unfortunately, we don't have a way to, let's see if we can maybe, we can only see that one in the distance. I don't have a camera shot that I can pull closer for you. Maybe the clerk's office will be able to do that for us and just pan that camera across to the right-hand side. So, yeah, because if you see how the marshals are running across there, they obviously feel the need to go and check on some of those drivers that's hard against the wall.
Well, that was, somebody must have popped a motor big time. I did see a lot of smoke as I looked out the commentary box window towards the north side of the track. And then from there, I just saw cars all over the place. And Byron and Jordan all started screaming and shouting together because they saw the...
Wouldn't it be nice if they screamed the direction?
No, they just started screaming and shouting, so automatically you lose focus on where you are on the strap here. But who can blame them? It was a pretty big one. I can see Dexter Bruce standing up against the wall there. That is a Dexter Bruce BMW. And there are more cars involved in that one. Well, here's a replay. Yes, a replay. Well, that 42 car, I think it is standing sideways. Yeah, already the tail end of Gary Smith's car is completely smashed in. That looks like Gavin. Yes, it is Gavin Surf. That has gone off. And then from there, it was just absolutely crazy. This is for the folks watching the production at home.
And Martin was apparently leaking quite a lot of fuel.
I guess it might have been Zachary Martin that unintentionally started this. Oh, the cars are all over the place in this replay. Those that got through there were just on the right line at the right time. Sure. Oh, well. That's going to take a while for the officials and the marshals to sort out this situation.
Well, just to add in as well, Frankie, we just got word from Emil Tiny Brunt of Tiny's pit box that he saw going through turn 4 that a lot of fuel was leaking from Martin's car. So it just shows you he's just now to see if he's actually come into Park Ferme and has exited the race in that number 43 machine of his.
Okay, let me get to the window while there is still time to spare. No, Martin is not out on in this lot.
Well, that's good. The ambulance is driving.
So now they're going to have to figure this grid out because everything is topsy-turvy. As you see them on track there, you've got Jaco Lambert and Willie Swart on the front row. Then Gemma O'Lean currently finds herself in that third spot on the inside of Faisal Jacobs, but that's not the way they're going to pull away in this one. So the grid marshals are going to have to sort out this grid completely, who goes forward, who goes back, and who slots in where. Well, the Auto Pro, Goff and Cooper, and Origin Oil's Skyline of Stephen Heidenrich, that will be in P1. Then we'll have Shane DeToy coming through. Alex Johnson is also waiting to come through while we still look at the replay for the people at home of what happened there on the exit of Damstip.
Just manages to get through. You can't see that right. No, you can't. Exactly. It's supposed to be really going wide.
I'll just look at our cleanup crews once again. Yeah, Frankie, a lot of drizzle being put down. Look at the spill that has been put down at that particular section of the circuit. The men in orange will take care of that. Of course, our magnificent crews here at Killarney, but that is Damstip, a very quick section of the circuit. And yes. All right, so it's Gous and De Silva were involved. And Martin, of course. Martin was one of the cars. Dexter Bruce. And Griffin Winty, I think it is. I'm sorry, I'm just taking over here from Gary here, but there are cars being towed out at this time. That is the number 19 being towed out. And that... Is it... There's still that car as well that's being collected at Fastron Corner onto the flatbed. We'll just go over there shortly. Well, it looks like the cleanup crews have completed their mission, and it looks like Brian Evans is out on the circuit in his escort, and we wait for the rest to join him. I see that the little Chev, number 32 of Franco Donadio, is ready and waiting to get onto the circuit. So we just wait for them right now before we get to this Libre classic car race, which had initially 27 odd entrants, but the 914 Porsche of Charles Arton was not one of the cars that was on the grid previously. I saw that the Escort of Senekal was also pulled off at the exit of turn 5, fast strong corner of turn 5A, as we also call the one afterwards, the old kink. Nearby the kink, rather, the little left sweep. But it will be an 8-lap race. Michael Hitchcock will be the man starting on pole position. Wynand Nel will be alongside him in the Ford Escort 2.3 litre. The Mustang of Michael Hitchcock is the one on top spot. And yes, it was Robert Senekal that did not partake in the previous race. There was also Robin Forbes, who beached his Corvette in race 1, and hopefully that Corvette will be back in the race. I can see a number of cars all just ready and waiting to go. There's Fadi Mouton that's also waiting to get out in that red and black Mustang. There is Rudolf de Vos, who spun on the last lap, as did Franco Donadio, but Donadio still made it to the end in the lead. And it was a little bit further down for De Vos. There will be Jared Evans alongside him there, the Fourie Jetta, and there is Senekal parked in the pits. But we'll go off air shortly. I think we're not quite ready yet for the races to come out, the cars to come out, so we'll be with you shortly. Precision Engineering BMW CCCT will be up after that. That's the new BMW class, new BMW race. And then we have only about 3 more races after that still. Your Le Hubert sports cars that will come, the sports and GT cars. It will still be your GTI Challenge that will be out there, and then rounding, I think it is rounding everything off as a sports and GT cars, but we still have the superbikes also to come out for the final bike race of the day. We've had 5 of them already, and it will be 6 altogether as we put this day to the end, and another successful race day will be having been done.
Yep, just a little bit of waiting right now. I mean, we've had a little bit of waiting all day today. But, I mean, the weather's still good. I'm sure there's some people with unhappy faces, but for the most part, I'm sure everyone's happy with the action. I'm happy with it. Glad all the drivers and riders have been okay today. But it's nice to be in a little bit of silence for a bit, doesn't it?
It just allows us a little bit of time to catch our breath here, Jordan, as the 2 red, white and green cars make their way out onto the circuit. That is Franco Donadio in the Forenza Can-Am Chev, And ahead of him, his former car, the Escort, the 2.3-litre Escort with the Pinto motor. That will be on the Joubert Straight now. That is Wynand Nel. He used to campaign his Anglia. He now does so. He does his racing in that Escort. But they're all coming out nice and thick and fast now, ready to go racing for their second time today. The Libre Classic cars. And it's a class I very much enjoy. Great racing, great machines. As Theo Klaassen comes out in his Skyline, the SGL Skyline. That one. Bit of a smoking Jetta there from Fourie as well. Andre Fourie. As he's in 20th position, that number 9 car. Herman de Kock will be just with him there on that row, at 10th row of the grid. And that will be in his Escort. And problems already here, Jordan. We have the Mustang of Fadi Mouton pulling off the circuit. Outside of turn 1 and into the midfield towards turn 2. Sorry. Luckily, back out onto the field. My apologies, I didn't say earlier on where it was. It was on the infield, on the run-up to Castro Corner. But he's back out there again and will take the start as they are doing their most to warm the tyres. Make sure the brakes are up to temperature. Not that difficult on a nice warm day as we've been having. It's a bit more difficult in the winter with the reduced temperatures and the rain. But there goes the Morris Minor of Calvin Beekman. And then we have Michael Hitchcock also getting himself into position as well. Brian Bedin in that Triple S Datsun as they go into Fastron Corner. The Skyline, the Sabat Skyline of Jean-Andre Boertes, run in the Blows, the Kerry Blows stable. Lane Hutchings in his Mark II Golf 8-valve. The Type 1 Sirocco there of Trevor Hutchings.
I just want to speak about Jean-Andre Boertes for a second. We saw he had some issue in race 1, and he had a little bit of a spin, or not a spin, but a moment, a very big snap, and he managed to catch it. And we saw some what looked like smoke coming out the front wheel well. I assumed it was some sort of maybe control arm damage or something that was rubbing like that, or maybe the fender was collapsing or something. He said no, there was just some water on the front tire. So obviously there was a water pipe or something that was spilling over. So he's back out, and I'm sure he's happy. He had a smile on his face when he went into the pits. So,
oh, it's a sigh of relief there, Jordan, because there was only a little thing that could get fixed very quickly. There's Malcolm Pfeiffer in his AM Alfa Romeo GT AM. Rudy De Vos will come through the middle of the field there to take up his rightful position on the grid. There's Theo Klaassen right ahead of him as well. We don't have Stephen Manuel out there today. Herman de Kock into position, and then Andre Fourie will bring himself into position as well with Brian Evans, who had himself a quick free practice for about a couple of laps or so. He gets himself into position as well, and we are ready and waiting to go racing here for 8 laps with the Libre Classic cars. 27 entered today. A few may be missing this time out who are not going to make the second race. With this and another 3 races left to go after this race has been completed. But we look out soon for the whistle to blow and the John Green and co to let them off. Okay, I think we're going to reduce some laps here. Am I hearing now that it's a 7 or 6 lap race? We'll find out shortly. I can see the chalkboard is up. I think it's a 6 lap race. I can see it on the timing screens now. So only 6 laps. We had a little bit of time that we lost with the previous race, so it will be 6 racing laps. So it's a little bit more of a dash for cash here. And, well, we are waiting right now as we watch the vibrating perspex on that Mustang of Fadi Mouton right behind the M&E Auto Suburban Spares car. of Trevor Momberg, the V6 Capri. Pierre Lowe in the RX-7, reminiscent of Alan Moffat's Bathurst car from the 80s.
Yep, so we've lost a couple of cars, unfortunately, but still more than enough on the grid to give some good action. And yeah, we said Ferdi Matano went off. Wasn't sure what that was about, but he is back on, so definitely not a bad issue. And also, a little bit further back, Rudolf de Vos. Rudolf de Vos is, after that spin, I think he managed 5th overall in race 1.
I think it was 5th position. He could have lost many more places. Many took avoiding action as we go through Damstip. That's turn 3, where all that drizzit was laid down. And they've done a mighty job, have the cleanup crews there, and I commend them on their efforts. But the 240Z I see there, Jordan, is actually at the tail end of the field. And a little bit higher up, a bit earlier on, that machine, Kerry Blows, number 52. And quite a good Datsun stable they have there, Datsun Nissan stable. They have the Blows family, but gingerly making their way around Saddle Sweep over the King Tony Tools tunnel that many of us go through on the Killarney Straight. The back straight, the back main, the Killarney Straight, many different names. And then we'll watch those lights when that safety car peels off into pit lane, and we have, remember, only 6 racing laps, not 8. And the calm before the storm, it looks beautiful, and it's going to sound even more beautiful when they make their way across that line. There's the safety car, driven usually by Philip Herold. Now, we're going to trundle towards the line. Michael Hitchcock on the right-hand side. On his right-hand side, our left, will be not Donadio, but Nell. And now, let them go. Watch the light on the screen to the left. The 5 lights ahead. Away we go to start this Lauda Classic car race here, as Michael Hitchcock will make his way a whole shot into Holeshoek turn 1. It will be around the outside Vaynant now, but will he be able to keep it? Yes, he will. And then the little Chev, the other Forenza of Donadio, will be 3rd at the moment. But look at the challenge, Jordan, from that RX-7 on the Capri of Trevor Momberg. So Pierre Lowe is now ahead of him in Castrol.
Yep, and look at that bundle all coming through. As I heard from Frankie just a second ago, Rudolf de Vos is piercing his way through the field at the moment. We know he's not a rear or mid-pack runner, so he will make his way up to the front of the grid once again, which we can already see that he's doing. There he goes. He'll now make his way past Dave Aladef into Saddle Sweep. And the true power of that little Chev with a big V8 will be truly shown as he makes his way down the Killarney Straight towards Pertamina Fastron.
Yeah, Fastron and Donadio made easy work there of Vaynant Nell, and is now tacked to the back of the Mustang, run on biofuel that has been campaigned by Michael Hitchcock. Look at them go now, all 3 of them together. Pierre Lowe in the background. He'll be ahead of Trevor Momberg, Brian Evans, and Fadi Mouton. It's going to be a dead heat on the straight now. On the inside will be Hitchcock. On the outside will be Donadio. Donadio will not make it work here. He's having been forced wide, and that could allow now right back then. But De Vos is now finding himself behind the RX-7 on the Joubert Straight now in that Chevy Can-Am towards Castrol.
Now, how was that by De Vos as he goes around the outside of Pierre Lowe into Castrol Corner? In a lap and 1 corner, a lap and 2 corners, he made up 11 positions from starting 15th on the grid to 5th by the end of the first lap. But there we see the likes of Theo Claessens. There is Kerry Blows, all making their way through Castrol Corner now. Now we watch, here comes the front end battle. There's Michael Hitchcock, Franco Donadio, and Wynand Null. And here comes Rudy de Vos. He is just wanting to hunt that prey out in front of him, and he knows he can do it. He can stretch his legs and get there, hopefully before turn 5 per Tamina Fostron, but if not, he'll get them into Holzhoek.
Pick your allegiance, Jordan, all of you out there. Is it Ford or GM? Well, we're going to find out all about it because we have Chevy leading at the moment with Donadio. Ford second with Hitchcock, Ford third with Nell, and then in fourth position, the pursuing De Vos in his Forenza Can-Am. Look at the gap now they have put between each other, and the flames from the exhaust of the RX-7 Mazda. Rudy De Vos, a 1:22.503, the fastest lap of the race, Jordan.
There we see the likes of the Hutchings father and son duo, Jean-Andre Boertes, Martin Bench, the Hutchings. There we see Pierre Lowe coming into shot now, Trevor Momberg. Here comes Fadi Mouton, and Brian Evans is behind him. There's Dave Aladef, Mr. Bedeen, and son Jared Evans as they make their way out of Castrol Corner now. This is the leaders once again. Oh, sorry, that's not the leaders. That is the leader. That is Donadio. And there's Rudolf De Vos already. Rudolf De Vos in second place going down the Killarney Straight.
Killarney Straight now over the King Tony Tools Tunnel, and now on the curved Killarney Straight, De Vos is now in second and homing in on the leader. We'll see what the gap is between them when they cross the line. It's going to be close, but Franco Donadio, who started third, finds himself in the lead of the race, and Fadi Mouton will be followed into Fastron there by Brian Evans. Dave Aladep behind them. Brian Bedeen is leading or second in his class at the moment. Now turning into the left-handed Holzhoek, it is going to be the little Chev of Donadio. Donadio, and the gap between himself and De Vos is now 3.3 seconds, but it won't stay there for long.
Absolutely not. That gap is going to close like a wound with some lemons, and Hitchcock jinx. Hitchcock slows coming down the Joubert Straight. Look at the flames coming out of that Mazda RX-7 of Pierre Lowe. But that is just an imminent death of the car, it seems. A little bit of smoke pouring out of that car there. Engine problem, brake problem, I guess we're not going to know. But that is that biodegradable fuel in that Mustang out for the rest of the day.
Yeah, it's sad for him because he runs that car on a shoestring budget. But that is the name of racing sometimes. But we go through Saro Sweep now, the double apex right-hander at turn 4. We had Pierre Vialot come through the screen section, and then he's got Momberg, Mouton, Evans, Aladef, and Brian Bedeen in the Datsun Triple S will follow suit. Some BMWs in that particular section as well when you talk about the likes of... well, I see it is going to be Aladef. That is the one we are referring to. Meanwhile, down into turn 1, look at the ripple wind that we're having here at this late afternoon stage. It is going to be still Franco Donadio, a fastest lap of a 1:21.565, 4/10 of a second faster than Rudolf De Vos, and the gap between the two of them still staying there at around 3.7 seconds.
And we just watched fourth place of Pierre Vialot go through. There's the fifth place of Trevor Momberg. Then the rest of the field comes through. There's Fadi Mouton as well as Brian Evans. Then there's a little bit of a battle between Nissan and BMW. That's Boertes versus Aladef. And just behind there, there's son Jared Evans, followed there by Brian Bedeen, as you said. So I wouldn't be surprised with 2 laps to go, or 1.5 laps for the leaders, that some of these battles are going to get ever so much closer by the end of the line, as there's a bit of a lock-up there for Jared Evans. And I'm sure there's a yellow flag out there somewhere, so they have to be very cautious.
Yeah, that's a very precarious position that he's in there through that section, Jordan. Meanwhile, into Damp Stip now, the gaggle of cars make their way through as the sun shines on the bodywork of the cars onto the tarmac, and it's very difficult to see who is who. Jared Evans making his way through that particular section into turn 1, as he pointed out, of course, Jordan is our leader.
And we look again to the gap. The gap is 3 seconds now between Rudolf and Donadio. And here comes Wynand Null through the picture. He's a good 6 seconds behind De Vos. Pierre Violo is about 6.5 seconds behind Nel. And then another 5 seconds away is Momberg. So the front 2, 3, and 4 are all split up. And then here comes Mouton, Evans, Burtis. As Burtis tries to go around the outside of Brian Evans, and he'll probably make it stick, but we'll have to wait and see, and he does. He shoves that Skyline's nose right in front of the Escort, and he'll take that 7th position from Evans.
Oh, he's taking a stab back there, Jordan, but I don't think he's close enough. He's got Fadi Mouton ahead of him into Castro Corner. And look at them having a lovely battle. They just better not go a little off of the circuit, because that is where Hitchcock's Mustang is sitting. And they're trading paint. They're bashing door handles here as they go into Damp's Dip, turn 3, and forcing that Mustang wide. I think for the next corner, Jean-Andre Burtis might get the Skyline through there. Yes, he does. Oh, no.
He needs to get off the racing line as quickly as possible. There seems to be, there's a little bit of damage, and there's not a little bit of damage, just the chrome. That is definitely engine, if I do say so myself, as it goes up in smoke. He needs to get out of that car pretty quickly.
And going to be going full tilt through a cloud here, Jordan. That cloud is dispersed very quickly. Oh, a whole lot of oil has been dropped down, and for the second time, and today the checkered flag is out though. Franco Donadio has taken the victory, and then it is going to be, so at the moment, I think De Vos basically took the second. So Mouton actually gets second. My apologies. On the, back to De Vos. My apologies there. It's jumping around a little bit. So Rudolf De Vos smokes his way to second in the race. Nel will get third, and that's first in Class X. Pierre Violo will get fourth, and the winner of Class B ahead of Momberg. So a very exciting end to this 6-lap race that is Lauda Classic cars. Momberg, Burtis comes across the line now, second in class, 6th overall in the Skyline, and Fadi Mouton is 7th, will be third in Class B.
And finally rounding out the field, that's Calvin Beekman. And yeah, I suppose we can call Mr. De Vos, aka the smoke machine.
Smoke on the water.
Smoke on the water, if you will, yeah. But he had that one little mishap through the 5A kink, and another one, but that is the end of the Classic Cars, brought to you by Lauda for today.
Shut in this draad los. I want to say big thanks to these people for making it happen in 2024.
Lime Property Management, where the efficient management of your community scheme is at the heart of everything we do. Our dedicated team provides superior property management services, ensuring that your property is in good hands and that your investments grow. With Lime Property Management, experience vibrant solutions, transparent communication, and a squeeze of innovation in every interaction. Call us today or visit Lime.Cape Town and let's cultivate your community scheme's future together. Lime Property Management, leading, innovative, motivated, energetic.
Has its home right here at Killarney. In fact, it's the only Porsche club in the world to have a clubhouse at an international racetrack. We are proud sponsors of Killarney and the Porsche Club Straight. Our passionate club members and their families regularly attend our race meetings. If you own a Porsche, come and visit us at the Porsche Club and we will let you know what fantastic events we have on offer. The Porsche Club, the best car club in Cape Town.
Let's try again. Progress, Precision, Engineering, BMW, Car Club of Cape Town Race Series. Right, here we go for their second race of the day.
Well, I'm the one that's joining you this time around, Frankie. Yeah. Gary reluctantly let go of the position to me. So we'll make the best of this as we watch all of those different era of BMW make their way through into Pertamina Fostron.
Well, it's going to be very dejected. It will be a very dejected, that's better, Dexter Bruce, if he is out there, because the other BMW is very much second hand. So we'll have a look and see. I hope Dex is okay, because he was squashed up against the wall. We've got a car that's bonnet just popped open. Mark Sternagel, yeah, that could be Sternagel. He's also one of our visiting drivers from Namibia. I was saying to Gary earlier on, that is a new name, and yes, it will be a new name because he's come from them. Well, here comes Dex in the 146 car. Remember, the 143 is what he uses in Clubman's. Both cars look 100% identical except for the number. So the BMWs are now slowly but surely beginning to line up. And Jordan, nice to see a couple of the E36 Cup guys that do the rallycross. That he's supposed to be out there, the likes of Andre Fuhren, Arno Mitchells, Jacques Prince, just to name 3 of them in this 18-car field.
Yeah, you're completely right. I mean, the likes of Faisal Jacobs, Dexter Bruce, Ernest Page, we all know them from rallycross as well, and the auto that Traction does. So there's guys from all over different categories of racing, all in one field now. But it seems like Sternagel hasn't come out of the pits just yet. But it seems that they will let the pace car go out, and they'll let them run. And I also see Mr. Nian de Toy is sitting at the back of the field.
Right, so yes, he's going to be starting this one from the tail end of the field. And let's see what he can do from there. He did a 1:11 in qualifying. He did a 1:12, was the fastest lap out there by him in race number 1 in the BMW Car Club of Cape Town race series, sponsored by Progress Precision Engineering. So he's going to start right from the tail end of the field. He's Nian de Toy.
I don't have very high hopes that the 69 car of Namibian Mark Sternagel is going to make it out. I see a whole bunch of people standing by his car there in the pit lane. And if it was just the bonnet latches, then they might not be repairable, and they'd have to be replaced if they did break during that warm-up lap.
Well, they will just be using tons and tons of duct tape to tape that thing down, should that be the only problem. The cable ties and you name it to keep that bonnet down. But there is a lot of work around that car. We can see it here in the pit lane. So the BMW safety car leads this one around, which means Marco Retta is the pole sitter. Well, Mark Coetzee is also supposed to be out there, but I don't see him. I just see that red Beamer up front of Marco Retta, unless he is just tucked in there behind him. But he's supposed to be on pole, is the 27. But as they work their way through Fostron corner, look at that sight of BMW. Here comes Mark Sternagel, which means he will then be a pit lane starter.
That is very true.
You will be a pit lane starter. Definitely you will be a pit lane starter. Jordan, take them away.
5 red lights are on and they're off, and away they go. Marco Retta will run them to the line, and to Holzhoek for the second time today. And he's just going to lead out a look at Nian de Toy go. He splits the Class F guys right down the middle. And this is going to be a comeback for him as he starts from the back of the grid. You just see him making moves around the inside, around the outside, around all sides that he can make a position. And Sternagel does get out of the pit lane. He has now joined the circuit, and he will start at the back end of the field. As we look through, there's the likes of one of the Levies, Jacques Prince, Andre Fuhren, all in those Class F cars, making their way out of Castrol now. But there they go, through Dam's Dip and onto the Tygerberg Straight.
You cannot believe how many cars Nian de Toy has gone past there. You watch him run up he's inside of the Tygerberg Straight, heading into the double right-hander turn number 4, Sarel sweep. Down the back main he goes. He's absolutely dissecting this field as there's a blue flag out for a slow-moving vehicle. That's been taken away as they work their way out of Fostron corner.
But we watch Marco Retta make his way down the Porsche straight to start a new lap. And we watch the rest of the field make their way across the line now. Here we see the likes of Mansour Parker, followed there by Nian de Toy, already up into third place. He'll now follow Mansour Parker into Holzhoek. Then comes Daniel Kunsier, the second of the Class C drivers. Oliver Hintenau is also in Class C. Anwar Levy, Martin Bench, Dexter Bruce, Faisal Jacobs, Arno Mitchells, Ibrahim Levy, Mark Stenachel is up there now, Ernest Page, Jacques de Toy, Bradley Sickle, one of the 9-hour cars, Andre Voorde and Jacques Prince rounding out the field.
Right, so the leader making his way through Damstip and working up the Tigerberg straight into the double right-hander. That is a saddle sweep, already in second position. That is the man that sits in pre-1. Already in second place is Nian de Toy. Parker is in that third spot now, although you will see him on your screen as second, but he is in third. He's been overtaken there as the leaders work their way through Fostron corner.
Yep, that's right, and they'll make their way down the Killarney straight wall, the rest of the field. There we see the likes of the Class F guys once again. And they're coming across the line now to start another lap. There's Marco Retta into Holzhoek, and here comes the very nearly sister car, I would call it the cousin car, of Nian de Toy making their way through Holzhoek now. And it's not going to take very long before Nian catches up to Retta. As look at this battle. That is the likes of Mansour Parker and Oliver Hintenhuis.
Well, we'll have a look and see as they make their way through. I'm not sure if it's Parker and Hintenhuis or Hintenhuis and Kutsia. It's two of those three that is working their way through Castrol corner.
They are getting very slight. See, there's no spoilers on that car, so it is Kutsia. There's Mansour Parker a little bit further out ahead. He is on his own at the moment, about 5 seconds ahead of Hintenhuis and Kutsia, and they are still getting squabbly. Daniel Kutsia getting very, very, I don't have the right word at the moment, but very squabbly coming through that corner as they make their way onto the Killarney straight. Oliver Hintenhuis throws some dirt into into Kutsia's face. But now we watch coming across the line, Frankie.
Yeah, that's first and second. That's making the way into turn number 1. Nian de Toy is going into Holzhoek, and he has caught up to the back end of Marco Retta, and it's only going to be a matter of time before we see a new leader. Here comes Parker to the line. That's Mansour Parker working his way into Holzhoek, and we have a new leader in Castrol corner, but we still stay with Hintenhuis, and Kutsia is busy coming through as well. That is 4-5. Sternagel coming through, and behind him we should see Dexter Bruce. If we stay with the shot, we might see Dex come through. There goes Dexter Bruce, and right on Dexter Bruce's case is Mia Bench and Anwar Levy.
Yeah, they'll all make their way to Castrol corner now. The likes of Dexter Bruce, Martin Bench, Anwar Levy and Faisal Jacobs. They make their way through now. Dexter leading that group out in that MYH Auto BMW E36 M3 Turbo. There's the leaders. Nian de Toy loses out once again. He got the lead. He dropped off the lead through Castrol corner. Now he leaves a little bit of a gap. I'm pretty sure in his helmet he's saying, okay, let's play catch up. A bit of cat and mouse as they make their way across the line and into Holzhoek once again. 2 laps to go.
Yeah, 2 more laps to go in this one, and 1:13.835. Nian de Toy is the quickest man out there. Here comes Mansour Parker to the line, all on his lonesome Omson. Here comes Ollie Hintenhuis, and right behind him is Daniel Kutsia in the 12 car, followed there by Mark Sternagel. So he's gone from pit lane to P6 as Sternagel. Here is Dexter Bruce. Right behind him is Mia Bench and Anwar Levy, and that's all the way down to P9. And here comes Faisal Jacobs. Faisal Jacobs, he rounds off the top 10. There you see Faisal at the top of the screen coming through from Traction Driving Experience and Century Karting.
Yep, and as we watch that, there's a move from Levy on Bench making their way through Holzhoek. So Levy will move up into 8th position. as the leaders make their way. That's Andre Furen. That's pulled off to the side, and that's Jacques Prince. Also a back marker now. Marco Retta and Nian de Toy will have to safely get their way past there, and they do. Still about 2 car lengths the gap between the 2 car, but this will be the flag lap. Yes, Byron. And this will be 1 more lap to go, Frankie.
Yeah, and there goes P3 through your shot there. That is Mansour Parker. That's in that 3rd position, all on his own. Where's Ollie Hinternaus? There's Ollie Hinternaus just behind him, working his way out of turn 5 out of Pertamina Fostron. Oliver Hinternaus, and then Mia Bench. No, that is not. That's Daniel Kutsia that is coming through there, and he is fighting with Sternagel.
I see a little bit further in the distance with a couple corners to go. There has been a lead change, and Nian will take the lead. But you watch as Kutsia now gets overtaken by Sternagel. But I'm not sure Sternagel will have enough time to catch up to Daniel Kutsia. Oh, sorry, to Oliver Hinternaus, rather, to take that 4th place. But we watch now. We'll jump to Pertamina Fostron for the final time for the BMW Car Club of Cape Town. They're sponsored by Progress Precision Engineering. It'll be Nian de Toy coming to the line now. Down the Porsche straight for the final time. Frankie crossing the line in 1st place.
So it's the toy from Retta. Mansour Parker will finish in that 3rd position. We wait now for Oliver Hinternaus. Here comes Sternagel and Kutsia, and the rest of them making their way to the flag.
Parker crosses the line. Hinternaus crosses the line in 4th. Mark Sternagel in 5th from pit lane. From last to 5th rather. Daniel Kutsia will cross the line in 6th, but here's a battle that I'm loving seeing. It's Anwar Levy versus Dexter Bruce. They'll come out of the last corner to the line. It'll be a drag race, almost nose to tail. And Anwar Levy will take it ahead of Dexter Bruce. There's Martin Bench. Faisal Jacobs. And then there's 3 more finishers to come across the line.
That's Ernest Page, Ephraim Levy, and then Arnu Mitchells. There, Ernest finishes his race, and Ephraim Levy and Arnu Mitchells will be nose to tail across the line, and it is only those first 13 cars that is on the lead lap.
We move now to the final 3 races of the day and the final bike race of the day, the 6th and final one. It's the Seal Pro Winelands Superbike Challenge Masters and 600 class. And it's a 9-lapper, 11 of them supposed to be out there. So Kewan Snyman, the man who won race 1, starts on pole position. Now, I have to see if Tristan Pinot will be coming out there, Jordan, because remember he did drop the bike in race 1 on the exit of turn 2 Castrol Corner, and there was a bit of damage.
But I believe that was only cosmetic, because he still finished the race with that bike.
I forgot completely about that, Jordan. He did finish the race. We were really fearing that probably one of his levers had broken, but that was not the case, and you're quite right. See, my memory is just today, Jordan. It's another thing. It's because it's just becoming spring and summer.
You could say that the heat is making it fade a little bit, isn't it?
It's just a sudden onslaught of heat.
Yeah, but after a long day, as the sun, I wouldn't say the sun begins to set, but the sun begins to just about hit our eyes in the commentary box.
It gets quite warm up here at this time of the day in the summer months.
As we say, there is Tristan Pinot doing some warm-up stoppies to make sure that his front brake is in working order. There's the likes of Bradley Bodsworth, Daniel Frost, Wayne Aronson in the background there. There comes Jason Lineker. There's some Kelo Lawani at the back end of the field. Tyler Webber comes through. Kiana Strode is in the midfield. Mike Hunter starting in 5th place. But we'll only have 11 bikes overall.
Well, they're going to keep it to 9 laps, looks like it then. Jordan, we were, of course, debating whether it would be also reduced in length, but the revs are picking up now. We are ready to go racing for those 9 laps, and away we go as they charge up now off of the line and towards turn 1 Holes Hook, and a very brave photographer, I'll tell you that much now, who's standing in that very position. But everybody gets into turn 1. And out of turn 1, it looks like Tristan Pinot actually got the jump on Kewan Snyman off the line.
And I believe that's what he needed. Maybe that confidence after that little spill in race 1 gave him that little bit of an edge to be like, I've got no fear, I've dropped the bike once. What's the worst that can happen to me? And he's jumped on the bike once again, and now he's leading out on the first lap. But Kewan Snyman is not going to let that happen as we watch that Fireblade tuck into Dam's dip just behind that BMW. But it's not going to be very long before that position changes, I'm sure, because Kewan Snyman is not going to let that be the case for the rest of the race.
Out through Saddle Sweep they go. Look at them, right together, basically banging knees there, and down towards the fast-drawn section on the Killarney straight. Let's see who will take that lead now right away. It will be Kewan Snyman taking it back. So it only lasted part of a lap here, you could say. That full-on lead. So let them make their way around towards the line now, and across the line they go. The laps have adjusted. It's a 7-lap race.
Yep. Only 7 laps for these Seal Pro Winelands Superbike Challenge Masters and 600s. But don't discredit Tristan Pinot. He may have dropped off the back end of Kewan Snyman, but that doesn't mean he's out of it altogether, as Slade van Niekerk, we see in 3rd place, isn't having the race that he wants to, and he didn't have the race in race 1 that he wanted to, even though he did get 2nd place. But we watch there's the likes of Mike Hunter, Brad Bodsworth, Jason Lineker, and Kiana Strode. Lineker in 6th place at the moment, also a place where he doesn't want to be because he finished 3rd in the last race.
Mike Hunter being kept occupied there by an old foe. Of course, we had them have a lovely battle in race 1. They're on the Tygerberg Straight now. The Golden Highway has now presented itself for the first time in a long time as we go through Super Saddle Sweep there, as I like to call Super Saddle, of course, and then the double apex right-handed that it is, and then onto that Killarney Straight, charging up now towards Fast-Drawn Corner for yet another occasion. Still Kewan Snyman from Tristan Pinot. Right behind him, Slade van Niekerk. Okay, Slade van Niekerk comes across the line now. Then it will be Mike Hunter, that's made his way through that section underneath the city of Cape Town, Castrol and Lime Property Management Bridge to start another lap. Actually, that is Lineker that's come up.
Yep, and that's where we can imagine Lineker to be, especially on that borrowed bike, sponsored there by Bulldog Racing, the likes of Quinton Weening and Matt van Niekerk. They both aren't here today. They haven't raced in a little while, but very kindly borrowing Jason Lineker that bike as Brad Bodsworth puts a foot down to get ahead of Kiana Strode. Mike Hunter also there, just a little bit further behind. And then there's the likes of Daniel Frost and Wayne Aronser that went through our picture now. But now we see there's Bradley Bodsworth, Mike Hunter and Kiana Strode making their way through Damsnip and onto the Tygerberg Straight once again.
Look at them go on that straight. Meanwhile, on the Killarney straight, going into Fastron corner, turn 5, it is once again Kewan Snyman that holds the advantage by 2 seconds the last time around over Tristan Pienaar. He will then come out of turn 5A and onto the Porsche straight, thick and fast as he does. A 1:12.459 for him, a 1:13.9 for Tristan Pienaar, and the gap is now 3.5 seconds between the two of them. Slade van Niekerk, Jason Lineker will do likewise, and look at this now. This is a nice little battle here. That will certainly be Bradley Bodsworth, Kiana Strode, who now leads the 600 class, and Mike Hunter in second in class in 7th overall.
Yep, Mike Hunter just lost that position to the other 600 rider, Kiana Strode, through Pertamina Fostron. But now Kiana Strode is on the tail end of Brad Bodsworth, and he'll try and go around the outside into Castrol corner. He doesn't want to go wide, and he tucks it in, and he manages to pop out just in front of Brad, and he'll hold that position in front of that Aprilia RSV4. We know that's an incredibly quick bike, and Brad Bodsworth is an incredibly quick rider, but Kiana Strode on that slightly less weighted ZX6 will make sure that that lower powered bike can get by with all its agility.
So just taking a look at how things are going as they go there, make their way through turn 4. Snyman leads the Superbike battle. Meanwhile, Strode will be 600 leader, and then Daniel Frost will lead the Superbike Challenge class ahead of Wayne Aronser, who in turn is second in the Master section behind Brad Bodsworth. We see them go into that turn 1 section now, and a strong wind, crosswind it is, going across that particular main straight. Kewan Snyman, a 1:12.243, his fastest lap of the race, just recorded 4.6 seconds between himself and Tristan Pienaar, with Slade van Niekerk still holding it in there, 1.2 seconds behind on that 111 Kawasaki.
Yeah, we watched that group go through Hole's Hook now. Still a very brave cameraman we see on the inside of that corner. But there we see Strode, followed there by Bodsworth and Hunter. They'll make their way into Castrol, and Strode is just leading out. I said that 600 is just a little bit quicker than the 1000s because of its agility, the less weight, and Kiana Strode is a little bit younger and he's a little bit lighter, so that also is to his benefit as they make their way through Damstip and down the Tygerberg Straight. 3 laps to go. Well, it's going to be 2 now when Kewan Snyman crosses the line.
And that is in fact the case, the penultimate lap, as he rolls off the throttle onto the brakes and then into that first turn at Hole's Hook that he has done. Meanwhile, down that Killarney straight, they had it. No, it's all right. We got Kewan Snyman here, gets the leg out, and then makes his way into Castrol corner for the penultimate time today. Only one more lap after this through Lundstem, and then into turn 3 he will run onto that Tygerberg straight.
It almost looks like the Missile Motorcycles and RST outfitted rider of Kewan Snyman is just having a nice, relaxing Sunday ride. I say Sunday ride, but he's getting his knees and elbows down almost through Sarl's sweep. As he makes his way down the Killarney Straight, you could hear that superbike blare past us down the Killarney Straight into Fastron, and he is 6 seconds away out in front of Tristan Pienaar.
I can actually say, Jordan, I think Killarney Sneeman has been so fast today. He's halfway into Sunday already, the way he has been going. Meanwhile, here he comes now to start that final lap of the race on his Honda Fireblade. And look, more faster sector times, not quite a fastest lap this time around, 4/10 off of that. Tristan Pienaar, 5.9, almost 6 seconds off. But Slade van Niekerk, a bit of a dark horse here. He's actually closed up there. You can see in Holzhoek now to the back of Tristan Pienaar, but it's going to be a bit of a tough ask for him to make any roads now onto him before the flag.
That is very true, Byron, and this is what Slade van Niekerk needs. He needs to catch as quickly as possible because, again, like I said in the race one, this is all for points because the championship is on the line until the end of the season, and Slade van Niekerk wants that extra few points just by getting ahead of Tristan Pienaar. But here we see Kiana Strode, Bradley Bodsworth, once again, Mike Hunter just behind Brad, making their way through and out of Holzhoek for their final time. But Killarney Sneeman is at the other end of the field, and he will be coming to the line very shortly.
Last lap as it is into Fastron corner, they then run. For the last time out of Fastron, past turn 5A and onto the Porsche straight. He takes the victory, does Killarney Sneeman, by a little bit now. And then we watch them as they go now. Tristan Pienaar, Slade van Niekerk comes across the line, and we wait now for Jason Lineker.
Yep, a good enough gap to Jason Lineker from the rest of the front three. Here he comes across the line. He'll take 4th place overall and 4th place in Superbikes. Now we'll wait for the likes of Kiana Strode, Brad Bodsworth and Mike Hunter in this little battle. That Aprilia and Bradley Bodsworth will not have enough to catch the 600, and he almost does. He almost does at the line, and Bradley Bodsworth does get Kiana Strode at the line by 0.02 seconds. That's 200th of a second, Byron, ahead of Mike Hunter, Wayne Arendse, Daniel Frost, and now we wait for Samkelo Lawani to cross the line.
Yeah, rounding it off in 10th position, Tyler Webber, unfortunately not starting this race. So Samkelo Lawani on his R6 Yamaha comes across the line now and takes that position. But that also is the 3rd place in the 600 class. So the 600 winner is Kiana Strode. The Masters winner is Brad Bodsworth. And Killarney Sneeman, the overall and Superbike winner. The Superbike Challenge, as far as things are concerned, it should be Wayne Arendse ahead of Daniel Frost. Nice work by number 33, the Kawasaki of Wayne Arendse.
All right, folks, the second last race of the day. API Properties GTI Challenge. As the sun starts to set here at the Killarney, I'm going to ask Mr. Jordan if I can just stand in his spot, if he doesn't mind. So as the sun begins to set here at Killarney, it is 5:05. We should be done around about 5:30 if all goes according to plan. And this is the final race, sorry, the second last race of the day. The final race of the day is the Libre Sports and GT cars. As we watch them work their way up the Tygerberg Straight, or as Byron likes to call it, the Golden Highway, as the sun sets over Blouberg Strand, that rays of sunshine up the Tygerberg Straight. Now they're working their way down the back straight, known as the Killarney Straight, towards turn 5, Pertamina Fostrom. And they will come line up here on the grid, and then we will get the second last race of the day underway, the final race of the day for API Properties GTI Challenge. And this one, I believe, will be over 6 laps. Cars working their way to the line. Here is Oliver Hintenhouse in the Coastal Engineering Supplies Polo. He will be in pole position for Class A. Here comes Shane Williams in the 46. He upped from Class B to Class A. The 41 is Marco Busi. The 44, the Euro Blitz car, that is Dylan Jabé. The 10 car coming up, that is Skalk Swart, and the 39 is Skalk Geldenhuis and Yuri Umpi Swart. Jean-Ray Marais and Ian Cup, that round off Class A. Now, let's see who is pole position in Class B. I see Nur Abbas moving into position. It may be Mohammed Kalfi. It's not. It's Wayland Volskenk, according to our monitor. That's going to slot in pole position in B. Nur Abbas is a bit further down. So is Faisal Jacobs. So is Mohammed Kalfi. And so is Dylan van Eden, and so is Mario Roux. So those guys that came first, second, third, fourth, and fifth, they are from the second row, second, third, fourth, and one car in row 5, but not locking out the front row. That is Wayland Volskenk. However, it has changed. Mario Roux has now been, yes, he has been put onto the front. The 17 car is on the front row on the outside of Volskenk. Right, so the lights are about to go off, and away we go, Gary.
All right, it's Class A down towards turn number 1. This is going to be interesting in classes A, B, and C. I don't think there's any one class that's going to be any better or worse than the other. Turn that long left-hander. Look how far back that GNA Promotions car is of Skalk Geldenhuis. He's going to have to go some from there. Class B.
Well, already the pole sitter has gone down to about P7 in Class B. That's Volskenk. That's the black car with the green edges. And it is Faisal Jacobs that sits out there in P1. Jacob sits there in P1. There is the initial pole sitter, the black car with the green trimming on it, as the Class A cars, Gaza, work their way to up the Tygerberg Straight towards Saddle Sweep.
Somehow Golden Highway seems to be a beautiful name for the Tygerberg Straight, but yeah, it's very, very close in Class A. Looks like Boosie's got himself up into that second position, but he's on that outside line. They're going line astern on the inside, and it looks like they're going to try and block Boosie out towards the outside as they go down into Pertamina Fastron. That's exactly what they do. They box him towards the outside.
While I'm watching Class B, and it's a heck of a fight up front in B as they make their way into Fastron corner. Faisal Jacobs leads them through. There's a massive fight there between Kulfi and Roo, and they're all involved in that fight as the B cars come towards us. Here they come into your screen now, and it is led there by Faisal Jacobs. Nur Abbas is there in that second position. As they dart and dive through, it was Kulfi that moved to the inside. Then Brett van der Schyff, Nathan Victor, the man that won race 1, Van Eerden, is halfway down the Class B field as they work their way out of Holzhoek.
Here comes the front end of Class C. Moona from Van Eerden, Schroeder, Levy and Leiden. So it's pretty much the same group at the front. The only difference now is Moona not hanging around in second and third, but actually leading them out now at this stage of the fight as they work their way up the Joubert Straight towards Castrol Corner.
Right, so we'll have a look now. Where are the Class A cars? They should be coming down the back straight. There they go. Oh, they're using the track and more. Down the back straight they go. It is Boosie. It sits out there in P1. He's definitely in P1. It was Williams. Umpi Swart, sorry. That sits out there in P1. And it is, oh, it's close. It's nose to tail stuff as they make their way out of Pertamina Fastron. It is Umpiswa Busi sitting in about P3 or 4 at this stage of the game. Here they come towards us. Watch out for Oliver Hintenhouse. Hintenhouse on the inside of Busi. And right there with him is Shane Williams as they go down. Williams was second when they crossed the line. It is a huge war. It's only Swart that's trying to get away as the Class B cars now head into turn number 1. Into holes being led there by Faisal Jacobs from Kulfi and Nathan Victor, the 71 car Victor. He is right there with Kulfi. Then it's a bus and Van Eerden.
Looks like Moona is not going to be the man leading out as they come back down towards turn 1. It's Van Eerden from Moona. Then Schroeder, Levy, Joubert, Leiden, and then Ferrari finds himself just a little bit further back in that pack. Frankie, that Class A battle, we've got to pick that up.
I will get that battle now. Down the back straight they go. It is Umpi Swart. It is Shane Williams. Right on his case is Marco Busi. Then we've got Skull Caldenace, Dylan Joubert. That's a group of cars. Look at them. And that is Marco that had a dive. Marco had a lunge on the outside. He wants to try that outside line. I don't think an outside line is going to work for Marco Busi. It might, it may not. We're still side by side, and he might just make it work as they go down into turn number 1. And he is on the inside of Williams as they race into Holzhoek.
Well, it's only Umpi that's managed to break away on the entrance to Holzhoek. They start blocking and knocking one another. That was always going to happen. Williams tried to close the line off on the entry to Holzhoek, and he was just helped out of the way by Marco Busi.
Class B is going into Holzhoek right now, and it's led there by Faisal Jacobs from Kulfi. That's in that second place, Mohammed Kulfi. Then we have got Nur Abbas, Nathan Victor, and Dylan Van Eerden. Van Eerden sits on the outside of Victor. He's on the outside of Victor. Will he go through? He tries to go through. No, he doesn't. He sticks it up on the inside, but that position will be held, and Victor must stay exactly where he is behind Kulfi and Abbas.
Van Eerden comes into picture as he exits Holzhoek. Van Eerden from Moona, that's got back up into second. Levy Reza has dropped down into that third position. Joubert, Leiden, Ferrari still holding on, but just outside of that top 5. The big boys are on their way out into the front main as they can come through underneath the Castrol City of Cape Town and Lion Property Management Group bridge. It's not all about Umpi Swart, it's all about that battle behind that. That is brilliant stuff, and it's going to be Busi that's going to go for that inside line again. Busi up on the inside. Geldernace is trying to have a look. They're going to go 2 abreast into the corner, and it all works out. Geldenhuys back into that third position.
Class B going into one. It is Faisal Jacobs at Skulfie. It is Victor, it's a bus. And it is Dylan van Eerden across the line. Then we've got Sandenberg coming through. Yes, the 49 car coming through there. That is Donnie Sandenberg. And that is the front runners of a Class B that's working their way through turn number 1 holes. And the leader of Class C is Ryan van Eerden. He's made his way into the lead from Daniel Muna in second. Reza Levy has now been demoted by Tristan Hubert, Zach Leyden and Adriano Ferrari.
That's the battle that Frankie's just spoken about there, but at the same time we've got to keep an eye on that Class A. Umpi Swart up, dusted and disappeared. This is one where he's a whole bunch quicker than everybody else. Boosie finds himself on the wrong side of Geldenhuys as they go down into Pertamina Fastron. A same-size battle behind that between Williams and Murray.
Well, here they come. He's all in his ace. He's Boosie, but the fight is on here for that second position. Oh, they're leaning on each other. It is Boosie on the inside. It's Geldenhuys on his outside as they work their way into Holzhoek, Gary. I'm going to focus on this Class B class. You hang on with A.
Yeah, the Class Bs will be on their way out into the main straight now. Underneath the Castrol Bridge they come, and it's getting closer up front. It's not all said and done at the front end of Class B.
Yeah, it is all about Faisal Jacobs and Mohammed Kolfi. Then it's Nathan Victor, Dylan van Eerden and Nur Abbas. That is that front group of Class B that's heading towards the Castrol corner.
Here we go with the Class C's coming down towards Holzhoek. That yellow car that you see, that is Van Eerden. The blue and red behind that, that is Daniel Muna. Then we've got Joubert, Levy. Oh, Levy and Leyden, look at this one. But we are on the last lap, and it's time to go back to the Class A cars. We wait for them to come into view. Umpi Swart up, dusted and disappeared. Cheers, good night everybody. But look at the battle behind that. Look at the battle behind that. It's going to be Boosie that's going to make it ahead of Geldenhuys as they come across the line. Swart, Marco Boosie, Skalk Geldenhuys, Shane Williams, well done. First time out there. And then Dylan Joubert.
Right, here comes Class B out of Pertamina Fastron. Out of there, I'm knocking and bashing and barging. And Kolfi is all over the back of Faisal Jacobs. Mohammed Kolfi, one more stab. It's going to be Jacobs from Kolfi. Then it is Nathan Victor across the line. Dylan van Eerden and Nur Abbas finishes ahead there of Donnie Sandenberg in the 49.
We wait for the leading Class C cars to come through. There's the leading Class C car, and it is in fact Van Eerden. He's done a lovely job. He's broken away. Well, so did Daniel Muna. He's also broken away. Joubert got away, and then the brat back behind that. Levy, Leyden, Ferrari. Very, very close. Who's going to make it to the line first and can go in any format as the three of them come across the line in one big box?
Yeah, it's Dylan Joubert, Reza Levy, Zach Leyden, and Adriano Ferrari crossing the line, and then Flashman Finneran finishing there just behind Ferrari in Class C.
So Class A Swart from Boosie and Geldenhuys. What a lovely dice. Well done to Williams to come up there in that fourth position. Jacobs coming up ahead of Kolfi, which is not an easy thing to do. Victor for the first time in Class B after that horrible accident that he had at the previous event. And then Class C, Van Eerden, well done. Daniel Muna to stay ahead of Joubert, Levy, Leyden, and nothing much between the two of them. It could have gone either way.
Well, it's 2 wins for Ryan van Eerden in Class C. And for the other Van Eerden brother, it is a win and a 4th in Class B. But it's 2 wins for Yuri Umpi Swart in Class A. I saw Dario Boosie sitting downstairs early on, and
I was going to ask him to come up to the commentary box and say hello, but when I turned around, he had abducted and disappeared.
He saw the look on your face.
Probably, yeah. He, of course, won the 2020 Volkswagen Polo Cup Championship, did Dario Busi, back in the years when nobody was allowed to come and watch racing. An era we want to forget about completely, but he won it, and he deserved it. So we now move on 5:20 to the final race of the event.
Our penultimate race of the day, the Libre Sports and GT cars, their second race, and the Lotari of Darby Hubert on pole position. The V8 Ferrari engined Lotus, Gary Kieswetter, this time in a Ginetta. We always got used to him being in a Porsche, the GT3 Cup car, and Clinton Thorne out there in his trusty winged Lotus 7, Connor Kilbride in his M3 BMW, and then that's row 2, Andre Brink in his GT3 Cup car. Sandro Beccari, saw him earlier on before he went out for qualifying in the Juno. Simon Penev Simeon Penev, one of the multitude of 350Zs. That's in 8th position. Lasmore and Denobriga will follow suit. As far as that is concerned, there's another 350Z, and that will be Swannefelder, Brett Swannefelder, number 74 car. He'll be there right along with Eric Salomon. Had a brief chat to Eric Salomon earlier on, and he is in the Elf S06. That car was built in 2006, so it's been doing almost 20 years worth of service, and good service for the accountant, one of the fastest accountants in South Africa as far as four-wheels are concerned. But 15 of them due to be out there, and they are now making their way behind the safety car at this very moment in time on the Killarney Straight. It will be, it says on the screen 8 laps. Now, I don't know if that will drop to a few less, because we have cut some of the races. There is going to be a 5-lap Clubman's class race to end the day off, but the safety car will pull off into the pit lane, our left up here in the commentary box, their right, and then they'll be onto the Porsche Straight underneath that City of Cape Town Castrol Lime Property Management Bridge. The day has been brought to you by Smile, and we will be going racing in the next few yards as we cross the line now, and away we go towards turn 1. And on the brakes there, all the brake lights illuminate, and we are now going into that turn 1. It's going to be the Lotari that is in the lead from the Janetta. Then it will be Clinton Thorne. Clinton Thorne ahead there of Connor Kilbride. So a good clean start from everyone. Sandra Bicari looks like he's losing out to the BMW into the Castrol corner section, as lap 1 is well and truly underway.
Yep, they make their way through Damstip now, do the leaders. And David Bear wants to get away as quickly as possible once again. And he will, unless Gary Kisvetter has something to say about it, or something to do about it rather. They'll go down the Golden Highway as once stated before, and will be stated again. We watch them go down the Killarney Straight now. And Kisvetter isn't that far off Joubert at the minute. But getting best sector time so far is Joubert, as they make their way into Pertamina Fostron. And there's the likes of Clinton Thorne just exiting the photo. There's a little bit of dab on the brakes by Connor Kilbride. Andre Brink just ahead of him. Sandra Bakari there in that Juno. Then it's Martin Prince, Simeon Penev, Divan Lusmore, Tristan Denobriga, and Eric Salomon rounding out the top 10. And there comes Clinton Thorne into your picture, into Holzhoek, Byron, and the rest of this little gaggle.
Right through Holzhoek they then run. That was Sandra Bicari's Juno that you saw right there. And he's got Martin Prince, the man from the Netherlands, right behind him. But movements being made at the moment. I think that is Kilbride being overtaken in the BMW. Andre Brink in that particular section as well. Number 4 on the list. There's the 350Z ahead of the it's of course Tristan Denobriga, and then Ray Farnham in the Opel Birkin 7.2 litre as the Golden Highway gets even brighter towards the end of this day.
Yeah, we watch. There's Andre Brink, followed by Connor Kilbride and Sandra Bakari. Connor Kilbride in the BMW, one of the Spirit Racing entries, as well as Tristan Denobriga under the Spirit Racing banner, or Racing Spirit rather, one of the two. Now it's one by one, nose to tail, two ways, and Connor Kilbride tries to look up around the outside against the wall as they make their way down under the City of Cape Town Bridge. But Andre Brink's Porsche GT3 Cup car has enough legs to just get away. And here comes Sandra Bakari on Kilbride, but don't look out, or sorry, don't forget about Martin Prince just off the end of that group.
Into Castrol corner now, and here is Andre Brink, and on his outside almost it is Connor Kilbride, but look, tucking in right behind them there through Castrol corner, it is Sandra Bicari. Martin Prince holding a watching brief as they go through Lundstem and into Damps Dip now to the Tygerberg Straight. They're losing touch there with Clinton Thorne right ahead of them, and that is about a gap of 3 odd seconds, whilst Clinton Thorne himself will be about 12 seconds off of Gary Kieswetter.
Yeah, and we watched Davy Joubert, a new fastest time for this race of a 109.223 by Davy Joubert. And 5 laps to go. He rounds Holes Hook. Gary Kieswetter still not in frame yet. There he is in that Janetta, lights ablaze, as he follows suit in second place, just under 5 seconds up behind. Then only crossing the line now is Clinton Thorne, making his way into Holes Hook. There he is in his specially built Lotus 7. Kilbride then behind, Brink behind Kilbride. Brink behind Kilbride, Bakari, then Prince. There's Thorne once again, Byron.
Yeah, it's 5 laps left to go, including the one we are currently on. Once again, another go from the M3 BMW of Connor Kilbride. A little bit wider out this time from the Porsche. That is Andre Brink, and that's going to allow Sandra Bicard to keep nice and close and try and see if he can try and sneak through somewhere. As there goes Clinton Thorne through the Saro sweep. Turn 4 and onto the Killarney Straight. A lovely view this side here, as they're almost hooking up like a train, the Porsche, the BMW and the Juno. Look behind them, a bit of a gap there, but all we have Martin Prince, and Martin Prince is just holding in there, keeping them in sight as they go down the straight and into Fastron Corner, Jordan.
I think the likes of Sandra Bakari does not want to let these street cars have their way with him in his little miniature prototype. That Juno is very, very well looked after around this circuit. It's been racing at the circuit for many a year. Sandra Bakari knows that car very well, and he just wants to get up the inside of Connor Kilbride. He almost did coming out of the exit of Pertamina Fostron, but Kilbride wants to get on the back of Andre Brink as they make their way down the Joubert Straight. Almost everyone's lights ablaze besides Kilbride. I don't think Kilbride's BMW has lights, as he goes wide and Sandra Bakari tries to slip up the inside and he'll make it stick.
It's what Sandra Bakari has been looking for. That could allow Martin Prince to get a little closer here. As the leader crosses the line, there's Eric Salomon that's just ahead of him. He'll be the next man to be lapped, but the Lotari of Davy Joubert is into Holes Hook. Turn number 1 on this lap with 3 laps left to go. He'll be followed by Gary Kieswetter in the Janetta, who you'll see a little further back on the straight. He's got 2 cars coming up now. Ray Farnham is one of them, and there's a 350Z in there, and I would think that is the Swannefelder C350Z.
Yep, and we watched Davy Joubert cut those 2 cars by, and there goes Gary Kieswetter cutting those 2 cars by, the ones you just spoke of, Ray Farnham and Brett Swannefelter. They've been passed through Dam's Dip. And down the main straight, here comes this battle once again. Andre Brink slowly piercing ahead. Sandra Bakari almost making contact with Kilbride, if not maybe making a little bit of a love tap. But that battle for 5th and 6th is getting very, very close.
Leader crosses the line now and races towards turn 1. It's 2 more laps left to go. He's carving through the back markers here. There's 2 more 250Zs. That will be Divan Lasmore and Simeon Penev. That will be 8th and 9th positions respectively. And look at how he goes around the outside of them into Castrol Corner as we run. Clinton Thorne goes towards turn 5 at this time. That is Fastron Corner. We wait now for the Porsche of Andre Brink to be in a similar area to, not Clinton Thorne, he's a little bit further back of that, but Connor Kilbride, Sandra Bakari were all together and still battling it out. Crossing the line, Clinton Thorne, 3rd position. 2 more laps left to go for him. And then we have the Andre Brink that is ahead there of Connor Kilbride, who was briefly led by Sandra Bakari. Getting my English all wrong here.
And it looks like after that last lap, Kilbride has jumped up onto the tail end of that Porsche, at a rear engine 991 GT3 Cup car. And Sandra Bakari is now getting pummeled by Martin Prince as Bakari goes wide. But there's our leader on his last lap, Davy Joubert, coming out of Holzhoek. He has 4 more corners left to go to make it 2 for 2 after a brilliant day for him getting back in that car for the first time in a little while. He makes his way out of Castrol Corner. That car is so planted to the ground with all that rocket-like aero, it looks like. He'll make his way onto the Golden Highway once again for the last time, and then it'll be the end of the lap.
Yep, it's the flag lap it is as he goes for the last time today through the double apex right-hander turn 4 Osado sweep. And he's even coming so close to the crew ahead of him that is on the lead lap still. But, and Sandra Bakari is slowing down, unfortunately. That's through turn 5. There goes the Lotari now. And the flag awaits Davy Joubert, who has been flawless in this race. Here he comes towards the line now and takes that checkered flag by a considerable margin.
Now we just wait. Here comes the Janetta LMP3 G57. The first outing for Gary Kisvetter in that new motor car. And he'll take second for the day. Brilliant stuff in Class S. Then look at this little battle running to the line. This will be for 8th overall. It'll be Penev just ahead of Lismore at the line. That'll take top spot to Penev in Class C honours. Tristan Denobriger comes home in 9th overall, but P1 in class. And then we watch Eric Salomon. He comes home P3 in class in 10th overall, Byron. Then here are the guys at the end of the field.
That's Ray Farnham. That's ahead of Brett Swannefelder. No Sandra Bakari, of course. He slowed it down. It's in the pits now. Sandra Bakari in the Juno. Then we still have a live track at the moment. Here comes Andre Brink ahead of Connor Kilbride. I don't think Connor Kilbride's got enough in him over there to try and usurp the man ahead of him. He won't be able to do it. And Andre Brink will just pip him to the line. Connor Kilbride and Martin Prince following suit, just keeping them in sight.
And yep, that'll be Andre Brink winning out in Class B ahead of Connor Kilbride and Martin Prince, respectively. And then we miss Clinton Thorne coming across the line, but he is the sole winner in Class A. And that is the Le Joubert Sports and GT's Race 2. And brilliant racing from both races. And now we wait for Clubman's.
Friends, here we go. The final race of the day. Now, the Sports and GTs was initially penciled in to be the final race of the day, but the Clubman's race was cut short, so we're going to have a 5-lap sprint race in the Clubman's category.
Oh my word. As I drop mics in absolute excitement. As I take over for Gary Fleming once again, handing down the honors to me to take this one home with you today, Frank Eunice.
Oh, we can take it home.
I think Gary's just enjoying the cameras, if anything.
Right, so there they filter through your screen, working their way up the Tygerberg Straight. Yeah, I love that name that Byron has given it, the Golden Highway, because it surely does look like that with that camera angle, with the sun, the rays there on the Tygerberg Straight as the Clubman's cars filter through. Clubman's cars are rolling down the back straight, Jordan, the Killarney straight, towards Pertamina Fastron. The leading group is making its way out already towards us. We'll have a look and see who's going to be where. This is going to be a 5-lapper. And I'm glad that they've given the Clubmans the opportunity to do these 5 laps. Stephen Heidenreich is a man on pole position. He's got Shane de Toy there on his outside. Now remember, we're going to have a depleted field, because if you have a look on the inside, Jordan, of turn 3 of Damsdip, there's about 4 or 5 race cars parked there in a dead car park down there. So it's going to be a depleted Clubman's field, unfortunately. There's a lot of open slots. Behind Shane de Toy, we've got Jaco Lambert, we've got Willie Swart, we have got Kai van Sail on Kai's inside, he's Gavin Surf, and then we've got Mia Bench, Faisal Jacobs and Gemma O'Lean, I see lined up there.
And I was going to say, you're completely right, that is a bit of a graveyard there on the inside of turn 3, Damsdip, or the outside of Holes Hook. There's about 5 cars sitting there, and not necessarily front-running cars, but very competitive cars. The likes of Dexter Bruce and Stefan Hoos. But an unfortunate turn of events for them. But we get under racing once again. We went from 39 cars on the pamphlet to 30 cars at the start, and now we're about to 15, 18 maybe. But I'm certain that they're going to bring us action regardless.
Oh yeah, no, for sure. As the safety car leads them up the Jabez Straight. It's all about those 2 cars up front. Stephen Heidenreich in the Skyline, and one of the quickest golfs in the country in the hands of ex-oval track racer Shane de Toy. The Polo of Jaco Lambert's there, the Jetta 2 of Willie Swart. Gavin Surf is in there. Kai van Sail, Gemma O'Lean, Mia Bench, Faisal Jacobs, just to mention a few, down to round about the mid-pack of this group that is working their way through the kink out of Castle Corner and towards Damsdip. And Jordan's really doing his warm-up exercises. He knows it's a 5-lapper. Out of Damsdip they come, working their way up the Tygerberg Straight towards Saddle Sweep. Safety car just disappeared from view now as Heidenreich and de Toy lead the field through Saddle Sweep.
Yes, Frank, it's been an extremely long day for all of us, and I'm sure the drivers are also having a very long day. So I got to get a little bit of energy before this last race, because I know that as Francois Butler and Byron Hyde like to say, this will, I'm sure, be a humdinger.
A humdinger it will be indeed, as the safety car leads them down the Killarney Straight towards Pertamina Fostron. Through Fostron they will go shortly. So watching down the south side of the track out the window, they're working their way through. There is Heidenrich, there is the toy behind him, there is Lambert, there is Swart, there is Surf. As the field makes its way through, Gemma O'Lean is in that fight. So is Mia Bench. Well, not the fight yet; they haven't even started, but going to be in that fight. I should rather put it that way. Safety car peels off. Wait for the revs. Away we go. 5 laps of action in the Thermofires Clubman Saloon cars, and it's Stephen Heidenrich into turn number 1 into holes. Right behind him we have got Shane Smith with Lambert in that position as well, coming out in that 3rd spot, making their way out of Holzhoek, racing down towards us. The top 3 cars are beginning to get away. Here comes Gavin Surf. He's got Kai van Zyl and Willie Swart right in there, Jordan, as they work their way out of Castrol Corner.
And you'll have to be very careful going through Castrol Corner because the sun will be right in your eyes. But they all make it through very cleanly. We watch them go through Lundstem and into Damstep, and look at that brightness. Thank goodness it's the back side of their vehicles, not the front side, because they would be blind going through there. But Stephen Heidenrich pulling away already through Sarl Sweep and down the Killarney Straight. Then Shane DeToy is getting hounded already as they make their way towards Pertamina Fostron.
Down the Killarney Straight they go. It's a fight for 2, 3 and 4 as your leader Heidenrich is checking out of here. The toy is in second. Right on his heels there is Jaco Lambert in the Polo. That's a 2 cars you see on your screen there now. Then we've got Kai van Zyl coming through. It is Swart. It is Surf, Faisal Jacobs, Mia Bench, Gemma O'Lean also in that group of cars, busy working their way through at the end of the opening lap.
But I can only guess that this is going to be a back and forth battle between DeToy and Lambert. There we see the likes of Mia Bench coming through. There is Arno Mitchells, Gemma O'Lean, Ruan Goos, David Vermaak, Andre Foden. They're all making their way through now into Castrol Corner. There's 3 VWs here that we want to watch and 2 more behind them. But it's the battle between DeToy, Lambert and Van Zyl coming through now, as slowing down DeToy once again today.
Yeah, troubles out there for Shane DeToy. Well, it's his return, and it's not working out there for Shane DeToy. There's Van Zyl going through shot. There is Swart, and right behind him is Gavin Surf. Then we've got Faisal Jacobs. Mia Bench is in that fight as well, out of turn 4 Sarl Sweep, as we watch the leader make his way out of Pertamina Fostron, and that is Stephen Heidenrich. He was 2.5 seconds ahead of DeToy when they started this lap. DeToy is no longer in this fight, and this one is on. This one is on between Jaco Lambert and Kai van Zyl. Van Zyl on the inside, Lambert on his outside. Right in there with them is Willie Swart, and right on his heels is Gavin Surf, and here comes Faisal Jacobs.
Watching more BMWs come across the line under the City of Cape Town Bridge. There's Mia Bench, a little bit of flapping bodywork. There's Arno Mitchells, Gemma O'Lean, Ruan Goos, David Vermaak, as well as Andre Foden. Now jumping back to Castrol once again. This fight between Lambert and Van Zyl is still there, but Lambert is not going to let Van Zyl get away.
Now that's for 2nd, 3rd, 4th and 5th that you see coming through your shot there. There is Van Zyl. Right on his heels is Lambert. Here comes Swart. He's been chased down by the Golf there of Gavin Surf. Yeah, they come sliding it out of turn 3, out of Damstep. That's the 2 cars working their way now through Sarl Sweep. But there is your race leader up front, heading towards Pertamina Fostron, Stephen Heidenrich, and here is Van Zyl with Lambert right on his heels. as we watch the two of them for second and third work their way out of Pertamina Fostron with 3 more, maybe make it 2 more laps to go.
Yep, there's still quite a considerable gap between Van Sale and Lambert at the moment. And a little bit further behind, there's the likes of Willem Swart and Gavin Cerf, also VW racers. They have quite a big gap between them. So they'll race on their own as Willem Swart gets a little bit of a lock-up into Hole's Hook. And just a little bit further behind is the BMW, the traction, in driving experience, and Century City captain Faisal Jacobs.
But here come the lady racers of Bench and Mitchells, and O'Lean is in between. So to say, Mitchells is in between Bench and O'Lean as they exit Holzoek. So the ladies are in the house. They are in the top 10 in P7 and 9 at this point in time. And it is hard. Mitchells has come through now. O'Lean sits there just behind Bench.
Then there's Gous for Mark, Furen and Lee Fielding.
There's the two
coming out of there. Now through Damstip. It is Mia Bench still ahead. Oh no, sorry, Lights. Anna Mitchell still ahead. Now it's going to be a battle of the ladies, as you said, between O'Lean and Bench. Bench just slightly ahead as they make their way through Super Sorrel Sweep. They'll race down the Killarney Straight for the second last time. This is now the penultimate lap. But they come to Pertamina Fostron.
Yeah, that is that mid-pack going. There is Mitchells. And behind Mitchells is Bench, and Gemma O'Lean sits there. That's it, 2 BMWs chasing down Mitchells. But the leader on the final lap is working his way out of Castral Corner. We'll have to pick him up because this is the 5th and final lap in this one. He's heading towards Damstip. Here he comes. Stephen Heidenrich, all on his own, working his way out of Damstip, going past the stricken De Toy car with the Van Sale and Lambert that is still in that 2nd and 3rd positions. There's your leader. There's Heidenrich going down the back straight for the final time. There you pick him up once again. Van Sale will be the car behind him, and behind Van Sale is that red and yellow polo of 3rd place man Jaco Lambert.
While having a flappy hood in race 1, I see they duct taped it for race 2, and it seemed like that was more than enough aero that they needed, as not that far behind is Kai Van Sale coming to the line. This is the flag, and Stephen Heidenrich will go 2 for 2 in this Thermo Fires Clubman Saloons race, followed there by Kai Van Sale. Brilliant result from him, followed there then by Jaco Lambert and Willem Swart coming across the line.
Yeah, Gavin Cerf will be the next man. There's Cerf, finishes his race, and then behind Cerf it is, we should waiting for Faisal Jacobs to come to the line. Yes, there Faisal came. There's a back marker just ahead of Faisal Jacobs, and here comes this fight. Here comes this fight towards us. The 3 BMWs on nose to tail as they take the checkered flag. And it is Gemma O'Lean and Mia Bench that get to the line ahead there of Arno Mitchells.
Then we see Andre Furen crossing the line ahead of David Vermaak, as well as Ron Gous in Class E. Lee Fielding. Oh, here comes David Vermaak now. He'll cross the line in 14th place. And then we'll wait for the likes of Adam O'Mar. There he comes down the back straight into Pertamina Fostron for the final time. And that will be it for round 6 of the Regional Power Series.
Yeah, and that is all, folks. What a day we've had since 8 o'clock this morning. It is exactly 5 to 6. Well, we make it with 5 minutes to spare before we have to go off air. And all I've got to say, I'm going to let Jordan and this man here, what's your name, Byron, have the last word. Enjoy the weekend further. The rugby game started an hour ago. Watch it, have fun,
And wish Gaza the best. He's got to go back to Worcester again to do the oval track nationals. I did it last night with him. He's going to join Werner Krichler and the rest of the guys there in Worcester. So from my side, to the marshals, to everybody, guys, you can say thanks to the sponsors. I've done it the whole day. Have a good day, everybody. Have a good weekend. Good night. God bless. Goodbye, everybody.
Yep, that's right. A huge thank you to all our members out here today, all of the marshals, the timekeepers, everyone else that helps make this what it is. A big thank you, as well as to our sponsors for the main straight, the Porsche Club. Holzhoek still needs a sponsor, but it's called Holzhoek. Joubert for the Joubert straight. Castrol for Castrol corner, that's turn 2. Landstem, Damps dip, Tigerberg straight, Sarl sweep, the old Malmesbury sweep in turn 4, King Tony tool for the subway, the Killarney straight for the back straight, Fastron for turn 5, and the City of Cape Town bridge for our wonderful bridge. And thank you to our main sponsor, Libre Property Management. Awesome stuff, and in contribution with Smile 90.4. An incredible day and an awesome tribute to our main man, Dennis Joubert.
Thank you, Jordan. Thank you, Frankie. Thank you, Gary. Thank you, everybody. And I hope you enjoyed this as much as we did. Those of you watching online or in the stands, thank you for staying with us. And always the great thing I say is when one race meeting comes to an end, we can always look forward in the future to another one coming up. Next week, it will be short circuit racing in the morning, of course, of Saturday the 7th, followed by Rallycross. We have more Killarney this month. As far as main circuit is concerned, it's the Extreme Festival coming up at the near the end of the month, and then right at the end of the month, it will be the CHD opening race of the season. So lots to look forward to. But until then, I'm going to say to everybody, please travel safely, keep well, and until we see each other next time, it's Byron Height signing out.
Guys, it is nearly a wrap here from us at Killarney. It has been an absolutely fantastic day. The sun has been shining. The racing has been intense. So much excitement. Thank you so much for watching. Always tune in with us next time. From me, Simon. Bye. No.
Hope you find me.